You got me up like all night, and I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work all night. There's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? Let's go. Baby, feel the beat, just let go. No, I don't know much, but I know there's something that I can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work all night. There's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it?
Who do you think you are and what is this connection? I swear I can't understand, I don't understand. It feels so electric. No one's ever made me feel like this. Baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause nothing about you makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. What kind of sorcery, what spell you got me under? How we see eye to eye, we ain't alike. I can't help but wonder, how could two so different be lovers? Yeah, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause you're the only one that makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract, I wanna know every little thing about you. I wanna be the only pretty thing you cling to. I know keeping it to myself, it may seem selfish, but I can't help it. When opposites attract, oh, automatic. I'm always coming back. No, you're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get
I'm sleeping. I've been calling out your name. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Wanna spend the day and night with ya. Oh yes I do. I'll be right by your side. I'll be right by your side. You say, you say, dream with ya, come with ya, dream with ya, I'll come with ya, dream with ya, take me with ya, I'll come with ya, I'll come with ya. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. I'll be right by your side. I'll be right by your side. You say, you say, dream with ya, come with ya, dream with ya, I'll come with ya, dream with ya, come with ya, dream with ya, I remember I'm the first. I remember when I was a child, and the first time I learned summertime. I get the feeling if I learn to fly, I'ma never stay here in this town. Freedom, freedom,
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play.
Did we ever grieve or cry? No.
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew.
This time again.
We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Children play their games. This is the adult's table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えているぞ。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、ユミコ。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Another week, we're back for the Operations League Season 5 Cthulhu. It is the Philippine qualifiers on the cards, and we've got count them three, full best of threes to play.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, Philippines qualifier have brought us some rather huge amount of teams to participate in. We have managed to pull it all back to just 4 teams total. Onslaught Esports, Reflexity Gaming, Creators, and Dawei. Now, Creators are a team name that has been popping back up from the last season of the Operation League, where they shown us some rather promising things, to say at the very least, and looking to come back here. They are the ones to hope to try to bring back the dub.
Yeah, look, it's definitely going to be an interesting one, as you can see on your cards. We've got the map veto here for Onslaught taking on Reflexity as well. Border into Cafe, into Villa as the decider. One of the new maps in the pool, Cthulhu. Border is going to be an exciting one.
Absolutely, yeah. It's certainly quite an exciting prospect for us, especially Border being one of the first few appearances, at least within APAC. And honestly, I'm just excited to see, because it's been a while since Border in general made it into the competitive pool. Plus, on top of it all, it's a fully, freshly new remade Border, which does allow quite a plethora of new things and some new unchecked, unexplored new possibilities.
Well, let's dive on into Cthulhu, get into those operator vetoes as well. Border, Cafe, Villa, Border, the start. Let's dive on into it. Of course, Monty, the first fan, rather interesting there from the side of Reflexity on sort. What they answer back with?
I'm thinking, well, really a Thatcher ban would be very important here, given just the sheer amount of freedom he does give, and, well, instead it's going to be Flores, another very impactful operator now out of the equation. So we are actually having the Thatcher back on board, somebody that has been a very influential operator back in the ye old days of Border being within the competitive pool. So with him out of the equation, look, maybe a Valkyrie, maybe a Mira would be banned out, would be very, very influential, and so the Spaniard will be banned out. She does present a lot of ways of just digging into a very a great variety of positions, especially on border, that makes it borderline impossible to really dig her out. And Valkyrie, to wrap it all up, well, apart from all of this, the only kind of big unexpected ban being the Monty.
I mean, it's not that crazy. We're seeing a lot of it out of this, Southeast Asian region at the moment. A lot of teams banning the Monty. They don't want to have to deal with it, and so it makes a lot of sense. But to kick things off, we head to Archives and Armory Lockers, the go-to site on this map. Talk about OG.
Yeah, look, Armory Archives, the ye old favorite, whether it's ranked, whether it's comp, it's a site that didn't really get as much as one would have expected of a change, but changed nonetheless, mainly to the archives in the office area that did get quite a fair bit of an expansion on top of it all. Some changes as well to the positioning over by the west wall that did essentially mean that you couldn't really go for the usual buck play from down below to shut down the bandit placements and whatnot. So instead, you now have to bring in somebody like a Flores, or, well, in this case, will be Thatcher, ideally. Funnily enough, we actually not seeing a Thatcher in any shape or form. There is an Ash, there is a Finka, the ever so loved operator within the Southeast Asian region in general. Sledge for the frag grenades, well, again, so is Finka. And then the Nomad plus the Thermite. Now, here's something actually, a funny stat for you, Panda. Now, last season of Operation League, for the PH qualifiers, Creators, which we will be seeing later down the line in the next bracket, they were a second place team that just edged out and got absolutely shut down by Desolate Esports. Now, I believe we yet to see the Desolate Esports actually pop up, at least with the representatives. I'm not too sure in regards to whether there are no, yeah, I don't see at least within the Discord, the representatives of that team, so possibly Creators are looking to be the ones to actually bring this back, whereas Onslaught were actually only 4th position.
Well, unfortunately, 4th position is relegated to Incognito at the moment. He's, 4th on the camera. No more thinking for the remainder of the round. Slurpee somehow getting away with robbery there. Look at that, Chuggy in below, looking to work his way into server, even frag grenade onto the bomb chassis of B. Wants to clear out some of these defensive positionings. Jurja finds the answer back. Slurpee falls. So 1 for 1 at the moment, going to the 2-minute mark.
So far, so good. Flexity Gaming starting to once again keep on losing up those frags. Jurja just doing some absolutely quality things, really. It's in the swings department. Looks to take another gunfight. Does have full understanding that there is a player on the 90. Now, whether he will be fragged out or not, now that is a whole different question, but it's a rotation and default back to the site, which does force Reflexity play much more now close to the heart rather than on the roam.
Primed and ready, just about to push on into Armory as it stands. Oh, nah, Chuggy decides better of it for now. Doesn't want to overextend his position. Wants to get out onto that balcony with the team. 3 players remaining. You got the smoke in play for Reflexity, though, so they still have utility in terms of the null, plus that Nitro in the hands of P10 and Jurja. He's looking to do some more damage here from the break room. Pings are coming out, so they do obviously have those drones deep. Element, shuts down Pyre Guy. That is your smoke. That is a large portion of the Nile off the board, and that is entirely very rough. Ooh. But P10 that Nitro was just talking about, out of pocket, into play, and one of them's dead.
Perfect swing of the flashbangs as well coming about. No read whatsoever, knowing that there is maybe possibly a player right up close and personal to that wall, but does get shut down by Crow. P10 is no more. It's all down to Chris, 2v1. He has the element of surprise, but not as the Thermite. No, the MX4 actually comes out the victor, but only half HP. The health disadvantage now is playing against the Reflexity Gaming player. Onslaught. Chogi needs to be careful. Doesn't know. He does not realize that the alibi could be so much closer.
Chris pre-fires through the wall, but no, Chuggy's going to stick it to head the kill. Chris with a 3K clutches the round. That was too close for comfort, Cthulhu.
Too close for comfort, but I have to say Reflexity still managed to scrape this rather well. Good, phenomenal read by the alibi player, and from there on out, it was a relatively solid turnout. Now, here's my question that I completely fell out of my head. This is Onslaught's pick. Border is Onslaught's pick, meaning well, the first round going the way how it did like that, a few question marks do pop up. Chuggy, just trying to, I guess, nail down the pace. First round though, so first round jitters now out of the way. Should be now getting ahead with both teams starting to adapt to each other's playstyle and see what kind of change could be coming about. Interestingly enough, quite a drastic change coming through in regards to the roster. The introduction of the Thunderbird, the introduction of the Vigil, plus the Cade as well. So a bit more utility heavy, plus the ability to be able to hunker down with those Thunderbird Kona stations.
Wow, yeah, I mean, look, that is a pretty drastic change up on the whole Thunderbird, Vigil, Cade. Alibi's still there for Chris, and I mean, why would you want to change something that worked spectacularly in the first round? But I mean, Onslaught make no real deviation. The only change is Crow from the Thermite back onto the Hibana, which is what Crow was hovering initially in that first round before going for the attack repick. So, I mean, I wonder what the game plan is.
Yeah, look, I mean, the one thing really being is that Onslaught do realize that their kind of lineup and formula was really working out. Jojo just feels rather confident on his Ash pick. He is seeming to be rather familiar with the G36C as well. So overall, this is looking like it's just more so at the moment just the question of the comfort picks and who would be able to come out the victor here. I say that a little bit of a damage trade does come about, but nothing too fatal just yet. But early contention is good here, especially for Reflexity and especially on a map like Border, because with Border, so much floor is breachable, Panda. I mean, and so many just angles to really overtake on to be able to lock down, if not the whole map, at least half of the map.
Yeah, verticality on a map like Border is such a key part of the gameplay, and well, that's an impact, and a Vigil spotted Pie Guy exposing his position towards Passport, and well, it's actually going to be Slurpee who finds again the opening kill of the round with that Nitron to element in the Nomad removed from the equation.
Denied completely. That's the flank watch utility completely outed before it was even properly placed, so that could be rather problematic, especially with Vigil now being spotted, and who will be very much thoroughly on the roam and ready to roll. Golden 6 to open up a hatch should allow yet another rotation position, but the Onslaught players know of how much of a hunker down spot it is. Drone completely actually misses the position behind the desk, which surely will be able to confirm at least one of them. So now comes the question is, do they know about the other position?
Well, we'll have to see. We're heading into that final minute mark, which is where things tend to get a bit chaotic. And, well, Onslaught having lost their flank watch means that maybe this, the Vigil pick for Pie Guy could be just as influential as it was meant to be. But right now, Jurja primed and ready on the waiting room balcony, just out in that open area. Unfortunately, gets stuck on Chuggy, but he's going to drop down the stairs, looking to pinch in on through. Spots one from long range, but how? That is a whiffed shot and a half. Chuggy drops down, but it's actually a massive kill under to Cuz, I believe his name is meant to be said. Chuggy out in the open once again in the waiting room. Might have been spotted. There's a player down in the bathroom. It's incognito for one. Chuggy for a second. How are Onslaught finding these picks? Jurja is in the sight. It's P. Tendoni, though, to shut down that momentum. Do they have eyes on the planter? No. P. Tendoni shut down Jurja through the sight and locks it out. And, well, Cthulhu, it's post-plant. Chris has to clutch up again.
Yeah, Chris, albeit this time now much earlier spotted on some of the rotations. The possibilities are being pretty much outed, but this balcony could really be a huge boon to be able to just hold on with just the head poking around. But the way how the site has been locked down, it is going to be extremely problematic. Not a whole lot of utility, no impact grenades either to be able to generate this kind of vertical positioning. And as it stands, yeah, Jojo is the one to completely shut it all down. I gotta commend though, by the way, Jojo's push, just the sheer audacity to jump directly into the site has been generating a vast amount of ground and room for the rest of the attack to really keep on pushing. And that is something that I don't think Reflexity has yet fully acknowledged, that some sort of a counterplay needs to be done here.
1-1, both teams have sort of tested the waters. We head back to bathroom tellers once again. We see a bit of a change. Look at that. In fact, it's a rather drastic change across the board. KVZ the only one to stick out was what they had originally.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, it's good to see that Reflexity are trying to go for a counterplay in regards to even the utility. I am, though, kind of curious whether it's more so utility or the way how they pace their players is maybe a whole different question. The teller's office and the bathrooms as well is one of those sites that it's a bit of a weird kind of almost a head scratcher, Panda, because on paper it's a decent site. You have quite a fair bit of ground to hold, but at the same time you do have plenty of destructible floor to use as the kind of, you know, the vertical hold. In the same vein, though, it's such a claustrophobic site because you are most certainly have to expand now onto the workshop and servers. You most certainly have to double down onto closing off all of those long angles that could be done from the passport, from the meeting room as well. So Castle's introduction here could be a good idea. I am curious, though, which one of the utilities aim to shut down Gerger's push, because yes, the Frost could be good, but it is more so you have to be basically Houdini to be able to nail all of those positions at where exactly Jojo will be pushing.
That's exactly it. Now it's just time to escape death as the opening frag. Slurpee doesn't have an impact, a nitro cell, anymore. Obviously, Malusi lost that a wee while back, and it's now 2 impacts in play, but the only kills found for him so far have been those opening gunfights. And again, it's just a case of we saw that initial pressure. Oh no, Jojo, that is a huge drone to have. Unfortunately, Slurpee has gotten the hell out of dodge. Must have spotted the drone because it's now no longer there. Missed opportunity.
Absolutely. Well, one opportunity runs away, the other one opens up, and, well, Pie Guy is the one to actually find the opening yet again. It's either Incognito or Element so far. Unfortunately, just not having a fun time at all. Chugi and the rest of the team will need to really go in for the push. Does spot the position of the castle, so quick opener of the soft floor and a grenade could be the ender of it all, but I say that instead it's actually an interesting expansion here. With frag grenade flying in, does it connect? It does! 3-pointer from Kobe.
I mean, that's what separates the good players from the great players. In that moment, there are players who would have pulled the nade back. They wouldn't have committed to it. But he said, you know what? There is only one place you could possibly be. Threads the needle through the window. Where was the ADS coverage is my question. Slurpee finds himself that kill onto Crow. And all of a sudden, Onslaught playing off of the back foot, heading into the final minute.
That is an interesting setup as well. A good expansion from Chris as well. To have that a little bit more of that wiggle room. But the Jojo, once again, he's on site. He's ready to frag out. And from this position, he will be able to cut off so many plays. It is actually mind-blowing.
It's a shame that he doesn't have the diffuser, because that's a great little spot for him to be finding. You see Chuggy desperately trying to come across. The run out was there! Oh, he lost a good chunk of his health, and that engagement, the scans coming through. The amount, honestly, it's actually disproportionate, the amount of time that Jojo has spent on site to the time that the diffuser has been in the building.
23 seconds though, Panda. The time is ticking. Jojo doesn't want to reveal his position just yet, but within 17 seconds, he needs to make that play. Chuggy needs to go and push, because with the sheer amount of angles, really, the moment of rotation comes in, well, this is the time for the action. Oh, no!
Oh, they knew that there were players there. Oh, no, they lost Jojo as well. Pie Guy pushes in. Onslaught. They drop the bag. Not only do they fumble it, they kick it a good 6 feet as well. Jojo spent almost half the round in the site, and they were still not able to translate it into a win.
Yay. Onslaught. Just so unfortunate on their turnout. And yeah, look, the communication didn't really work out either there. Given that Jojo would have probably already been saying, guys, come over. I have at least the fraction of a site. We need to start getting the plan down, at least start applying the pressure, because without that pressure, the way how they were intending to play this involved the idea that they needed to play a very, very tight on schedule, but also being able to, reacquire the plant if one does go down. So it is genuinely it feels a little bit odd and quite a huge oversight from Onslaught, but Reflexity is so far doing a really solid job overall, being able to kind of recombine all of their efforts. And gotta commend them on that play. Certainly works out for the majority of it rather well. Now, they managed to find that kind of shutdown in form of, yes, you can allow Jojo to essentially roam around, even walk onto the site. But as long as there's at least 2-player advantage, with the majority of the ground still in favor of the defense, he can't do anything because he's waiting for the rest of the team to push. Without the team, and essentially, bottom line, without the cannon fodder to bait with, he doesn't have the room to fully expand.
I mean, the wild thing was, if Jojo had had the diffuser, it would have gone down freely. Because there was no defenders in a position to try and contest. It was just the fact that they... What? Slurpee, what are you doing?
Good night. Just absolutely shut down with no chances at all. A bit of a tilter, really, for Incognito as well, given that his operator picks have been very influential. Slurpee for 2 already. That's element gone. Reflexity might just do one better and completely out Onslaught from even the top 4 bracket if that continues going.
So, Cthulhu, what round are we in again?
Round 4.
Round 4. And Slurpee is 3 for 3. Or 3-0, rather, if you want to be pedantic about it in opening gunfights. Do you also want to know who has a 3-0 in their stats right now, but for opening gunfights?
You go on.
Incognito, who is 0-3. Oh, wow, okay, Jojo. What is this swinging from Reflexity? You're a smoke pie guy. What are you doing?
I'm not too sure what was the idea there, albeit it did do some damage, but the majority did go to the pie guy. So, forcing the smoke player to rotate around. The FMG9 and slanging Gamer ready to take the gunfight, but no real presence downstairs. A run-out could have been absolutely huge here to shut down Chuggy as well. Or Chuggy, pardon me. As it stands, Jojo just inches away from just finding those pre-fires through the walls. Has those long-range angles. G36C could be a very beneficial weapon, but as it stands, not a lot of ground to really take. And the ADS to boot, and Chris to shut him down off a pixel angle. What is there left for Onslaught, though? It seems to be completely, well, nothing, but Slurpee at least finally does go down to 2v4.
Oh my lord, what a round this has been. Pie Guy getting aggressive. Honestly, you know they say secondhand smoke kills. I think Pie Guy smoke kills even more. The nade for Chuggy, they're trying to clear the shield out, but it's just eaten right now from the ADS coverage. See, KB to Z finds the second as well, but the follow-up nade from Chuggy closes it. But Chris, what are you doing? Why are you aggressing? The head pops up and it's ripped off immediately. This could be a cheeky plant attempt. Toxic canisters are in play, and wow, Crow, he somehow stuck his way through to be shut down by Pie Guy, who crosses the gap and gets the kill. Chuggy's got to find some big frags and can't do it. Pete Tendoni wants to get in on the action that his SAS Joe has found. And Cthulhu, this has been a rather tumultuous run so far.
Absolutely. May have, although I didn't may not have liked that for a brief moment, but yeah, look, a 3rd point for Reflexity. They are looking strong, and I do have to say, Slurpee as well, he has been a big leverage for Reflexity to get that initial upper hand on the opponents. Though Ventilation Room and Workshop is going to be the second to last round to use for the defense, it is though quite funny to me that we haven't really seen as much of a pick of the the workshop pick, ventilation and workshop picks, given that back in the ye old days, ventilation and workshop has been the main / secondary site to pick, which is kind of funny. Now it's the tellers and the armory are the 2 sites.
I think it just speaks to the strength of Archives Tellers bathroom at the moment. Like, I mean, bathroom in itself is almost like a bit of a fortress. You can set it up in such a way that the only way to get in guaranteed is through that hatch, which if there is a Cade in play, you're in trouble, especially given the lack of propensity for running this Thatcher. But, I mean, it's still, I suppose, such a new territory in its current format that we are still going to be working out what is the meta.
maybe some of the old meta could be really creeping back in eventually. We haven't really gotten to see a large chunk of border to be played out, so I think as it stands, it's more so kind of for a fair few teams that will be figuring out, kind of basing your new ideas / strats on top of what's usually being considered normal for something like rank. So
the words you love and hate to hear.
Yeah, but
we don't know. Make it like rank.
Yeah, but in reality though, what else is the next big indication? Because border has been for quite a while in a ranked playlist. So with it being kind of the next best thing after all of the usual comp setups, this is the next best thing, and especially in the high tier ranked, unless you are going for just a full-on just frag heavy lineups, you get at least some sort of understanding what could be done. Jojo though, he doesn't care for any of that. I see a target, I'll go frag it.
Man, he's getting real aggro up here through Armory at the moment. The Nano Boosters, well, coming into play as Onslaught will take control of the entirety Armory, it would seem. They've got the hatch there in the small office as well. I mean, that's a lot of ground for Onslaught to be taking with no repercussions. There is 2 Nitros in play, and they have yet to find any traction in the threat of that verticality. I mean, Relexity aren't even going to mess with it at the moment.
Complexity, they just holding on easily. Not a whole lot of presence from Chuggy, which is rather weird given that he should be the one to start opening up the floor, getting those vertical angles. Maybe on Onslaught it's more so a question of that they're not particularly too happy. A swing comes in though. Chris claims a double like that, and Pie Guy to wrap it all up on a third. Reflexity all of a sudden yet again running away absolutely scot-free though. Finally Jojo at least doesn't make it a flawless game, but
I don't know what Jojo is pinging. He's the only one alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably there, surely. But I mean, that's what? Another, oh, well, there we go.
Okay.
KBZ shuts it down. Absolutely. Okay. All right. I didn't even realize that was what got the kill there in the end. But Incognito repeatedly, almost aggressively being the opening death so far this half.
Yeah, look, it feels like maybe it's a lack of preemptive drones is what getting Incognito and co killed. Because, say if they knew about the swing and the prep like Spawn Peak that Slurpee set things up, maybe it would have been a completely different turnout. Maybe it would have been a completely different set of frags. Instead, we do get that really, and a very defensive-sided map where we could possibly see a 5-1 scoreline with Reflexity just, shutting out Onslaught from any sort of possibilities. And by the way, mind you, Panda, we've seen the skyscraper to be picked in one of the other leagues, and that was a complete washout back in OCL. So my theory here mainly is what I'm leaning to is that Onslaught has been taken to the map that they're not really particularly too happy to play, and they were expecting Reflexity to ban it.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised at the changes, and I think already Pete Ndoni's pick is purely to try and stop Jojo from getting his deep ability, who actually, if you notice, ironically enough, has switched out to a Thatcher instead. We are finally seeing it in the final round of the half, which is absolutely wild. But, I mean, Reflexity have just had their hands on the throttle. Sorry, not the throttle. Their foot on the foot on the gas pedal throughout the entire run of this match. And, I mean, that is translated into what kills outside the building. Almost reminiscent of what we saw last weekend. Well, I do believe I've lost Cthulhu there for a moment, but look, we'll carry on as if nothing is wrong, nothing is happening. But right now, first minute burnt through, 1 down, Pie Guy off the board, which is a Nitro Cell, unfortunately. Hopefully we can see some sort of reprieve for Onslaught as they look to try and potentially grab another couple spray to the top of those eastern stairs that could have definitely upset just a little bit there if Incognito had fallen once again. No Finca, it's a Zofia instead. So right now, the stall comes, and Element finds himself a second. Slurpee taken out as well. For the first time, suffering early in the round at the hands of someone else rather than being the one to dish out the punishment. Concussions through down into the bathroom as they have that hatch open wide. KVZ over the server side of things, waiting to meet. 2 versus 5, not an impossible situation by any stretch of the imagination, but with the hatch opened above the site itself and the potential for a pinch-in on through, things could get a little bit dicey for Onslaught if they aren't covering their bases. The ping's coming out. They have an idea that there is some flank coming in. Incognito dropped by Pete Ndoni deep back in the site itself. And that's exactly the sort of pick that Reflexity are looking if they want to take this as a 5-1 half. Pete Ndoni spotted once again. Elements out on that balcony absolutely obliterates Chris. 3 kills all for himself this round. Jurt down on the site. Pete Ndoni, it's a quad for Chuggy out of nowhere. That's some big. I don't think that's actually a quad. I think it's a quad for a triple for Elements and 1 for Chuggy. It's a bit of a HD, HUD bug. UI. Jur with a punch hole in the bathroom itself. KVZ above all player around the corner. Does he know he's watching the vert angles on the other side of the wall? Come on, Chuggy's right there. Chuggy, this is the freest kill. Chuggy, that's a kill. How does Jur die? No coverage, but Onslaught will at least find a second round in the half. Again on tellers, again in the post plant. And that is absolutely wild gameplay. We're just waiting on Cthulhu to get himself back into the matchup, of course, so he can join us along the way. Exciting stuff. Definitely a very solid start to the match for the Reflexity, who now transition over onto the attack. But Onslaught, 2-round deficit for them to overcome, to try and bounce back into this matchup, of course. Archives and Armory, the site of choice to kick things off. 2 halves in a row now. But will we see the same level of play? We do see the Bandit in and a mute as well, so Onslaught doubling down a lot of that denial. Alibi is still there. But it's going to be interesting to see what someone other than Chris can do with it. I mean, it was the triple into the defuse that Chris was able to bag the first round in that initial half. But looking at the setup, they are trying to get a bit aggressive through this armory wall. Not playing that little bit of passive positioning. And I do believe, yeah, we go. Cthulhu, you're back. Second half, 4-2, going the way of Reflexity. But Onslaught, they're cooking up something a little bit more aggressive on their defense.
Yeah, look, Onslaught on their defense are certainly looking to get a little bit more down to basics, I would actually want to say, because introducing the Bandit, introducing the Mute, they want to make sure that they are covering their just bare bones basics. They're preventing the early breach, they're preventing that by the site info gather, and in return, well, they should at least have some much more solid kind of ground to really play around. I say that though already quite a number of the defenders have been already spotted out, and looking to, well, introduce a little bit more overall kind of momentum swing maybe in regards to, well, Onslaught's defense on the side of Reflexity on the attack though. I'm liking the idea of bringing in the Ace over, say, something like Habana plus Chris on the Zoff. Just a little bit more flexibility on the utility plus the self-breaching.
The only problem being, of course, it limits yourself, especially if there are hatches to play. Luckily, obviously, in this first round, there are no hatches to worry about. Come on, Pie Guy, the default cams are up there, buddy. You can't be leaving that one. It's just too much free information. Right now, they are going to look to try and open these office walls. They've got the Thatcher in the hands of Pie Guy. They've got the Ace that you were highlighting moments ago. Honestly, there is no reason this wall should not go down.
I think it's like once again.
Well, Chuggy finds KVZ. You back, Cthulhu?
Yeah, I think I'm back. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Apologies for that.
It's been a long day. It's probably hot.
Maybe. Look, What I do know for a fact is the swing from Element just finally gets him that needed aggression, needed swing. Another jump out again, but it's the Claymore that finds the finisher. All down to Slurpee, the man, the myth, the legend from the defensive side. Now all left all alone in a 1v4. Already spotted out by those pings. It's just all kind of coming apart. Yeah, he's just kind of dancing around like, well, what do I do here?
I mean, what can you do? I mean, is this the trend that we're going to see? Like a hyper-aggressive defensive style being the one that wins out the day, obviously. 4-2 defensive, which could have been a slightly better defensive half even for Reflexity, and now it's just that height of aggression almost too. How was Slurpee still alive there? He almost got the pistol up in time, but Incognito shuts it down. Onslaught find themselves a third Cthulhu. I mean, I did not expect Porter to be playing out this way.
Not at all. Yeah, look, it's definitely an interesting turnout of just the whole thing as it is. The Reflexity kind of just felt like a little bit dropped the ball closer to the conclusion of that first attacking round of theirs, which does kind of pose a question whether Border is even just if it's actually a defender-sided map, or if it's just more so the unpreparedness on the defensive side for both of the teams, and the kind of the inability to initially read into the possibilities of the aggression.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised at the level of aggression we were seeing out of both defending teams has been working as effectively as it has. It's not traditionally a style of play that I want to say rewarded is the word, but I don't think really you can call it rewarded. Synchronicity there and the reinforcements going down, just caught it for a second. One of those magic siege moments.
Oh man. At the moment, well, we're about to go into round number 8. Onslaught, look, they managed to so far bring themselves back to only a 1-point differential. I'm curious about that choice of the fuse for Pete Andoni. Whilst I admire that, because the fuse can have an absolutely field day on this map.
Oh, I think we may have lost him entirely there, but we'll keep going. No, okay, you're back. Slurpee's in planting. They've just jumped in the teller's window. It was this extension to workshop that has just completely given the site up. I don't know if we're seeing Onslaught play for the retake, but the drop down, Jojo's dead. Onslaught have made a horrific decision here in setting up for the site the way they have. They do get 2 kills back in the Nitro to pop the wall. Slurpee takes a big... What is going on, Cthulhu? They spot the player on the defuse. Do they look outside? Yes, they do. No, surely not. We don't see a castle yet. Crow gets dropped. I mean, look, I have to respect the setup and the intention, but the follow-through was an absolute fumble for both sides. I don't even know what to make of that round.
Look, the only conclusion that we can extract here is that LMGs go brrr, and that's all that you really need to know. Reflexity just flexing what was a triple LMG setup, if I saw it correctly, which is, well, hard to really counter in the current meta, let's just say that.
I'm just so perplexed. So they set up with a castle. They go for the extension into workshop with the full reinforcement off of ventilation. With, bandit batteries, mute jammers, castle barricades, everything. And they don't even open the wall between the two sites, and they castle barricade off the bathroom door. And Reflexity jumps in, gets the plant down, and almost do it flawlessly. Look, I would be very intrigued to see that play out again in the manner in which it was intended, but the way we just saw it played out to fruition was odd.
Absolutely. As it stands, it's a bit of an interesting this whole setup. Reflexity only 2 points away from the actual win, but the offense so far been an absolute fiesta. Is probably the only way to really describe this. I'm not too sure what's been happening with Onslaught either, because like you outlined, the setups were there, the execution by a mile, very far away from the actual desired result. And interesting, though, to me, though, that quite an extension into the detention as well is being introduced here by Onslaught's defense. So they obviously want to ensure that minimal amount of counterplay is being introduced here, and any of the flanks are being covered, or at least they will know by quite a long margin where the actual conclusive push will be coming about.
One fuse charge already used there. Complexity can get in and look to make a cheeky plant happen, but Element somehow finding Slurpee. Gets a decent chunk of damage onto Pie Guy before going down himself. Nade deep should finish him off. Wow, that could have been a very risky nade, and it finally does finish him off. But at the same time, KV's
A workable setup.
Pie Guy just punching through in that armory balcony, looking to clear things out and get themselves in and above the site. The shield cleared out, so that aggressive position contesting the armory balcony no longer in play. But oh, look at that, the small office shotgun in the hands of Jerjer could shut this down once again. Chris, that's an
Oh yeah, they're absolutely working. This is looking rather promising here, that the defense is slowly but surely working out, but it's more so a question of what could be kind of the play for, or rather counterplay for the offense, because Reflexity are also close yet so far away from their victory, and Onslaught slowly but surely, maybe it was that kind of that bank on the, or rather the idea to kind of play more so onto the defense rather than the offense.
Well, we will have to see, of course. When it's around 10. I mean, is there a reason you could think of that these rounds are playing out as evenly as they are?
I think it's, well, partially it can be attributed to just lack of experience and overall kind of unpreparedness for the maps, because usually, at least in the beginning of the season, especially with some of the newly introduced sorry, lost me for a brief moment. With the introduction of the competitive maps, it usually does make things a whole lot more difficult to really stay prepared, especially now with a 9-map pool in the play. A lot of things are just much more shakier, and so teams needing to practice way more of those maps doesn't really make a whole lot easier for teams that usually play for those niche picks or much more trained kind of clubhouse organs.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention it's the extra prep work that you have to do any given week to make sure that you're ready for 2 more maps. But right now, Reflexity, I mean, I'm so intrigued by... Oh my god, good night, Crow! I was going to say I was so intrigued by this aggressive setup from Armory, but unfortunately that bulletproof shield only covers so much, and the upside down rappel is the natural enemy of said shield.
Indeed it is. Well, with the Crow out of the equation, Reflexity 4 frags away from making it onto the match point. Could be possibly seeing the swing of momentum off the back of that, but I say that Element gets the better of Slurpee now. Back to even Steven. At least they can play around with the bulletproof shield. Chris's death, though, now that is a much more difficult thing to redeem.
Pie Guy finding Incognito to bring it back at 3-3, but Chuggy has been a standout player so far in this matchup, and with his Nitro Cell in play and him still alive, there definitely could be some impact later on the round. But the fact that Slurpee is dead means that there's no relocation of shields, and I was just saying his name! You manifest it, you make it happen with KBZ out of the equation as well. It's on Pie Guy alone to find 3 to deny the equalizer here. Cthulhu's stuck in break right now. The ping's coming out. The aggro swing, the ego swing from Jurja. Onslaught will claw it back. We're at 5-5.
5-5, yeah, Onslaught managing to really bring this back. Looking rather dangerous for Reflexity. They started off so well on the first half, but the moment it came down to the attack, it's all just fumbling about. Now, Onslaught being able to possibly claim themselves the match point is going to be putting quite a lot of stress on Reflexity, albeit this is the Onslaught's map pick. So for Onslaught, though, they would be quite happy to pull a comeback here.
Well, we'll have to see if the comeback is a reality or just a pipe dream. Well, I mean, look, we're guaranteed full regulation. That much is certain. Interesting. Bathrooms tell us the site to potentially push one, or guaranteed to push one or the other onto match point. But it is a vastly different setup this time around from Onslaught on the defense. Actually, no, sorry. Yeah, no, my statement stands, but it's still the same team playing the site.
Well, as it stands, it is looking like we could be seeing a little bit of both turnouts. But the moment Reflexity, I gotta say, they will need to do something rather drastic with their performance, because otherwise they are looking down a barrel of a possible very thorough loss. So it's a bit upsetting as at the moment, but look, we'll have to imagine that for Reflexity, they're already sweating as it is, losing out on momentum from 4-2 now to a 5-5. Tilting experience, one might really call it.
Indeed. Just how tilting we'll have to see. Obviously, there's still 2 rounds remaining in regulation time before we even consider overtime. And the drone from P10 Donny spots out the room in Incognito Legion upstairs, looking for that vert contest. And yeah, that same window that has been a problem for Reflexity on this attack once again, but it's Slurpee to open things up. Last time they tried to push on through ventilation itself, they were met by Chuggy on that bandit. This time around, there's no vert, so they're going to sneak their way in. They have taken control of ventilation, but now they meet the iron wall that has been placed in their way.
Interesting. How will they deal with this setup? Because they still have Pie Guy with the sledge, but again, the moment he gets close to that door, there's so many possibilities that he could be swung upon. Instead, it is going to be P10 Donny with the X-Kairos now blowing up a hole in the wall to try to make that the entry point, but that could be treated as such a big choke point. I say that, though. The Type 89 just rings out to claim the life of Jurja. Onslaught once again on the back foot for the brief moment, but possibly could be seeing some trades coming about, especially once the collapse through the choke point will come through.
Things are out, the Jackal scan as well, even. They are 100% certain of Crow's position, but no one, absolutely no one is looking to contest it. The stun tossed deep into Workshop. T10 Donor, the one to jump on through on the hunt, spots the head, but it's just tucked away at the last minute. KBZ finds Crow. Sorry, no, KBC finds Crow, but it's Elements as well. P10 Donny finding the follow-up. So these kills are coming in succession. Once again, it provides a lot of questions for this Onslaught defensive setup as P10 Donny bags himself a third. Chuggy from long range, a quad from P10 Donny puts Reflexity on map point.
P10 Donny absolutely pushing the team to the maximum 12 animals.
X.
Frustration points for I would imagine both the teams and myself with the internet issues. But Ventilation Room and Workshop is going to be the final choice for the, for possibly, well, of round number 12.
You love it when art imitates real life. The tension in your room is the internet. Will it hold? Will it break? And then the tension with the server. Will we go to overtime? Will Reflexity shut it down before we have a chance to reset going into that OT? But right now, Reflexity heading back to Ventilation Workshop once again. Last time they were here, it was an absolute mess. They got minced by Chuggy as they pushed through that ventilation window, and you can see the openings, the angles, the ability for Onslaught to contest. What changed? What has Reflexity got in the pocket to be able to make it work second time around?
Actually, not a whole lot of changes coming about. They kind of been toying around with different lineups to see what could be the big kind of play point. Definitely a good piece of utility that has been added to their roster is Slurpee bringing out the Jackal. Those pings definitely were forcing Crow and the rest of the team to keep on moving around, fiddling about, thinking that they were about to be swung upon, and that kind of gut feeling had them essentially pull themselves out of those very solidified, very strong positions. So it could be rather problematic going further down the line, but well, with a change in certain positionings and the change in the approach as to where Reflexity are going, it seems like we are going to be attempting to go for a top-down sweep.
Well, I mean, not surprising given the site. You want to get that back control, especially like you said earlier, on a map like Border, where you talk about Sledge and its impact in a map, and Border is one of the ones that comes to mind where it's quite a highly impactful operator pick. Speaking of, Fire Guy in early, looking to spray towards Armory early on, try and get a lucky headshot through the wall, but nothing found just yet. Wants to get the camera as well. I would imagine that he got it. I'm not entirely sure. We won't probably find out until the end of the map. But right now, Reflexity are showing all the right signs and a good approach to the site. Oh, never mind.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, look. Oh, the frag grenade is still rolling around. Crow does get outed amidst all of that just absolute chaos. Instead, Jojo is the one that gets as well negated, and the C4 was coming about that are not particularly helping either. But the fallback does actually happen. Now realizing that the fallback has occurred and the drop down has happened. Now it's the continuation for the hunt. Jojo once again, and I'm.
It's all right, Cthulhu. We'll carry on without you. You're here, whatever. You can sit and watch. You can enjoy. We'll look to close the match out. What? 4 versus 3. Onslaught have that advantage once again. Reflexity being cut short, close to the actual site itself, and Giorgio primed and ready on the main stairs to pinch on up. Incognito as well. Look at it. A dual execute swing. That castle barricade could make things a little bit harder for Reflexity than it necessarily needs to be going into the final 40. There's a lot of angles to cover and not necessarily the bodies to try and cover them at the moment. The biggest benefit is KVZ does have the nano boost in play, so there will be health going in. Unfortunately, only onto 2. Elements falls at the cost of Chris. It is now the 2 versus 2. KVZ, the big LMG. It's P10 Tony to bring it back to the 2 versus 1. Reflexity might just stake it out in that final round of regulation, and P10 Tony on the plant. Incognito, does he have an angle? No, not on his life, but he's found KVZ. It's down to the 1v1. P10 Tony has pulled out the clutch before. Can he do it again? No! Incognito hits the prone form of the Hibana with nary a health to his name. And Cthulhu, OT in map 1.
OT indeed, I believe one of the first few ones as well within all the qualifiers that we so far had. So much close of a gameplay between the two teams, and Onslaught not really ready to give up this map anytime soon, but 3 more rounds separating us between now and, well, the conclusion of map number 1 to see who will be the one going into their opponent's map pick. Well, that is for Onslaught. With what kind of scoreline, whether it's going to be in favor of Onslaught or in favor of Reflexity. And well, in that saying, well, we will be going from Border to Cafe, and then the conclusion could be Villa should we need it. Curious if that is actually going to be the case and the choice, but really, ultimately, down to both teams to really try to keep up their momentum. You look at Chuggy and Element, 12 frags each, just almost forcing the team to work for them. And on the side of Reflexity, it's KVZ and P10 with 10 each as well. Quite funny to see that. Almost the same scorelines for both sides.
I mean, the spread of kills is kind of scary, honestly, just how concentrated they are. But we hit Armory Archives. Onslaught will have 2 defensive attempts to close it out, whereas Reflexity will only get round number 14 to make it happen. Once again, Onslaught, they are just hard committed to this aggressive Armory balcony hold.
Well, overtime is in first round. It's By Guy and Co. to try to send us to, well, hope to get themselves the attacking side win, because attacks so far has been very much of a shaky venture. Only 2 rounds have been achieved from Reflexity on the attack. So was from Onslaught as well, so very much a dominant defensive side on the border so far, at least within the Philippines qualifier. One would be quite curious to see what could be done once Border and the rest of the newly introduced maps will be able to make it to the international competitive scene, but I suppose we'll get to see that and how the regions will clash later down the line when the May Major comes about. For the time being, our eyes need to be casted and our sight needs to be casted over to this very matchup. Correct me if I'm wrong, first OT as well throughout all the qualifiers, if I'm
right there along with you, all but certain that it is Incognito. First overtime, and our first victim of said overtime. Incognito falls, unfortunately. The real MVP for the team, old Incognito. But right now, it's Slurpee just marching on through with this shield, looking to try and place it deep into the side. Honestly, how many times have we seen the shield play translate into a plant? And that's exactly, I imagine, what they're looking to do here. Get it through the door. Jojo falls. KVZ with that LMG of his. And look at the positioning. Chris using the shield as a bait finds Crow. It's all starting to come apart for Onslaught. They have weathered the storm until now, but P10 in looking for that plant. No shield coverage, but it doesn't really matter because he's got players galore. Watching the angles, the plant down, the swing, Element falls. It looks like it's going to be a flawless closeout. It's just Chuggy, no health, no chance, no clue. Reflexity will take the first round at OT.
Dominant performance there in the first round of the overtime by Reflexity. Now they just need to repeat the same thing, and now going on to the defense, they much more preferred side as well on Border. It is looking very, very promising, very solid, but as it stands, look, oh man. Onslaught, once again, only 1 round away from possibly losing their own map point, and not the outcome that they want, especially given the fact that it was them who picked the map as well.
Nah, that's not even the big talking point. What do you mean, Cthulhu? The real talking point about this round is how many kills does Slurpee get from outside the map. Now that we've seen him back on the defense, you remember early on, back at the beginning of this map, a long time ago, Slurpee kicked things off, running out from the east stairs door, found the opening kill, and from there on, he remained an absolute fiend, a menace in the half, and Onslaught, unfortunately. Look at that. They're doing something similar again. I mean, they're looking to get very aggressive on a lot of these angles.
They are, though, reintroducing Mute as well into the swing of things, so pocket C4s could be big as well to be utilized, as Reflexity actually were the ones to use those either pre-play C4s or pocket C4s to just absolutely send them out, and really looking forward to possibly just setting up all those trap setups. I'm liking the extension as well into the CCTV, but as it stands, very much of a double-edged sword. The moment one of those players that are anchoring on site will go down, that could be it. And you can see Onslaught so scared of those spawn peaks, fully acknowledging that Slurpee back then was just absolute fiend.
Giorgio looks to be back on his nonsense right now. He's got the M762. He's saying, come on, just make some noise. Create a distraction. I want to go. They have an idea. They know that Slurpee played around that angle last time, so they pop it open. He swings the door again. No shot. There we go. Punish him. Shut him down. Don't let him get away with it again.
Completely destroyed and denied. Slurpee will be forced to play on the spectator screen, albeit Element 4 has such a good positioning and right now spotted on that rotation. Another swing comes out. It's KV that gets the better of him. Element nearly blows up on that magnet charge as well, and it is looking a little bit shaky with Giorgio now out of the equation. Two big playmakers going in and out.
So dropping down, look at the rotate, my lord. Element. Oh, how does he lose that pie guy? Backs himself in the corner and wins the engagement with the long-range FMG9, of course. Incognito falls. I mean, that's probably the latest in a round. I think he has fallen, Cthulhu. 2 versus 4, Reflexity. 2 kills away from snatching map 1.
Oh, man. Reflexity, oh so close, yet the one of the big players, Chuggy, still present, still ready to frag, but with a severe player at disadvantage. It's still a minute to go. There's quite a lot of things to be done. Chuggy is just at this point doing a dance.
No, it's because it's the worst possible panel to be popped, because it's not quite at head level, but it's not at crouch level either. So he's just literally got to dance around it to try and get any side onto anyone. There was KVZ close, but he's rotated out from that waiting room balcony. He's rotated back towards the site, looking to hunker down with the rest of the team. In fact, it looks like it's a full 4-man pullback towards the site itself. Waiting, Crow shut down by Pie Guy. A 1 versus 4 Chuggy. I mean, the guy can pull off miracles, but I don't know if he can pull this off. Toxicanus is the aggro swing. Ego check by Pie Guy. And Cthulhu, map 1 is Reflexity's.
Indeed. Well, Reflexity finally bring this back, but again, in such a close performance. But oh my lord, well, Border was the first pick, and my goodness, how just absolutely of a banger performance we got to see with both of the rosters. But well done, Reflexity, just doing a solid job. But certainly a few questions about Border in general and its performance are at a bit of a question mark, I'll have to say.
3 players from Reflexity finishing the match with 12 kills each. Some pretty big numbers across the board, Cthulhu, but it's only map 1. We go to Cafe. We might have a bit of a replacement depending on how your net goes for the rest of it. But, I mean, before you do, whether you do stay or you do leave, predictions. What are your predictions? Do we go to Cafe? Oh, we do go to Cafe, guaranteed. There's no way. Barring some sort of catastrophic collapse of the service system itself, we are going to go to Cafe. But Cafe, which way does it go? Do we go to Villa?
Oh, I'm thinking we're closing this out on the 2-0, Panda. Reflexity so far just winning out their opponent's map pick, now going into their own, looking to be like, if even by a slight margin, looking to be a much more dominating team comparative to Onslaught. And look, in saying that, I think they will be the ones to advance further down the line.
Well, when we come back after the break, we jump into Cafe Dostoyevsky between Reflexity and Onslaught to see if we head to Villa as the decider. When we come back, the biggest question isn't necessarily who's going to win the next map. It's will Cthulhu be here or not. We'll find out after the break. We see you soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play.
Did we ever be for
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。 なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えているぞ。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、ユミコ。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Well, coming back into it, and unfortunately, Cthulhu, his internet decided he wanted to depart. So I'm going to be joined by Proto on the mic going in through the remainder of the evening. Proto, we've seen one map. It went to overtime. Didn't quite go the full depth of overtime. So an 8-6 still, nonetheless, is a pretty big victory. Reflexity take Onslaught's map pick. We now head to Cafe. I mean, initial impressions from what you've heard about and what you've seen.
Oh, I watched a little bit of the last game and sort of into the OT side of things. I think I caught it at just the end of 5-5, and Reflexity was sort of doing really well at taking that control and going to Cafe. Obviously now with that map under their belt, Cafe is a map that they're going to be able to dictate the pace on really well because, you know, you can play those runouts or you can play the aggressive attack depending on how they're starting it. So Cafe, I think, is going to be a really good map here for the second map to play out. And I reckon it's just going to be a good one, Panda. It really is.
Well, it should be. I mean, we saw a lot of, Reflexity playing outside the map and going to a map like Cafe. I'm expecting jump outs. I'm expecting spawn peaks. I am expecting traditional C's aggression right now. But, I mean, look, a 6-8 scoreline doesn't really reveal a heck of a lot, especially on a map that is as new as Border. I mean, in mind, and you're having watched Siege alongside me and all the rest of it. Cafe, do you reckon that, that aggressive play style will be the favoured one?
I definitely think that to a certain degree, the aggressiveness is going to be a big thing for the Cafe play here. The team starting on defense are really going to be wanting to put those rounds on the board early. Given the Valkyrie changes, though, Cafe aggression early round has definitely taken a bit of a hit. Obviously, with the cameras only lasting 10 seconds outside, they're not as viable as previous seasons, but I still think if done correctly, obviously these guys know what they're doing. They have been playing at this level for a long time. So there is still going to be a possibility for that aggression, but Cafe is definitely going to enable that style of play a lot more as opposed to a map like maybe Oregon, for example. But Cafe is definitely going to be an interesting one to see how it pans out.
Well, we've already seen the rush play that happened on Tellers in Bathroom. So, I mean, look, reading Fireplace, there's a possibility we see it once again. I mean, in your mind, are we expecting a specific sort of score line on a map like Cafe with the changes that came in with the new season?
I'm going to lean, based on what we saw in the first map, obviously an 8-6 on one of the newer maps. I'd imagine on a map that has been around for a long time in a map pool, even after the rework, Cafe has seen a significant amount of play throughout many leagues, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, sort of similarly. So I'd imagine maybe a 7-5. I want to lean towards the team that's starting on defense if they can get them on the board early, but Cafe can also favour the attackers if they can actually get into the building. There's a lot of verticality to play with. So I'd imagine maybe a 7-5 and at max, I reckon the OT 8-6 is probably what's going to come out again for these two teams, given that we've already seen them 8-6. But yeah, probably a higher end to the score here, I think, for this one.
We are just waiting on confirmation on the back end to get on into the map. We saw some interesting stuff in that first map. I mean, you think the likes of Georgia, who, I mean, at one point on the attack was sitting in the site for a good 90 seconds before the defuser even got into the building. Not something you traditionally see. And hearing that, seeing what you saw, do you think maybe there is some coordination issues on the attack?
I mean, maybe sometimes site control can be used for good and bad. I mean, getting the bomb down as quickly might not be the issue. Sometimes you have to play for clears elsewhere. Comms could definitely be an issue going into this. It's something you do have to take into consideration. But at the end of the day, could have just been a misplay. Obviously, things can happen in a round for a competitive team. You lose a player here, you lose a hard breach there. You know, you don't have a certain piece of utility. I noticed that Osa seemed to be a big pivotal sort of character for that attacking side a couple of those rounds. So, you know, maybe Osa was elsewhere or they were waiting for that utility to come over. But comms are definitely one issue. And if we see it again, I'd imagine we would start to maybe lean towards something like that being the case. But I'd imagine it may have just been operator related or positioning related even. But that, again, could come down to strategical errors or something that went wrong during the round. So whether or not that plays out that way on Cafe like it did on Border is a completely different question. But it could definitely be something that is an issue.
Well, we are just waiting again, still on the push on it. I mean, look, it's Cafe. There's only so much you can read into it. We saw the Monty and the Flores band coming through. Mira Valkyrie on the defense. I would imagine we are going to see something similar. There we go. Confirmation. You love to hear it. Map is getting underway, Proto. We're going to be jumping on into Cafe Dostoevsky operator bands coming through. I mean, in your mind, off the bat, if you were to call it, what are you calling operator bands?
Probably, I'm going to stick with the Monty Flores for the attack because if teams are banning Monty, they're usually going to keep that up. And there we go. And then probably on the defense side of things, I'd have to say Cade, albeit Mirror is something I'm skeptical of saying, but I will say Mirror for the sake of the meta bands at the moment anyway. But yeah, that's probably what my guess is. I got the Monty right. And Thatcher over Flores. Unfortunate.
Also, apparently we have the wrong sides. Look, it's a siege thing. It happens. It's a siege thing. So once we get through the operator bands, I would imagine that we would then look to back out and get the server back into the appropriate format. But I mean, Monty Thatcher, understandable, nothing crazy out of the ordinary. But I mean, in terms of what it leaves up, is there anything that is inherently concerning?
Flores on Cafe has, within recent times, definitely proven to be, I would say, arguably better than Thatcher in pretty much all cases. Paired with verticality, Thatcher is pretty much negated in most cases. You can go below, you can clear things out with a buck or even a Gon 6 in the right place. Even nades from below now have become such a big thing. And with Flores on the board, I could possibly see a mute ban coming out here as the second defender, just to enable that Flores play a little bit more, because Flores can clear positions like Pixel Shield, Freezer Shield, Bathroom Shield, any sort of utility inside of the kitchen downstairs if the kitchen is the site, and loads of other really good uses for Flores on a map like Cafe. Plus, he brings a Claymore or Flashbangs, really good utility, and obviously 2x sight on the AR-33. You can't really go wrong in that instance. So Flores being on the board is definitely going to be a big thing for the team starting on defense, because if mute is banned, does that bring into the question, are they going to play the Mozzie? Are they going to play operators to directly deny that? Even the bandit wire, the bandit charge in the wire, is that something we're going to see as a return? Because the Flores can be a really big issue, and if not dealt with, can cause a lot of havoc in pretty much any instance on any site on this map. So Flores is pretty scary to see left up here for Cafe.
I mean, at the moment, we're still in our first best of 3 of the night. We've got another 2 to go, which, I mean, at the moment, it's not the latest in the Philippines at the moment. But, I mean, it's still a lot of Siege to be playing, especially if it goes full 3 maps. That's your minimum playing, 5 if you make it through to the next round of play in a best of 3 if the first one does go all the way. It's going to be an interesting time. Look, there's only so much you could read into it. We've only seen one map. It was border. It's new. It's a little bit different to some of the other ones. But, I mean, look, we've seen Monty. We've seen Thatcher. Means Flores is let through. Off that indication, are you expecting something different with your initial picks on the defense bands?
As I said, Mute could possibly be one of those following bands for the defense. Mozzie as well would also be pretty viable on a map like Cafe. You got that 3-floor roam game coming out. So taking information away from the defense is going to be a big thing. Valkyrie as well is something that I sort of think I may have overlooked in my initial predictions. Even though she has that new outside camera nerf, obviously inside the cameras are still really good, and with all the verticality that Cafe brings, even more deadly. So if used correctly, obviously Valkyrie can be pretty dangerous. Maybe we see Valkyrie go instead of the Cade. Cade isn't something that necessarily needs to be banned for Cafe. Same with Mira. She can be left up and can be dealt with relatively easily, especially with Flores on the board as well. Those positions can be cleared out in pair with that. So maybe I would say Valk Mute, Valk Mira, something along the lines for the bans here, or an information op like Mute and Mozzie or Mozzie. But yeah, I mean, the big thing is going to be that Flores, and I think we are going to see him played. I hope we're going to see him played, because leaving him up would sort of entail that is going to be the play. So we'll see how it pans out, though, Panda.
Well, I mean, look, we have confirmation that there is going to be a slightly longer delay in getting things sorted, so we'll throw it to a break. When we come back, we'll jump on into Cafe Dostoevsky. We'll see you back soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. but you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adult stable, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
おここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Well, Proto, we're jumping back into it, the upspan phase, and, well, that's different from last time. Interesting.
It is different from last time. Not too sure. That throws a bit of a spanner in pretty much everything that I was getting at, but the Monty is going to remain banned out. So Thatcher...
maybe it was an auto ban because they
possibly,
were like, hold on. Yeah,
possibly,
okay.
yeah, maybe.
All of a sudden
maybe.
it makes sense.
Jackal's there though. Jackal's now on the ban table. Monty is going to keep his rightful place there on the bench for this second map. And here's the defense. Valkyrie is going to go, so good thing I changed my mind on that one. But the last defender to follow from Onslaught here is going to be something I'm not too sure about. It will either be the Mirror or it will be the Mirror. So, okay, we were mostly correct, minus the Thatcher Panda. So all of that theory crafting we did wasn't for nothing.
Yeah, look, unfortunate for the Spaniards. Both banned out in the same map. But I mean, two pretty solid picks on this map. Going into things though, Onslaught on the defense first. Bar Cocktail to kick things off. I mean, no hint of the Flores yet. I mean, yes, there is a attack repick still to be played, but you would have thought someone would have flashed at the start.
Well, something of note, Thatcher and Flores both on the board. But something of note, the defense side are bringing Mute and Mozzie. So, kind of stunning that there is no Thatcher or... Okay, there we go. Pie Guy, thank you very much. Straight off the bat, no droning until he switches on to Thatcher, and there it is. So, Thatcher is at least being bought. Flores, the counterpart, not quite there just yet for Reflexity. Maybe it's an operator they're not comfortable playing, but maybe that is something that they're not necessarily wanting to bring in this kind of league, or even just for this map. Albeit Flores is very powerful, maybe it is an operator that they haven't practiced with or aren't too familiar with the utility of, whereas the Thatcher is more of the comfort pick. However, if we look at the repick side of things, Pie Guy's already switched back off onto Sledge. Nomad's being bought. Havana has been the only change for Reflexity here, so no Thatcher, no Flores, and no IQ, with a lot of utility on the board for Onslaught.
Yeah, I mean, an insane amount of utility, in fact, especially when my Jaeger both in play. That pixel position with the shield of element is going to be kind of scary. There's just so many factors that need to be calculated and, well, if not calculated, scanned out so they can start figuring out what the heck to do. There's a lot of uncertainty coming into this matchup, Proto. But I mean, again, I'm saying that defensive utility looking solid. But you look at Reflexity, they've also got a fairly solid attacker lineup too.
They definitely do have all the tools really required here for good attack. I mean, Fink are one of the more meta operators right now, bringing that LMG, as well as Sophia bringing the LMG as well. Got the flanks covered with the Nomad Sledge for the vertical that's required for the top floor, albeit not much. One of the Nitros is going to be used right now. Jer on his first attempt at that explosive kill, not going to find it. But I mean, the lineup that Reflexity have here is one that can definitely get the job done on the top floor. I'd imagine we'll see some changes for the floors below, but right now, I mean, this is solid. You cannot really pick any fault with what Reflexity has brought here in round one.
Looks like one pixel at least, and one even deeper into the Christmas Lounge position. That Wemai could prove a bit of a nuisance, especially considering Reflexity can't quite establish an angle onto him just yet. They will pop that piano window, trying to counteract whoever is sitting in the middle of the room. I believe it was probably Incognito. But right now, tucked in away, the Mute Gem is cleared off the wall as well, plus a couple of extra bits of utility, icing on the cake for Reflexity.
That was huge for KVZ. Got, I believe, one Jaeger Child, one Might, and the Mute. However, not the frag onto the Jaeger playing tucked just behind Drinks here. So Incognito has a really good position for his team, but it might be the off for the swing here, possibly to try and clear this player out. I mean, there is only a minute left for Reflexity here. 2 minutes has been spent, and they still haven't cleared either of these shield positions. There will be the first frag for Pygo, though, looking for the second. We'll see the player at Pixel, but no, he is there to take down Pygo. The rappel in as well is going to get the down onto Slurpee. Hasn't been fragged out just yet, and coming into the last 45 seconds, this is not looking good for the defense.
It's unfortunate. I mean, there's the possibility for a pickup. They did actually take Jer out of the equation early on, so no nitrous help from him, and Chuggies is gone. That's not ideal. They, in fact, commit the nano boost to get Slurpee up, it would seem. That's not ideal at all. An Element taking Chris out of the equation, even worse so, in fact. Heading to the final 26, Element falls. It is that P10 Donny. Type 89 coming in clutch again. Slurpee. How does Crow get two there as KVZ falls? P10 Donny's clutched up before. Will be on the plant in the final 15, looking for an angle. He's forced back onto that new belt position just for the moment. He's going to pull into the middle of the site, going deeper. Doesn't know that Chuggy's left. He's going to get the spray, but not the kill. A messy round, but a round one nonetheless. Onslaught somehow pull it back.
Very well done from them as well. I mean, in a 4 versus 3, and you'd lost most of your nitros on the board for denial. I mean, that should arguably have been a Reflexity round, but the issue for them at the end of that round is all of those positions, the power positions that Onslaught had set up, were not cleared. Freezer was still in play for the defense. Pixel was still in play for the defense in the last 30 seconds, which is something you don't usually see towards the end of a top floor cafe defense. And arguably, I would have to say that is probably what netted them that round. They had all of these positions still available to deny the plant. We saw the swing from Chuggy deep into the site to try and cut that off, as well as the cross from deep inside of Pixel from Crow. And everything sort of just fell apart there from Reflexity, even having that man advantage going into those last 30 seconds. But with top floor now in the bag, Onslaught going downstairs to kitchen with a relatively similar lineup. However, some alterations. No Mute, no Mozzie, but no Flores, no Thatcher still from Reflexity.
Well, I mean, look, they had the option. They did for a brief moment, but it's not there anymore. All the changes, fairly solid for Onslaught as well. It's exactly the direction you want to be pushing in. And that first round going not at all how I think Reflexity would have anticipated. We are going to see quite a standard setup, though, in terms of the defense for this downstairs hold. No real shot at smash grab. That's probably coming in that second floor defense. But you look at the Onslaught defenders. There is such a heavy spread upstairs.
It's going to be, I think it is going to be a heavy top down here for Reflexity. They're really going to be wanting to rely on Pie Guy here to open up the roof, get those cage charges off, and clear out any extra utility that they can find for themselves. Because, as we've already mentioned, without the Thatcher on the board, even just by himself, clearing that utility is going to be quite difficult unless they have some way of doing it, and I think they are going to be relying on Pie Guy here. So it is going to have to be a full top down, but with all of these roamers in play for Onslaught already starting to clear the drone utility and starting to put pressure on these attacks before they've even made it in. I mean, look, Panda, a minute has now gone by, and nobody from Reflexity is even in the building yet.
You got to wonder if maybe they're doing themselves a bit of a disjustice, knowing that Flores is on the board but is not being utilised. Okay, unfortunate there from Incognito, living up to his name for a moment, then shoots the drone and misses, pulls back defensively. I mean, this is exactly what you want from your roamers. You don't have to heavy commit to a position. You're just there wasting time. You get back, and they will lose Chuggy, unfortunately, as they do look to push on into the building, finally. But, I mean, that's a minute 30 gone already, and they're still on the third floor.
Yeah, half a round for one frag arguably is the Wamai, so getting rid of some of that time charge utility is going to be good for them in the later part of the round, but that's if they even can get down to the site by then. I mean, Incognito now going down as well obviously is going to make things a lot easier. KBZ on that Verpia doing his job quite well. Getting these flanks set up now as well is going to be Slurpee doing his job, and the vertical is starting to come out from Pygar. We see that off screen, the activation of the hammer there starting to open up the floor inside of Dining and Mining. Opening up that site, trying to get angles onto where these Cade Claws are, getting ready for the Havanas. We hear them being used in the background. But everything is right now for Reflexity, setting up for this site take to get ready to put the bomb on the floor, well, to try and get their first round.
Ideally, I mean, honestly, they could probably just win it off frags if they would have forced it, but Element with a hell of a nitro takes out KVZ. Just trying to do the job that it was taking Pie Guy too long to do. These vert angles now starting to be well established above the site, but with 30 seconds remaining, they've got to force the issue and into toxic canisters as well. This is not an ideal situation for a Reflexity product.
No, Gon6 to come out. Flashbangs now as well for the hat shop. However, Slurpee will find one onto Element. Havana, a little bit of lag there, unfortunately. Jojo will clean up onto P10, and now in a 3 versus 2. They're going to have to get onto the site to open up this wall, but Slurpee's actually going to go down there, I believe, from Kochek Crow on a good crossfire. There's only 8 seconds, Panda, and they need to get into the site here. Going to make their way deep. Going to go for the plant on the ovens. And now, the cover from Chris is going to have to be the first thing. No adrenal surges to get the down teammate up. Has to hold the cross. Bomb's going to go down. However, Jojo's going to walk on in and find the kill on the Pie Guy, leaving Chris in a 1 versus 1 now, taking down Jojo. He's going to get downed and finished off by Crow. What a retake from Onslaught in the post plan.
Can we just talk about for a moment how Onslaught had absolutely no right to win that round?
No.
Crow was in Kochek. He gets it down onto Slurpee, doesn't follow up. Rotates towards VIP. Realizes that they're in and planting. Rotates back through to Kochek, leaving I mean, your poor Smoke to try and clutch up. Luckily, he got one kill before he goes down, so waste that time. And then the rotate all the way through Kocha, in through that double, and then back in to deny the round away. I mean, that was just... anything that could have gone wrong was just narrowly avoided.
The one thing I would love to commend is Jurjo being able to sneak up on the planter. How did Chris not hear that player in close proximity coming out there? To up on a map like Cafe, the aggression is already something that we've seen. I mean, even in that post plant, down a player in the previous round, down 2 players, and still coming out on top of both of those rounds with the victory is definitely something that you have to take into consideration here for Onslaught. Starting on the defense has definitely been something that has allowed them to dictate the speed of gameplay that they want to play. If they can get that aggression on the board and get those rounds on the board, I mean, Onslaught is setting themselves up here for a possibility of map 3. And if you're a Reflexity or a Reflexity fan, obviously that is something that you don't want to see. But given that they have that map advantage already, they do have the ability to let one slip if it is required. Obviously, they're having some connection issues with one of their players at the moment, just like we did with our fellow caster. So maybe it's just a trend of the evening. We are calling for a rehost now because he cannot reconnect, which is unfortunate. But I mean, Panda, 2-0 on the rehost is pretty good.
Well, unfortunately, once again, we will have to send to a quick break while we get all of this sorted. When we come back, we'll jump on into round 3 of Cafe Dostoevsky. We'll be back very soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Sofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
伏せて。ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？
手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
And we're back, Proto, into round 3, onto the second floor to kick things off here between Reflexity and Onslaught. Look, initial impressions, we've seen two rounds that have gone Onslaught's way. How do you rate their defense?
Pretty solid so far. Really, really well, albeit 2 rounds that Reflexity arguably should have walked away, given how they attacked it, man advantage, bomb going down, all of that. But Onslaught have just managed to pull back from the ashes and clutch up these rounds. So their clutch ability is definitely very good. You do have to give them that. The question now will be, can they make it a flawless 3 rounds in a row with the sights, or are they going to, well, lose their first round? Are Reflexy going to pick themselves up and put a round on the board? I mean, we are still yet to see Thatcher or Flores in play for Reflexity at all in any capacity. We did see the Blitz being teamed by Slurpee, but obviously I'm pretty sure that was just a meme pick to switch off on, and the Yana is going to be brought instead. So at the moment, Reflexity kind of lacking behind, especially after walking away with game 1. But again, we can't really talk too much about that first game because it was an 8-6. So it was really anybody's game at that point going into that last couple of rounds, Panda from 6-6. So Onslaught definitely setting themselves up here to do some good work on map number 2.
And of course, yeah, going to overtime, there's 2-4-2 defenses trades. So both teams showing that they have the prowess on their defense to start racking the score up, which, I mean, you'd have to imagine is some indication that when Reflexity transition over the second half, given it is their map pick, they should be feeling that a little bit more comfortable as well. As you'd expect, second floor hold and the top down clear will get underway in just moments. Reflexity beelining for those hatches.
Obviously, they're going to want to get the soft breaching in as quick as they can, but in saying that, Crow is going to be the first player to fall, disconnecting from the lobby there, unfortunately. Will hopefully get him back in shortly, but either way, one player now down for Onslaught, which is going to be a good start for Reflexity, albeit we know that the man advantage is something that hasn't necessarily been netting them direct rounds, and with the pulse in play here for Onslaught, Incognito can do some big damage downstairs with that cardiac sensor, especially with Chugi close by, to try and get that assisting Nitro Cell if he can make it back to the bomb site. But Reflexity, they're playing it quite slow, they know what they want to do. They're just setting themselves up here so that they're relatively safe when they make it an entrance into the building.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, the timing of that was a bit rough. Losing out on Old Crow the way that they did. But you got to make do. You got to carry on. Realistically, it's not the end of the world for either of these teams. Jurjer finds the opener, and all of a sudden, we're back at 4-4. Unfortunately, Jurjer tagged up quite heavy in that same moment. Means that he will be down in the Cigar as well. Not quite connecting the shot, so it means a bit of time wasted. There we go. Finally finished off. So that player advantage is there again. We almost see one team killed out. But Element finally shut down by P10 Donny, who gets aggressive through that new balcony angle. And unfortunately, you've lost your alibi. You've lost your castle as well. But it does look like that connection issues aren't purely a problem for Onslaught.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be a little bit of jumping around here for P10 as well. Crow has finally made his way back into the lobby, so that is a good thing. But one Nitro left for Onslaught to work with, 4 players to find. The cardiac sensor still in play for Incognito, so they're going to have a good idea of where this push is going to be centered for the last 45 seconds. They're trying to gather some of the information on the bomb site here to, well, sort of dedicate where they're going to throw their utility. We will see the opening of the double reading wall here. Incognito is going to go down in the process, but it's only 30 seconds left, Panda, in a 1 versus 4, and, well, there you go. Final player to go down, Slurpee to finish things off, and Reflexity will find their first finally.
Oh boy, what an angle to find the final kill in. Look, I don't think I can count that disconnect as much of a deciding factor in that round. Yes, it's unfortunate to lose Crow, but on the whole, Reflexity mounted a very, very solid attack. They took their ones, they took the kills they needed to, they got the positions they needed to, and I mean, just everything sort of fell in place for them. So I would be willing to bet that 9 times out of 10 that round plays out the exact same way, whether there's 4 or 5 players in the server for Onslaught. Now though, we head into the 4th, and Proto, well, it means that we are going to be heading back upstairs. Now the 3rd floor bar and cocktail is opened up again.
And this is a site that Onslaught definitely seem very comfy on. So that is going to be good for them. Obviously, now losing that round, they didn't make the flawless site rotation, which is a bit of a shame, albeit. Top floor is one of those stronger sides. But something that is interesting being brought along here is Element on the Frost. Obviously, the shield, I'd imagine, is what she is being employed for here in this strategy, as well as obviously the mats that can have some effect. But at this level of play, usually you don't see too many Frost mats being as big of an issue. Sorry. But something as well, Panda, Slurpee has finally decided to let Flores out of his cage. And this is the first round that we are going to see him played in this match.
P10 Donny, just talking a bit in chat. I'm a loyal customer of the Mozzie drone snatch shop. So yeah, look, lost one, handed it over, paid respect where respect is due. Chuggy is going to be using his drone for, I hope, the remainder of the round. Although, look, Proto, you and I know, chances are, as soon as that drone was captured, a teammate shot it, because that's just how it goes.
Yeah. Especially in ANZ casual stage, it always happens. You never get to play with the Mozzie drone once you take it, so I'd imagine that's the case, albeit Nitros are definitely on the board here. No smoke for Denial, which is something of interest on the side of Onslaught, albeit a minute now used here by Reflexity, just gathering their intel. They're very, very thorough with their drones. They want to know exactly what they're pushing into, and they have done this pretty much every round, Panda. I mean, the first minute of most of these rounds played out has been dedicated to just information gathering now, with Incognito is going to be spotted out by KVZ there on the rappel from Piano. So that is going to be the drinks play cleared out a little bit too deep this time, unfortunately, but that is a good opening pick to find to give you that man advantage in, well, the first half of the round.
Unfortunate loss, but it's only a Jaeger. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but that gun definitely in the hands of Incognito. Could have done some work going with the remainder of the round. We head into the halfway mark of round 4, obviously. And with that pick, reflects that he can start to get inside the building. Although historically, they've been a team that does take their sweet time with it. P10 Donny shuts down Gerger. That's your mute as well. Another Nitro off the board. And the second one committed there. Chris just absolutely ripping apart Onslaught here. I don't know what happened in the first two, Proto, but all of a sudden it is all Reflexity. And there are 2 players remaining for Onslaught.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 rounds really shaky, but Reflexity really turned things around here. Crow getting some good damage on the Pie guy. The Adrenal Surge there to come in to cover. Slurpy's going to find Crow, though, for the first and leaving Element. The 1 versus 5, he will find the down on a P10 Donny. Actually, as well onto Chris somehow through the wall, but it's not enough to confirm either of these players, and they are going to be picked up relatively quickly by their teammates. Going to go for the shotgun finish here. Unfortunately, not going to find the player through the wall. Now both being back in the fray. With only 40 seconds left, the 1v5 is something that players dream about clutching, but can Element do it?
I would have to hazard a guess. I'm not sure if it was actually Element that downed the Finker. I think it was maybe a team kill, and it will result in a flawless for Reflexity, who are able to equalise that round count. Yeah, look, I would be willing to put money down, but I think that there was a team down rather than Element lining it up.
We give it to Element. He can have credit for it. That's fine.
It doesn't matter. He didn't kill him.
Yeah, he didn't get either. So stats not padded there in the clutch, unfortunately, for Element. But, he tried. He tried his best. 2 down is better than nothing done at all. So you do have to sort of tip your hat in that regard. But Reflexity, that is 2 very strong rounds, back-to-back, that have put them now at an equal comparison once again and put them back in the running to possibly take map 2 here with the momentum they've now gained. Obviously, Flores didn't really have much of an impact that round, but in saying that, we haven't seen much of that pixel extension / bathroom shield / freezer shield for Onslaught. So I'd imagine Reflexity are probably just going to switch back off of the Flores play and go back to what they were doing, because I'm pretty sure Flores didn't even use a single drone that round, if I'm not wrong. So probably the smartest thing? No, there we go. Sleepy teasing him, but the Yana, I think, is going to be the favour here.
Not every day you see Flores used for flank watch, but hey, today is that day. Reading room fireplace on the cards. You go to 3rd floor setup now to try and hold Onslaught. I mean, they're going... Oh, look, they were going with what worked last time, but Chuggy has been tagged in the shot. I mean, look, it's not all of his health, but it is still a decent chunk of it. That's what, 1 extra shot that he's not going to be able to take.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate for Chuggy, really, especially being the player that's going to be in one of those vulnerable positions on this type of extension. But obviously his Nitro is going to be, I think, the biggest thing that, Onslaught are going to be wanting to keep safe, given that, as mentioned, Pulse with the cardiac sensor, it's going to be what they're trying to hold on to. Clearing out the utility, though, good way to start things off. But again, Reflexity using their drones, the Ana clone coming in, clearing out this utility slow as they go. But it is efficient. 2 rounds in a row now, Panda. They have been pretty much unanswered, and it is showing in the way that they're playing.
Well, it's an info game that has transitioned into a push or an advantage or anything, really. And we're on the hunt for this drone, and somehow Slurpy's going to get it in behind the castle barricade. And that is not worth the investment to pull it down to try and get the kill on a little bit of information gathering utility. Reflexity, I mean, they definitely feel like they lost a little bit of momentum at the start of the map, but they're feeling like they're back in their groove.
Yeah, they definitely seem to have themselves sort of cut out and know what they're doing now. Obviously, this player down in Pillars still have Cocktail yet to clear with the Pulse downstairs as well. Things are going to be difficult, but I believe KVZ on the windows paired with here is actually going to find the Pulse. So the cardiac sensor removed. However, Elements will find High Guy. So that is your soft breach gone. Element actually finds a second, but KVZ, that equalized, Crow's going to fall, but a very quick 3 versus 3 in the space of 30 seconds. This play is actually retaken upstairs, yet to be taken down. Gerger is going to find the kill and get away. Slurpy running out of ammo on the ARX. Can't quite get the job done.
Rotating around, that's diffuser control well and truly in hand for Onslaught. They have the player advantage as well. Never mind. Back equal as Chris just saunters on in and shuts down Gerger. Now it's a matter of information. What info do they have on these defenders? Can they go for that pickup? There is a Nitro cell in play. I don't know if Onslaught is in position to do anything with it. Doesn't look like it. I believe it was Element down and dark at the moment. With 37 seconds remaining, they've got to go for the push. This Gemini is just invaluable. The fact that Slurp is still alive is huge. Unfortunately, no nano boost for frag grenade somehow.
A lot of explosive utility, definitely, to try and make something happen here. They are going to use one to open up the hatch. It's going to be a launcher drop here, which is a good read because one player deep inside of pillars with that castle barricade covering the door. Going to give them some cover into the site here, however, easily pulled down, and obviously they will be in the site. They're going to have to cross on in. They are going to make it all the way deep. The bomb's going to start to go down. Will spot the first. A lovely shot from Slurpee to finish off Chuggy. Now Element in a 1 versus 2. He's either going to have to force the peek or pull the door down. He's going to force the peek, and Slurpee's there with a great coverage for the planter. Reflexity, really well done, especially after that attempted retake on the top floor from Onslaught.
Again, it's these setups that is just working against Onslaught. By all rights, that should have been a round that they picked up. It was a great start for them. They found some key frags, but ultimately it really didn't count for much as all of a sudden Reflexity were able to answer back bit by bit. They got into the site. That castle barricade on the reading Christmas tree door was literally Reflexity's biggest tool.
It's huge. It really was. That castle barricade single-handedly there kind of just completely enabled Reflexity to do pretty much anything they wanted inside that reading site. I mean, all that was really required there as Slurpee was to hold that 1 point of entry, and that was pretty much it. They had the laundry control previously when they dropped down, and then obviously holding that Whitehall door, he can see the bottom of the stairs. He can see the door into laundry. So all he has to worry about while his teammate plans in the safe position behind the castle is who's coming through the reading door. The wall behind him is reinforced. Everything is good to go. And Reflexity, they just played right into that. That's all they needed to do to win that round, and it is exactly what they did. And now here we are. They take the lead with the 3-2 on Onslaught. If they're going to want to make this doable, they're going to have to find the 3-3 here before they go into the split, because Cafe, starting on the defense, is where you want to get most of your rounds, and, well, Reflexity are currently in the lead.
I mean, the crazy thing is, I just noticed that, watching, that second attempt at reading for fireplace site, the change came. So they didn't bother opening up the foot angles through the bottom of that reading door, and that's what allowed Slurpee to hold the angle the way he did. There was no ability to contest it from the hallway, which definitely, I mean, I would imagine Element might have been able to make something happen were those footholds there, but second time around, maybe a bit of a misplay in the setup or just a mistiming or something along those lines. But right now, final round of the half, product. We're back down to kitchen. And I mean, look, again, solid setup. It's a matter of how things play out, whether or not Onslaught can take us to a third map.
Well, I think the call has been made. I think it's just going to be a rush onto the site here, or at least attempt to quickly open up this main wall with finding that first pie guy straight into prep.
No.
He's actually going to... No, the castle's there as well, so they've just completely cut off their rotate, and it is just going to be a force onto the site. Jojo is going to find one on the entry. The bomb's already going down, Panda. It's a 4 versus 4. It's kills back and forth. Incognito will take down KBZ. The smoke's now being deployed to attempt to stop this plant. The bomb has now gone down. P10's going to get out, but down in the process, Crow to take him out. It is now a retake, a 4 versus 2 for Onslaught. Bed very well. A 1 versus nothing. Jojo and Incognito to finish things off. Onslaught very well dealt with, but almost a really big misplay from them.
I don't know what to... So they bust onto the site. They pick up the first kill. Element dies. Pie Guy absolutely opens it up for them. Plant goes down behind the chassis. Their rotate through small bake is completely shut down by the castle barricade. Again, Onslaught had no right to win that. They did. Reflexity. They absolutely fumbled.
The one thing that I don't get is how the player from Red Hall was able to do so much damage onto the remaining Reflexity players after the first pick came out. The bomb going down, yes. The smoke's there, yes. Window player should have had that cross. And even still, maybe shooting the Cade Claw off the wall, opening up that wall and having that remaining player playing Cafe. I mean, the castle was still up at the end of the round. It was not ripped down. There was no flank to come out. Onslaught, yes, a very good retake, but one that, as you mentioned, shouldn't have happened. It should not have panned out that way for them, especially in the post plant. They had the bomb down. They had time on their side, but somehow, I'm not sure if it was over peaking, overextending, maybe all trying to rotate at once that cost all of the Reflexity players their lives, but something went gravely wrong for them on the exit of the bomb site there after getting that bomb down, and, well, it's cost them. But still, 3-3 is easy to do, especially now going on to the defense. So heads high going into the second half, but still a round that could have, well, very easily been theirs.
Look, I think I have to put it down to anything. It's overcommitment. They had just too many bodies in the side itself. No one playing deeper, more passively. Well, Chris, going to be tagged up just a little bit. That ARX does hit quite hard. And if you're not careful, it can mean your life. Luckily, though, Chris, remainder of the round is going to be his until he gets in the next gunfight, one would imagine. But right now, look at Onslaught. They're doing the legwork. They're getting themselves onto those windows, looking to set up some crosses. If I had to hazard a guess, it looks like they are going to try and smash grab this side.
Yeah, it's definitely setting up to be that way. A little bit of a similar start here for Onslaught as what we were seeing from Reflexity. Obviously, a lot of drone work coming out. They're trying to designate the positions of everyone on the team if they can, well, find those spots. But this is going to be a big nade. If you can bank it right off the window, it is going to force the white player away. So unfortunately, not quite in the right spot. However, I'd imagine it was trying to possibly maybe clear a shield top white there, or some form of utility, albeit no frags are going to be netted by that explosive utility. So Incognito now nadeless, does have the Gon 6 to play with, and the Adrenal Surge is obviously on the Finker with the LMG as well. So some good kit remaining, but a minute and a half, Panda, and I don't actually believe anyone is even in the building yet for Onslaught. Very similar to how we saw Reflexity playing their first sort of minute and a half.
Yeah, maybe just a bit of a weakness showing itself in the Filipino play style, but now they're in the Banshee, revealing positions, and Onslaught largely on windows, covering crosses, setting up angles, and finally they will push on into Cigar. How does Element win that? KVZ just offering himself up on a plate. Player in bathroom gone, which means Pixel now is completely vacated. Onslaught have somehow turned this into an advantage. Incognito's in for 2. No, not even in. How is that 2 kills from the cocktail window? Looking for a third. Can't find it. Pie Guy's there. Crow as well going to be tagged up. This is a mess of a round, Proto. And it's down to Pie Guy and Slurpee to clutch up with 45 on the clock.
Definitely doable on the defense side of things. You've got some of these positions remainder, but with Chuggy now finding that kill onto Pie Guy, things just got infinitely harder for Slurpee here. Calling the plant, and there you go, Element to find a second for him in that round, and that is very well played from the Nomad. But yeah, I mean, things just sort of falling apart there ultimately towards the end. I mean, really good start for them, but Onslaught just had the number, and they had the picks on the board to just sort of play for that aggression, and they did. They just sort of pushed players into positions that I think maybe Reflexity weren't necessarily ready to sort of deal with at the given time, and it just netted them some relatively free frags and ultimately the round conversion. So hats off to them. I mean, still no Flores, no Thatcher, and the attacking side is still doing really well without bringing either of these operators most of the rounds. But the Vigil now being bought by Pie Guy is something that's interesting, especially now that we have seen both teams very heavily reliant on drone information at the beginning of these rounds. So is the Vigil going to be a big brain play here for Pie Guy?
Well, I mean, this series has been close, and there's no doubt about that. Both teams have been pushing it. It's been kept scoreline reasonably close, and okay, interesting. They are going to be reinforcing off that long angle towards Whiskey, it would seem. Full reinforcement of the VIP garage. In fact, that's not something that you see every day, but obviously Reflexity coming in with a plan. They've got the VIP hold as well. They want to make sure it's as solid as possible, but I mean, it begs the question, yes, this series may have been close, but will it be the same case later down the line when they're facing the other teams in this qualifier?
Possibly. I mean, there are things that are going to have to be cleaned up, obviously, going into the latter parts of the qualifier. I mean, I believe after this game, depending on who wins, they will go on to play another one this evening. So fatigue is something else that we do have to take into consideration, let alone the issues that we've already seen start to manifest really in these first 2 matches. But I mean, Onslaught, they're setting themselves up well. They're starting to get a little bit more momentum. I mean, they won the last defense round. They won their first attacking round. So mental and morale have to be high here for them. But this is definitely a little bit quicker for them. I mean, I do believe we're setting up some positions yet. There we go. Bakery balcony. We do have some mining control, I believe, on the inside of things. So they're starting to get into the building a lot quicker than they previously were, which is a lot for them in time, well, time-wise, because there's no roam game from Reflexity here.
Maybe speaks to the confidence that Onslaught are now feeling. Obviously, they lose their own map pick. They head onto Reflexities, and they're obviously showing some more capabilities across the board, not just on defense, but now on the attack as well. The impact tossed red looking for an aggressive angle, but unfortunately, Flexity now has to deal with a big LMG thinker, the nade tossed deep towards red. Unfortunately, not going to find much of anything, given that I would imagine that his Pie Guy tucked at the very, very bottom of red stairs currently.
If Pie Guy can find a kill here, that is going to open things up big time for Reflexity, but this impact hole alone is just going to force Onslaught to think about things. But here's Pie Guy on the flank that I mentioned. He's good for 2. Still yet to be refragged out. He is deep inside the train. Now 3 for Pie Guy on the Vigil. That is insane. That is the CR7 coming out, but the nade to force him out. Chuggy is there. The refrag comes out, but it is too late. The damage has been done, and I said it at the start. Vigil is what was going to make the difference for this round, and here he comes. He did his work. Now he can rest. 2 versus 4 Panda, Onslaught. They're going to have to make a miracle happen.
Yeah, the little pop nade through the floor to try and expose his position. I mean, he wasn't on a significant amount of health anyway by the end of it, so it wasn't going to be a tall task to get him dealt with. But yeah, 2 versus 4. Chuggy, that's 1. He now needs 3, potentially 4 more if he wants a chance at taking this round and extending that lead even further. But I mean, honestly, I am surprised given the performance on border from Reflexity. This is a much more passive defensive lineup.
Yeah, it definitely is, minus the Pie Guy play. But I mean, 3 picks on the board. I don't think they really need to be sending people upstairs. KVZ to find 1 on the brown stairs, and now Crow in a 1 versus 4. Thermite's gun definitely has the ability to get the job done, but with only 5 seconds left, the peak on round, Smokes to come out. We'll find 1 on a P10 Donny, but KVZ is good for 2. And that is going to be the round on the board for Reflexity. A huge play from Pie Guy on the Vigil, and then KVZ to find the remaining 2 on the Jaeger. I mean, that is textbook roaming. You take the kills that you get, and then you play the site for the remainder of the round. Reflexity, perfectly done. Probably one of the best defense round roams we've seen so far in these 2 games. But I mean, that is what Reflexity needed to put them back on track.
I mean, the bizarre thing is, he impacted the mining wall. So they knew he was over this red side of the map. They didn't decide to set up any sort of flank watch, anything along those lines, knowing full well that Element was playing Nomad, mind you. And, I mean, it may have been a case there was an air jab, but there was still a second impact in pocket, and he was able to deal with it and clean up 3 kills. That's a bit of an oversight on the side of Onslaught.
Yeah, a little bit rough. I'm not too sure if Vigil came from red or white. Or even brown. Let's be honest, Pie Guy could have come from pretty much anywhere in that instance, but his cloaking ability, I want to argue, is probably some of the reason that he was able to pull that flank off. We have seen both of these teams extensively relying on drone utility. Nomad has been bought by both teams pretty much religiously, and the fact that Pie Guy snuck around all of that utility, getting into the back of train and killing 3 players before being refragged by Chuggy was huge. So if he can keep pulling plays like that off, albeit not on the Vigil this round, but if he can keep that style of play up, the unpredictability that was bought on that roam, then Onslaught are definitely going to be in for a bit of a trouble. But I mean, it is the repeat of Border really, Panda, so far. It is back and forth Rainbow that we saw on Border. I mean, 5-5, 6-6, then 8-6. I mean, we're definitely setting up here for a possibility at another Max OT game.
Oh dear. I mean, yeah, I think it's not quite that unbridled aggression which we've become accustomed to from, C's. They're known for their tenacity and aggression. And Slurpee, maybe looking for a bit of that, yeah. Jumped out the white window, hit with the air jab, and was dealt with summarily by Incognito. But this is a region that has made a name for itself in its hyper-aggression, its ability to follow up that audacity almost with fragging capabilities. And we are seeing both these teams play a little bit more hesitantly, but Incognito, again, all of a sudden I've been talking about the lack of aggression and audacity, and, Reflexity have just lost 3 players from outside this eastern side of the building.
Yeah, little bit rough there. However, Element now to find the 4th, leaving Chris in a 1 versus 5. Again, something that every player wishes they could pull off. But with no Rotate or Rio, it's going to be a difficult position for him to pull off here. We'll find the first bomb now going down, but the position now given away here for the remaining player on Reflexity, and he's going to have to find all 4. We'll spot the Zofia going deep in a freezer. Flashbangs there, but Chuggy on the long angle is going to be the one to find P10. He's going to go down an Onslaught. That was almost a flawless round for them. Very well executed.
Imagine having a name like P10 Donny and then running the MK14. instead of the Roni. It's not cricket at the end of the day. But what is it right now? Onslaught, they have the lead on their opponent's map pick, 5-4 going into the 10th. It's Reading Room Fireplace, and I mean, we haven't yet seen this site in this half, given that, I mean, they tried third pool twice. Both times it's been won by Onslaught in the attack. The only site they've won so far in the defense is Kitchen for Reflexity.
Yeah, Reflexity after that round definitely need to go to something that I think they're a little bit more comfortable on. This site was something that we'd seen them attempt and was pretty good, but I mean, it is coming down to the big question now is this going to continue to be a back and forth game, or are Onslaught going to just sort of start walking away with these rounds? I mean, 5-4, yes, but are they going to make it to that 6-4 to really put the pressure on Reflexity, who, when taken to match point, might possibly, make things a little bit difficult for them. But stress is obviously a big thing. The implementation of Castle, though, in these strategies seems to be a bit more of a hindrance as opposed to a benefit, I think, for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's hardly been noticeable any sort of real vertical pressure that's been put on Reflexity thanks to the Sledge's efforts right now. But remember that frag grenade flushed out Pie Guy after his rampage and train. So, I mean, you take those small victories where you can right now. Onslaught getting themselves onto the roof. They want to start that top-down clear, and we can see they can't. We can't. The upstairs presence already for Reflexity.
So it is quite noticeable here for Reflexity, and it's going to be difficult to clear out properly. I mean, they do have some good utility to deal with it. They have the air jabs, flashbangs, grenades, all available to use for them, especially with Chuggy on that sledge, who's been doing so good at the moment. But Incognito, I mean, the fragger right now, popping off 7 and 6, really doing some good work. So it's going to be a tough clear, especially with the player deep inside of that little cigar cutout box. He is going to be in there. And we saw that position do some really big damage on the previous side of defense. I believe it was Georgia on the castle inside that position. And if gone unchecked, Onslaught could be in for a world of hurt. Obviously, the mute jam is in play, making him relatively invisible. But, I mean, they've sort of droned out the side is clear here, and we could be on for a little bit of aggressive sort of just rush play into the site here.
Yeah, pings are coming through, so they are starting to get an idea of the defensive setup that Reflexity are bringing. But I mean, it's felt more and more round to round that Onslaught have gauged what Reflexity are bringing. They have their number, and they know how to make those adaptations on the fly for what they need to overcome the obstacles that are in their way. But right now, look, we'll have to see Incognito. I mean, Incognito has sat on how many windows now and found how many frags unpunished?
A lot, Panda, a lot. But I do think it is going to be a rush onto the site here. They have droned out a lot. They have the crossfire now set up, obviously, with Incognito on the window and the cover there from Chuggy as well. So they have actually taken all the way through the train. So they are sort of setting up for a fireplace execute here. They just need to get in and get the bomb down. But with these head angles opened up, obviously players on the board, things are going to be difficult. But there it is from above. They forfeit opening up those vertical holes and clearing out those players upstairs. Chuggy will find one to equalize, but the damage has already been done inside of train. They are starting to make their way into dining. Chris has gotten deep, and the bomb is now going down. The swing, though, from Pygate to find the first on white stairs. The bomb's going to be stuck. The crossfire is now here. Element needs to find the player. Will spot out Pygate and finish the job, but the bomb now down. It's a post plant in a 3v3.
Once again, somehow they've just been able to sneak their way on in, but Slurpee, that's exactly the sort of shots you need to be hitting. It's Crow now stuck, literally standing on the diffuser and Incognito on that window. So a stray headshot would be enough, and they don't necessarily have the coverage to deny any sort of run out from VIP either. That's a little bit concerning. Two players you can see rotating on through. Nitro to the window, trying to deter Incognito, but it's a straight rush through. It's a feed from Slurpee. Now they find P10 Donny. They get the answer back. Incognito's down. There's not a lot of time to work with. The player through. Crow wins it anyway. And even if he hadn't, it would have been an Onslaught round. The tactical timeout call for Reflexity. Understandable.
Yeah, I'd be calling the tac timeout now. Obviously, being on match point is not something that you want as a Reflexity player. That round, honestly, mistakes were made. They had players in really good positions to deny all of the push onto the site there, but forfeiting that hatch or dying on that hatch, I'm not too sure what happened to the castle player there in that position, but it just allowed the planter and obviously the rest of the players to just make it onto the site, get that bomb down, and then pretty much post plan from there is, well, in that instance, unfortunately, not winnable there for Reflexity in the post plan. It was a very difficult one to clutch out. Yes, they got it down to the 1v1, but the time was just not there. They took too long getting back onto the site, and very well read though by Onslaught to get right into the bomb site through mining, all the way through into dining, and bomb was down, and that was it. It was round over. So again, hats off to Onslaught for reading that play. I mean, forfeiting the vertical was a big issue, but it didn't turn around to bite them too hard in the end. So worked out.
Indeed, it did. But I mean, look. Oh, unfortunate. We've just lost Georgia. So I would imagine that is going to be a rehost. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Actually, no, because he's an attacker.
No, round started,
but he's also an attacker, so he should be able to get back in and not suffer any consequences, I would imagine.
No, I do believe he doesn't get his operator. He gets straight on spectator after rehost,
even if he had picked with the attack repick.
I believe so. Oh, maybe with the repick. I'm not too sure. I haven't actually seen an instance where that works, but I think you have to lock into repick.
You'd also have to be back within the next 2 seconds for it to matter.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, because well, he's not. So I'd imagine there isn't even going to be an attempt at repick here for Crow, but sorry, not for Crow, for Jerjer. But I mean, Thermite being bought is going to be the only 6 pick we do see, and that utility is going to be used to some degree. Spawn Peak being opened up here by Reflexity, and Pie Guy back on that Vigil. So looking to secure the round now already with the man advantage, and you'd hope that is the case for Reflexity here. But Onslaught, unfortunate. Obviously, on match point, you want to close things out as quick as you can, but Reflexity are going to be fighting for that 6-6 to take it to OT, especially now that they have a small little break, some release of pressure off of the neck. But I mean, it could go anyway, Panda. We have seen it multiple rounds against these two teams so far, so hard to say.
It's really unfortunate. Already having reached that rehost limit as well means that they just got to carry on. And Reflexity not gonna give them that opportunity to come back. Won't play the gentleman card. They know what's at stake, and they're not going to squander this opportunity. First minute gone. They've lost one, but they answer back. So almost negligent, but Pie Guy back on the Vigil. We just hyped it up, but he's got his revenge on Chuggy too.
Yes, no nades, no pushing out. Very well done, but he's good for more, I think, Panda. More than just the one. If he can find Incognito here, possibly even Element, this could be huge on the roam, but repelling on in, gonna go for the hatches.
They've made good time.
Yeah, they have. Really good time compared to what we've seen so far.
Well, at the moment, 4 versus 3. Basically the same margin that we started the round at. But Incognito, interesting. They must have heard some call that there was a player heading towards Pixel or White Hallway. So a bit of a nade usage there that may have been unnecessary and may cost them later on the round. We'll have to wait and see. But you could see Onslaught, I mean, just imagine the frustration in the camp at the moment. And Georgia's not back in just yet. So it may be a case we will have to pause at the start of the next round to try and get him back in. Otherwise, they may have to play this out 4v5.
It might be the case, and it's going to be a real shame if that is what ends up happening. But Pie Guy still, I believe, on the top floor, or at least the second on this roam here, could prove to be a big nuisance when it comes to the end of the round if he is still upstairs. We did see him up there moments ago. However, I think he may have fallen back to the bomb site. But 30 seconds left. Versus 4 on site. Jerjer finally returns to help his team on cans for the last 30 seconds. But it is going to have to be a force, I think, through Freezer here, Panda, to try and get this bomb down.
I mean, very shallow drone there from Crow. He knows he doesn't really have the time to be messing around, but that may have been all the info they needed to get that drop into hatch. There's a player just tucked in by the bomb chassis waiting for them, of course. Little pop flash off the wall. Crow heading towards White says, oh, that's not at all what you want at the moment. The bomb rush. There's no one there except Slurpee tucked into a corner. He finds one. P10 Donnie's good for one. But it's a flurry of trades that ends up with the Reflexity taking the round. And again, I could not possibly speak to the impact of that disconnect.
Yeah, that was huge for Reflexity. They needed that to to get them back on track, it puts them one round away from equalizing here to take them to OT, which is something that they really need here if they want to obviously walk away with the game without having to play a third and put them in the next matchup for the evening. But it is going to be difficult to say whether or not it is going to be the case. I mean, we've seen disconnects from both teams. So whether or not someone's internet gives out now is the big question, and whose internet gives out. If it's a player from Reflexity, big issue. But if it's an Onslaught player, then Reflexity, they're going to be laughing all the way to the bank, because that round looked pretty flawless for them, minus the couple of picks that they did lose. Other than that, I mean, it was really well played. They played their advantage pretty much perfectly, and they're going to try and get to OT here with a site that we've already seen them do really well on. So, well, minus the fact that they let them into the back of the site. Other than that, the setup was great, and the execution was pretty good. But they're obviously aware of that play now, and I'd imagine they are going to cover their bases this time when it comes to the dining side of things.
Well, last round of regulation on the cards. Jurjert looking to repick from the Zofia onto the IQ. And with the lineup that we are currently seeing, obviously you've got a Legion, you've got a Mute, you've also then got the Cap Cannon Jaeger. So there is a lot of gadgetry in play, not to mention those proximity alarms that Chris is bringing as well. So this IQ could be the big brain pick they need to close the map out.
The IQ, something of note. I mean, an operator that we have seen pretty well, literally no play up until this point on Cafe, which it's good to see her finally coming out here with all the utility being bought by Reflexity, Legion, Mute, Capcan, Jaeger, all abilities that are, well, technically countered by IQ's scanner. So good to see the 6-pick there from Jurjer. Whether or not he will get to use the full extent of that utility is obviously the next question. However, utility starting to be cleared here. The castle barricade now wiped out on the top floor. Some flank cams being set up. So taking things slow and steady as they have been so far. But Reflexity, they're not really playing into it. They're playing a little bit more reserved this time, I think, as opposed to how they have been. But again, the player inside of the small cutout here with that mute jammer could be a big menace.
The scanner providing so much information about that utility setup, and unfortunately, from the looks of things, barring some intervention from a frag grenade device, that may not be a cleared wall for them to open up. And you can see the drones going on through, looking for that information desperately. But unfortunately, it's just the placement. It's a maze. It's a labyrinth. They do get the information they want, and that they can drop towards that top red position. But much more than that, I think they're limited in their options.
They still have no idea that this player is playing inside of the small cutout, I do believe. And there is the first to go down. Chuggy will be taken out. Slurpy's there, I believe. That was the player top red. He's good for 2. Shotgun in hand. We saw Kakin do it. Slurpy is now copying suit. He has the diffuser inside of his eyes as well. He's trying to find more.
No.
Jurjer knows that there's one close by, but he doesn't know the exact position. He's going to peek left. He needs to take the check here. We'll actually spot the player. Slurpy goes down, and he is going to fall. But through the one Habana hole that was made, Chris is there, leaving Element in a 1 versus 4. We'll spot the castle. We'll actually find the head as well of Chris. And a 1v3 with 40 seconds is definitely doable, but has to retrieve the kit and has to get onto site.
What a rather interesting series of events there. I mean, just jiggle peeked around the door, spot Slurpy, who does not get a chance to react. The opening's there. Diffuser control regained by Element, who now needs to find, 3 kills in the next 25 seconds. That will get the plant down and look for them after he gets it down. Not the ideal situation. He's got too many options and a cam on him as well, so they should have an idea of where he's going to be going. Player in, player waiting. KVZ can push us to OT here, Proto. Another one, back to back.
And that was a 5v5. So hats off to Reflexity. Very well done. That was the play from inside of cutout there. We saw Kakin do it in OCN. We've now seen Slurpy do it with the M590 as well. If uncleared, that position proves to be quite fruitful if you are a defender in there, especially with the shotgun type of armament. But I mean, again, not clearing that utility. I mean, what? They dropped into red at 140, Pando? It was a 4-man red hatch drop, and we obviously saw how it panned out for them. But again, unfortunately for Onslaught, the lack of information on that one position cost them everything.
What did it cost you? Everything. Unfortunately, though, for Onslaught, despite everything that's happened so far, they head into overtime. They will be playing 2 attacking rounds. Reflexity have the 2 defense to play out the 3. Plus, they also have the map advantage. So 2 rounds bags a win for Reflexity. They close out this best of 3 and get a bit of a break until our final best of 3 of the evening. But 2 rounds takes us to Villa and keeps their run alive a little bit longer.
Going to have to be 2 big rounds, Panda, though, given how Reflexity is starting to bite back. I mean, this, again, it has been very back and forth gameplay. We see this so often against teams that are evenly matched, but it is good to see some of these games sometimes. You love to see a good even matchup. Now, deciding against the Thermite utility here, Crow's going to hold on to that exothermic charge for a tad longer and opt to not open up the bottom white wall, possibly because they have designated that they would like to push somewhere else. Obviously not much in terms of hard breach being bought other than the Thermite, so they do have to be sparing relatively with their utility. But so far, we have seen a lot of movement on the outside of the building. We've seen different windows. We've seen 3 players go up to the roof and then back down again. It looks like they're setting up for a top floor hold, but they're sort of unsure about how to go about it.
Yeah, well,
okay.
That is
That's not good.
Not only is that not ideal, but it's also your thinker as well. So, no nano boost, no LMG. Even Pie Guy is a little bit stunned by that one. He was hoping to bag that frag for himself later on in the round, but it's not to be. No more stunning triple kill through mining. Just the 2 possible for the moment.
Just the 2 of us, indeed. That's unfortunate there. Incognito was one of the big fraggers for Onslaught as well, and had so much utility and so much in terms of Thinker LMG just being as good as it is right now, and, well, obviously no longer available in the match. It is going to have to be a rotate. We do still see 1 player upstairs for Reflexity through the wall there, holding things down. I believe that is Pie Guy on the Vigil, but Onslaught going to start opening up these vertical angles. Obviously, the hatch now opened as well. 1 exothermic remaining for Crow, so it'll either be for the freezer wall or the main wall, depending on what they want to do. But Vigil now spotted out. Whether or not Pie Guy knows that he's been spotted is a different question, because it doesn't seem like he has been. He's just creeping down the hall. No questions asked. We need some Pink Panther music on that. He will be spotted out. I believe Element is the one going for the kill here, but with only a minute left, Panda, they're going to have to kill this Roma, or he's going to be a big issue later on.
Chuggy's on the hunt for him, but he seems to have escaped capture for now, or death rather, which is probably the worst of the 2 situations, if I'm being really honest with myself. How? He's gotten away. Chuggy sprinted at him. He was on drone for so long, and they've realized that they haven't quite got the time to commit to clearing out that Roma. So there is an unknown quantity on the field for Reflexity that could well and truly upset. And actually, no, they have committed 1. Element on his own is upstairs, and that's 3 flashbangs as well. Needed to clear out utility. My God, Pie is wasting so much time. He's still snaking his way around. He's going to die, but he's left Element with 12 seconds to get down to the damn site. Jojo follows up, but Chuggy falls to Slurpee. Plant is going down. Element does get himself back in time to find a kill. The Plant is down. The clock resets, and KVZ, he's out of the equation. Slurpee finds himself dead and alone. How? How did Pygo waste all that time, but they still lose the round?
How did they get in? They must have just vaulted through freezer, planted coffee, and no one was there to tell them otherwise. I mean, there was no bakery presence, there was no red stairs presence, there was nothing. I am genuinely dumbfounded as to how they have made that work, albeit amazing for Onslaught, who have had such unfortunate events through these last few rounds, and it now puts them again on match point for the 2nd time in this game. But Reflexity on the attack again. They're going to have obviously 1 more chance to take it to OT, and then they will get defense for the final round. So that was a round that Reflexity should not have dropped, arguably, ladies and gentlemen. That is one that they should have closed out. But, I mean, Onslaught, they just obviously wanted that little bit more.
Well, 3rd floor. I mean, most recently on the Reflexity attack on the site, it was a flawless win. So, I mean, points. I don't know how much necessarily I think that's going to play into this round. I
Yeah.
think, honestly, we are looking down the barrel of Villa as attractive as a prospect that is. We're not. But, I mean, look, we see the Flores come into play once again. You talked about its potential in this matchup. We're hoping to see that one come through.
It'd be big if Reflexity can find 2 and obviously take it 2 maps in a row, obviously saving themselves from a third in terms of longevity. But Onslaught, I mean, they're going to be rather happy if they can get it to the third map. Obviously, they get that second chance. So either way, teams are going to be happy depending on how it plays out here. But at the moment, setting themselves up again, as we've seen them do pretty much every round on Cafe, very drone heavy, all on the roof pretty much, just using their utility where it is required. Soft breach, all amounts of drones. Here is one of the first Roteras I think I've seen when Flores has been brought into play, and he's going to be attempting to clear some utility on the site. Whether or not it is the Freezer Shield, it was close, but unfortunately due to the player playing in Shiko, he can't quite get that drone deep enough, and Slurpee, well, he's just going to hold the skylight angle here for a few moments.
One drone used. I mean, look, we didn't really get to see much drone usage last time it was in play, so hopefully Slurpee changes that just a little bit. And you can see he's on his drones now. Frag grenades in play also, but I think... No, okay, so he did manage to thread the needle. There was someone sitting below the skylight that had a shotgun in hand, and I wondered maybe if they'd shot the Rotero drone out before it could have any real impact. But, I mean, we got in 90 seconds of this round, and not a single shot is connected either way.
Yeah, no, there is not really much damage that has been sort of put on the board for either team. It is very slow, oddly slow actually for Reflexity, who have been, at this point, at least in the building, attempting to do something with the control that they've gained. But the Rotira now coming out here, I'd imagine going to try and clear this pixel position if there is a shield in play. Obviously now making their way into lounge, will spot out that the bathroom is obviously opened up Pixel as well, but Pixel player is not actually choosing to peek and has actually let Pie Guy get pretty deep into Pixel here and could actually swing and get a kill down White if Incognito isn't careful.
If there had been a little bit more support, they probably could have played off of that a little bit better, but Element falls. Slurpee there, and unfortunately Pie Guy decides to put his mouth around the barrel. Slurpee, for a second, is just in, looking to push deeper into the site, and Chris chiming over the shoulder, and all of a sudden, it plays out much the same as it did the last time, Proto. It's a bit of a sweep. Reflexity, we're going to full 15.
Final round. This is it. No more reattempts, no more reconnects, no more pauses. Nothing to come out for either of these teams. It is one
there
round.
Is another tech
Oh,
pause.
sorry. There is one more tech. No, there isn't. There isn't. There was both tech pauses were used, I believe, for the rehosts because there was no more rehosts. Either way, there might be one tech pause, albeit they have about no seconds left to use it because you can't pause it anymore. So there is nothing left, Panda. It's all been dried up. Any spare utility they had now forfeit, and this is it. The 15th round. Reflexity on the defense and Onslaught on the attack. Reflexity, I mean, it's 50-50, isn't it, to get us to 7-7, but their defenses, arguably, if Pie Guy can connect on this roam, I genuinely think it is going to be Reflexity that take it here, but Onslaught, they have proven that even in the face of adversity, they can get the job done. So I'm really torn between who I think is going to walk away with this, if I'm being completely honest with you, Panda, given how both of these teams have played and now both of these matches have gone pretty much full time.
I mean, big factors already on the board that we can tell will impact this round, whether or not Incognito eats his own frag grenade, and of course how much impact in the round Pie Guy can have that is then transitioned into an advantage. Look, I mean, it's bizarre that he was able to waste as much time as he was in the last attempt, but then for them to still lose it off the back of a quick flurry of kills that they were able to bag for themselves. Right now, though, I mean, it doesn't feel like there's any significant urgency in getting onto that third floor. In fact, the positioning would indicate to me this might be a first floor take.
Yeah, it genuinely might just be a horizontal straight into the site. I mean, it might not... it may not work out, but I mean, we saw one of the teams do it previously. They just walked through prep and got the bomb down. So, I mean, if they can do that again here and actually hold the post plant, then it's going to be big if they can pull that off. I don't think that is going to be the case here. They have a lot of utility in Bakery. Obviously, players playing a little bit close by as opposed to the previous attempt. But, I mean, a minute gone, again, teams using their drones a lot, extensively. Now finally make their way in. Good control. But, again, no frags, no damage dealt, no wall opened up just yet. It is still anyone's game, but I genuinely do think they are going to go for the same thing. It is going to be straight through prep here into the site. The wall obviously opened up is going to make things a lot easier, but it's going to be difficult to see how this one's going to play out now that they have that crossfire set up.
I'm confused. There was a Caden play, but it didn't look like there was actually an artillery on the wall. There was no one above to clear it out, and it will be a free Bakery wall opening. And all of a sudden, this is a wide open position to be contested. Slurpee takes a bit of that frag, but he's one of the lead fraggers for the team. So the longer that he can keep him alive, the better, ideally. We're heading into that final minute mark, and maybe that was where the play was made to open up the wall, but it's hard to say at the moment, given the positioning that we saw, whether that was the key factor in this wall being open. But, I mean, lines drawn in the sand. Looks like a game of dodgeball almost. Both teams were primed, ready to make that flush onto the site, but Element could be the one to upset that.
The verticality that Pie Guy had was so huge just now, but Onslaught sort of read into it. They have a player here attempting to try and hold those angles, but it is, I'm assuming, soon going to be a flood onto the site. Pie Guy sort of rotating his way back down Brown to get back to the bomb site as his team is starting to make their way in. Thinker with the pre-fire is going to hit the boost. And imagine this is where the push to come out. Pie Guy's going to go down. Chuggy's going to find the opener, and that is a good pick for Onslaught to find in the dying moments of this round. He's going to be almost good for a second. However, he's going to be won by the Jaeger. Jer for one. The bomb now to go down. It is going to have to be the retake here for Reflexity if they want to win this in a 3 versus 4. However, Jaeger spotted out. Element will find one. KVZ takes a lot of damage, and P10 Donny and KVZ are left in a 2v4.
The aggressive push on through from KVZ transitions into absolutely nothing. It's on P10. Donny spots the head, but with the SMG-11, somehow whips it around and finds the final shot into the skull of Incognito. Spots the player towards coat check. Can't quite hit the shot. M590 with the rush of reflex even. Spots the back of him, but can't quite hit the shots. Players encroaching on his position. SMG out, and he had to reload even. Onslaught. Take the round. Push us to Villa.
Map number 3 time. Reflexity just could not get the job done on their map. Really unfortunate, especially with the verticality they had there in the dying moments of that round. It was looking so good for them, but it just did not come to fruition. An Onslaught, they're going to bite back with a with a map of their own. Obviously, that is going to be big for them, sending us to number 3. And they are now going to have that second chance at redemption here, going for, well, all 3 maps now being played.
And look, we've gone Border, into Cafe, into now Villa, all 3 reasonably, strat-intensive maps. So going into this one, it's anyone's guess. But Proto, before we hit the break, what's your call? Do we reckon Reflexity can bring it back, or is it the reverse sweep and play?
That was... I honestly don't really know, Panda. We've seen 2 pretty much max OT games here for back-to-back, Border 8-6, now Cafe 8-7. I mean, Villa, it's anybody's game. If I had to guess, I would probably say Reflexity. They're going to have the moment now to sort of have that little talk that they need to talk about things and sort of start to feel out what they want to do going into the 3rd. But I mean, it's literally anybody's game. We have seen pretty much every round that we could have seen tonight played by both of these teams. So it is definitely starting to take a toll, I'd imagine, but we're going to see how that toll affects them going into the 3rd map.
All but one, 29 of a possible 30 played, and another map to go in this best 3. When we come back after the break, we jump on into Villa to see who walks on through this bracket. Is it Reflexity? Is it Onslaught? We will only find out when we get back. We'll see you soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play.
Did we ever grieve or cry? No.
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていると？私をそんな見ていたのか。
いえ、
でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えているぞ。
セテ！
お！
ここに。私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。
八幡さんが。ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Proto and I are here to jump on into map 3 of Reflexity, taking on Onslaught Gaming. Back-to-back takes of their opponents' map picks has resulted in the decider, that being Villa, of course, on the cards now. Do or die here, Proto, for their qualifier hopes.
Yeah, it is coming down to quite literally the last hope for both of these teams. The third and final map after this. One team is obviously either, well, on the way home or onto the second bracket. But either way, one team is going to be disappointed at the end of this map. And at the moment, I really couldn't tell you who it is because both of these teams have been pretty much neck and neck. I mean, I know we sort of put that down to Border being a new map, but after seeing an even closer map, an 8-7 on Cafe, I really don't know what to think anymore, Panda, going into Villa, because Villa is one of those very heavily strategically based maps that is going to rely a lot on control and sort of dedication of pace. And I know both of these teams have been using their drones and etc., but I mean, another 8-7, I don't know. I'd imagine that that's unfortunately where it's going to end up, but it's been so neck and neck. It's really hard to decide.
Well, look, there's one thing we know for sure. Reflexity actually has the better round record at the moment because they did it that one quicker on Border, of course. So if there is obviously a favourite coming to this matchup, that one round is kind of the determiner. So, yeah. But look, we're coming into Villa, again, a reasonably strat-intensive. In fact, probably plays out quite similarly to Border in the grand scheme of the map itself. A decent amount of verticality, but also a decent amount of horizontal spread. Do you reckon that's enough to give Reflexity the advantage?
Yeah, they played their verticality really well. They were obviously the team that was employing a bit of Goyo. I've completely forgotten his name. Flores. They were employing Flores, who again is a really good operator to bring on a map. But even then, the Nomad we saw both teams using really well. I mean, Reflexity, they had arguably really strong attacks. But again, it has been 50-50. They are one round better. And I believe they won it on the defense side of things. I believe it was the last round for Reflexity, if I'm not wrong. I may be wrong on Border. But either way, right now, their attacks do look really good. So given that the verticality is available for Villa, much like it is on Cafe, I'd imagine that is going to be an emphasis sort of point for both teams. We did see Pulse employed in the previous matchup as well, so I'd imagine we will probably see him again, maybe even a ban here as well, because he is a little bit more dangerous on this map than he is on Cafe, but we're going to have to see how that pans out in the ban phase, Panda.
Honestly, the biggest question has to be, are we going to stick with what we've known so far? Does Monty get banned a third map in a row? Has to be like where my head is at the moment is, are we going to see the French man let through? Are we going to see anything crazy? Honestly, I would imagine we're probably going to see likely the Jackal Mirror again, probably the Monty. And if I had to, stick my neck out and take a guess, probably a Valkyrie to round it out. But we are just waiting on confirmation that we're going to be jumping into our deciding match, of course. Proto, predictions, map score. What do you reckon? What is the win condition for both these teams?
I am going to result back to what I said before going into Cafe. I definitely think it is going to be a 7-5 or an 8-6, 8-7, leaning a little bit more to Reflexity. If I'm being honest with you, going into this one, Villa is a map that sort of favors their playstyle a little bit more. I think that hopefully they can capitalize on that, but it is going to come down to the bans as well. Obviously, Monty seems to be a really big issue for one of these teams, or both even of these teams. But, I mean, if he makes it through, we could maybe see some scary things, but I don't think he is going to survive the ban phase for this third map. I really don't. And then whatever else gets through is going to be the big question. I think Valkyrie is definitely going to be one to go. Cade possibly is a little bit more prominent on a map like Villa. So we'll see how it plays out, Panda. I definitely think it is going to come down to
look, he's
obviously
gone
the aggression. Yeah, there you go. Monty's gone. So
Reflexity,
it's going to be the aggression.
Obviously not a fan.
No, obviously not. That should go as well. So Flores is available, but pretty bang on the head.
Is it as necessary or is it as potent on Villa, would you argue?
Depending on shield play, yes. Obviously, trophy stat is quite Flores sort of enabled. They tend to play 2-3 shields on that site. Mirror obviously to follow is big, but I think for any of the other sites, Flores isn't as big of a requirement. So he may not be as potent on Villa as he is on Cafe, but he is still very strong on this map. Valkyrie to go. That's exactly the same, minus the Jackal that we saw in the previous game. So obviously keeping things pretty vanilla here for the bans.
Well, I mean, as you'd expect for the most part. I mean, Reflexity starting off in the defense, do you reckon that maybe will play heavily into their advantage, or do we just see it, again, as it has been so far tonight, a case of just defensive side as success, in which case we'll probably see the halves traded?
Yeah, I do think that the defense is going to come out on top of this. Villa it's a very difficult map to predict in terms of who's going to walk away with the half, because obviously you can have teams that are really good at attacking Villa, but usually, speaking out of an average, defense is the side that will walk away with the most rounds, because there is just so much floor to cover as an attacker. You have 2 full floors, second and first, and then in the basement, obviously it's not as big, but it allows a lot of maneuverability for roamers on the map like Villa, and especially when you have people like Pie Guy, who were on that vigil, but obviously now on an alibi, still a really competent roamer, can do a lot of work when rotating around in these underbelly sort of sides of the map and do a lot of damage, just coming up the stairs, taking a pick, and then leaving. So I don't know. I think Reflexity are going to have to get a considerable amount of rounds on the board if they want to close it out quickly. But if we do see it sort of pan out the way we've seen most of these matches so far, it is probably just going to be back and forth, yeah.
Well, on into things as you would expect. Pretty standard start. JJ, he's back on his Ash. He was a bit of a demon on it in the border matchup earlier today. He was saying that, given it's the same series. But yes, the fact of the matter is true. Well, for now, I mean, look, it's that early utility clear that you want to be able to deal with. Again, these both teams bringing very potent lineups.
Yeah, a lot of sort of just hard fragging orientation for Onslaught, but some really good anti-fragging for Reflexity. They've got the Malusi in play, they have the Legion, even the Alibi can be used to sort of deny, not deny, but sort of give away those positions if players take grounds too quickly. I mean, obviously shooting those will reveal the position. If they are in a position of advantage, then the defenders obviously know. So some good drone work being done here to start things off for Onslaught, but again, really, really slow on into things. I mean, they are in the building, which is a good start, but I mean, this is very similar to how we saw Cafe play out. It took a long time to get themselves set up and go for it, but in the last 30 seconds, it is anyone's game, and we saw that so many rounds back to back.
I mean, It is undeniable, I think, at this point that the argument can be made that Onslaught have really ramped up into this series. The first map, they definitely were shaky. They weren't quite backing themselves, and they were making mistakes. Now, though, in this third map, you can see just the confidence that they are exuding and clearing out things from this north to south side. And they've taken good positioning. They've given themselves a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, a minute and 10 seconds is really good now that they have that 90 control and they can start opening up these angles to make their way in an attempt to sort of make their way onto the bomb site here. Obviously, everything is starting to now be opened up. Obviously, the 90 wall as well, with the first frag now going in favor of, Onslaught as well. The second two, Element and Chuggy both finding one. So that is a very good start. The impact trick to come out, unfortunately, is going to deny a lot of those advantages. But walking on to the side, it's actually going to be Element. He is going to pop the head, but he's not going to get the kill. With the flank up, Red's going to be good for two. Slurpee there to almost find a third, but Chuggy on the refrag, now a 2v3, evening things out a little bit here for Reflexity.
Chuggy is in the site, is looking for that plant. Is there a cross angle from Games to shut it down? But no, Chuggy is just tucked in behind the aviation display, and the plant will be good for now. It's going to come down to frags, the rotate through study. Chuggy loses that out to KVZ. Not quite prepared for it and almost takes out Crow to boot. Big damage trying to deny. Tucked into the corner. Chris falls. Incognito. He's back on his business. Closes the round out, avoiding disaster.
Thank God there wasn't a frag grenade involved there, because that might have gone a little bit differently for Incognito. But still very well done. I mean, as I said, Panda coming into those last 30 seconds, it's anyone's game. They found 2 kills on the flank. Slurpee went huge, coming up red. Almost good for 3, but Chuggy found that kill, took him down, and ultimately gave them that little bit of leverage, getting that bomb down, and ultimately the round on the board. So Onslaught kicking things off here with a very good attacking round to start them off. Reflexity were pretty close, you do have to give them that, but round is a round, and Reflexity currently don't have their first. So they are going to go back there again and attempt that bomb site one more time before opting to switch off, depending on how it plays out. But I mean, Pyguy to full first is not who you want to be seeing go down as early, because obviously he is the player that has been getting a lot of these late round sort of clutch kills for Reflexity. So him dying first there was a little bit unfortunate for them, but I mean, Slurpee really did start to pull a bit of that burden off the shoulders with that flank, but ultimately was not enough. So very well done by Onslaught, especially in the post plan. But yeah, 1 round to 0, good way to start Villa off and sort of setting the pace here a little bit for their attacking half.
Ideal. It's a round on the board. It's a start. It's Villa, which, I mean, often falls more in the side of the defense anyway in terms of outcomes. But, I mean, taking not just the first round, but the first round on AVG as an attacking team is pretty good. You take that in stride and you look to just stack the next couple on top of it if possible. It's not like Reflexity were completely locked out of the round, though. You got to keep in mind.
Yeah, it's definitely something you have to take into consideration. I mean, given the play styles as well, some good clearing here from Slurpee. Obviously, playing in Astro is a hard position to stick well, but clearing the drones and finding these, well, possible openers is going to be good. But if he's allowed to get out here, that's going to be a bit of an issue in terms of Onslaught, maybe a little bit of misplay as well, because we haven't seen the swing from the player repelled on the window just yet. And I'm not too sure if he's still there. He's sort of just waiting for his opportunity. But I mean, Element just not really choosing to swing. He's actually going to get away. So I'm not really too sure what's happened for Onslaught here, but Reflexity still got a roamer in the vicinity, and that's going to be good for them. But Slurpee takes one with him, and he's actually going to stick around for more.
Yeah, look, at least Element got one of those air jabs down. Chris does fall, but Slurpee tucked to the corner. This LMG might be his down. Okay, Incognito had no idea that he was about to get a kill, but does it anyway. Chuggy follows up with a kill on a Pyguy. And Proto, it's getting scarily close to that point where you start talking about reverse sweeps. Chuggy down, thanks to KVZ, who finds himself and Pete Andoni with 1:20 on the clock, still alive. Maybe, just maybe, that smoke pick could be the difference maker, but getting aggressive onto 90. There is a player on that window. Oh. What? How has he found the back of Juju? Oh. Crow has let that slip with a real opening. It is traded back. Incognito is going to keep it going. It's not an answer back, though, from KVZ. It's just micrometers that are separating the success from the failure here in this round.
KVZ has one on very low HP and the gun to get the job done. They're going to get the lineup. He's going to get one. He's going for the second pistol in hand. He's going to get it. KVZ, Reflexity, answer back with a round of their own, almost messing up the transition, but he gets it done with the pistol instead. Reflexity getting the dirty work done, Panda.
Look, that's it. Yeah. That was a round. That was a round and a half, and a huge effort from KVZ to hold it back and keep it in the realms of Reflexity. Wonder what. I mean, honestly, the way this map is already starting to play out has been incredibly reminiscent of how this whole series is played.
Yeah, it really is. Like, first game was back and forth, second game back and forth, and this game, well, it's already starting to sort of pan out to be, again, back and forth. I mean, yeah, really well done by Reflexity, and very well done from the solo efforts of KVZ, but, I mean, still, some small issues for Onslaught. Didn't clear out everything with their drones that round, allowing that roamer to stick around for a little bit longer than was probably safe for them to have Slurpee running around over towards Brick's side. So him getting those kills, or sorry, that kill, obviously started things off really well. I believe it was actually the Nomad that went straight away too. So he is actually on the left side of the screen. They're going to switch off the Nomad onto the Jackal element, trying to bring a little bit of different utility this time. I do believe we did hear the possibility of a spawn peak being opened up. Unfortunately, no kills to come from that just yet. But I mean, right now, it's a little bit of a switch up of style here for Onslaught, it seems, with more emphasis on the Jackal now to clear out these roamers as opposed to holding them off with the Nomad.
That is a incandescently red gun that Chucky is currently running around with. But what is not red is any of the health bars right now. So far, again, very passive start. This Jackal for Element could change that in a moment, though. The ping's coming through. They know that there's players primed on that master bedroom door. But it's how much more information they can get is the key. I mean, you've got the Mozzie in play. You've also got the Elevices, misinformation and denial in place. But, I mean, honestly, my biggest thing that I am watching this round has got to be that Frost. Where do these mats come into play?
I'm really hoping that they can do some damage. We saw Frost employed in the previous games, and I don't actually believe we saw a Frost mat sort of do anything noticeable. So if we can see a little bit of Frost utility coming in and doing some damage here, that would be great. But that is going to be the question. Are we going to get to see any of that Frost utility doing damage? Now, we do see the Jackal actively using those pings downstairs, and that is going to spot out Pie Guy on the Mozzie. But again, he has the Catacombs available for him to rotate. Instead goes towards China, sort of throwing Element off a little bit. We'll spot the Jaeger, and it's actually going to take that kill, but Slurpy's good for one before he's traded back out by Jurjur. So Onslaught still in the lead in terms of the man advantage here, but Reflexity still have some pretty good players left. And some good utility. Speaking of, the Nitro comes out. Chris finds one, and things very quickly swing back for Reflexity.
P10 Tony falling to make it a 2 versus 2. It's statuary trophy, though. So they aren't quite in with a grin just yet, with Chris assuming that position above the chassis. I mean, that's dangerous. Not just in the potential for a frag, but your focus is on the bomb chassis when you're pushing into trophy, not counting the fact that there is a frost mat left of the door. Chris for one, the push onto the side. It's not going to be met. It's Jur to find the follow-up and drag it to a 1 versus 1. Pie Guy, he's been able to do damage previously. He needs to draw it out. There's this one. And you can see the rotate back to get the diffuser. Did Pie see him? Jur is there on the plant. Surely this is a free kill. Pie, just swing him. Just swing him. You know he's going to get. Not the way I anticipated, but it is kill nonetheless. Reflexity, take the lead.
That is what you wanted to see. Pie Guy doing his thing there, getting some kills. Reflexity arguably needed on the board to find themselves the lead now. Onslaught, I mean, you really can't pick on it too much. It was a 1v1, 2v2 there. And again, it's so even. Teams are so evenly matched, I think, is the reason we're seeing all of these rounds just go back and forth. Like, if I had to put money on it, Onslaught probably win this one, but that is just because that's how the games have been playing out tonight. But first appearance of a Pulse Panda on the board for Reflexity here. So, possibility of some Nitros. We did see one from Pie Guy. in that previous round to net himself a frag. So Slurpee, obviously on site with him with that extra nitro, is going to be a big deciding factor on how many kills they can sort of gain in the first sort of minute and a half, 2 minutes of the round, given that they are going to be looking to play some of that vertical. But switching off the IQ for the sledge is going to forfeit a little bit of their knowledge on the whereabouts of Pie Guy.
It's not even the biggest talking point. P10 Tony, Shotgun Ella,
That too.
the fiend that it has been. I'm beginning to wonder, because I have been keeping a bit of an eye on chat. I'm beginning to wonder if KVZ's name is actually Kevster, because someone's talking about Kev, and KVZ did clutch that round up. So I'm wondering if it's Kevster. What do you reckon?
I reckon we could fit Kev in. I just don't want to, ruin any clips that he may be accumulating through our fault of calling him Kev instead of KVZ, or Kevster instead of something else. But I mean, look, you live and you learn. I'm sure we'll be told by someone at some point, or subtweeted on Twitter about it. But all the same, he's cracked and he's doing his job very well. So you can't really fault him, no matter how it is pronounced. Albeit 2-1 Reflexity lead now, Panda. It is going to be a top-down here, but again, they do not necessarily know that the pulse is in play, and now that they've lost that IQ, it's going to be a little bit harder to find him.
Now, if you do want to subtweet us, my @ is at ProtoANZ. It's the same for both of us, so make sure you hit us both up about that. But Incognito walking straight in through walk. It spots the opening over towards Trophy. The ping's there as well. Unfortunately, not a single shot landing, but honestly, it's this position of Pete Ndoni that I'm most intrigued by. Where is this shotgun going to be in play? Where do we see RG15? I want to call it, but Nitro, they were lining it up. They knock it down. This is the power of the pulse on Kitchen Dining.
Yep. We talked about it, and it's already proving itself to be worth. Pie Guy there finding, well, not even, it was 2 nitros there forfeited somehow, possibly pre-placed, but Pie Guy calling out for that kill there. That is going to be huge. Jojo will find one onto Slurpee, though. So even if that second nitro was in play, it is now gone. There's the pre-place. Jojo takes a little bit of damage, but not too much. And now the cardiac sensor really is going to be used for relaying information, but that is about it. We'll spot the Ella running through into Memorial, but unfortunately with a grenade in hand, Jojo not necessarily going to be able to find that frag. But again, a minute left, Panda, a 4 versus 4. Health benefits are in favor of Reflexity here, but with that FO12 on the board, things are going to be scary when it comes down to the last 30 seconds, trying to force their way through a doorway, because if they're met by that FO12, well, it's probably not going to go very well for them.
I mean, the FO12, Emo Rin from ANZ springs to mind. He pulled off a 1v5 clutch with the thing, so I would be surprised if Pete Ndoni wasn't capable of the same. He's going to be looking for it here. We head into the final 35, and still, I mean, there's just so much hesitation. I think it speaks to not just the longevity of this matchup, but the stakes of it as well. And Jojo will find Pie Guy removing the pulse. I don't know if he was caught on the scanner or not, but he is dead. Pete Ndoni playing around the Art Memorial position, wanting to try and find something. And Chuggy with these smokes. This could be the opening they're looking for.
Chris to find one onto Jojo, so 3 versus 3 moving into the site, but the bomb's going down on the board. FO12 doing its job already, though. Will find the planter. It's going to hit the vault over as well. Down through the smoke for 2. Pete Ndoni. Element will find one on the Jackal, but with time not on his side. Reflexity off the back of some pretty big brain plays through the smoke spray. Reflexity find themselves another round, and Onslaught, unfortunately, take just a little bit too long getting onto the site.
Yeah, the FO12 is often known by another name, the skill cannon. And cannon. It was enough. It was enough of a skill cannon to take the round and claim it in favour of Reflexity. And I mean, a 3-1 defensive start, not that bad at all. It's a matter of how they close the half out, though. Are we going to see 4-2? Are we going to see 5-1? Or do Onslaught start to bring it back?
I honestly reckon, given what we've seen so far in terms of the last few rounds, Reflexity have definitely cleaned up a little bit of the issues that they had on the defense side of things. The first round was pretty, I wouldn't even say clean cut and polished, but it was definitely close for both teams. But so obviously coming out on top, net the first. Reflexity now, in terms of the lead, have to sort of play with before the half, but 5-1, I think, is definitely on the board for them. I mean, the way that they've been playing it, even in clutch situations, they have been playing it really, really smart. They've been playing their positions really, really well on and off site, roamers and sort of anchors alike. So, I mean, if Reflexity can keep this up, they're going to be setting themselves up really good here for a 5-1. But Onslaught, if they can read into it, we do see some changes to come out. Obviously, Ying now being employed, as well as Osa from Jurjur, which is an operator that we saw on Border and one that we saw have a pretty big effect on Border. So do we think that is going to have as much as an effect on Border as, well, do we think it's going to have that effect on Villa Panda?
I would imagine so. It's just the fact that you can just crouch walk your way up to someone with that shield in front of you and be largely okay is just, it's a terrifying prospect when you pair it with something like the Ying. Hell, even like the I mean, there's just, what, Finker, you've got the ARX, you've got the Type 89. There are 4 guns in play right now, plus the utility to back it up. I mean, a Finker crouch walking towards you is going to be a death sentence.
Yeah, especially if there is some sort of sound being made elsewhere in terms of audio cues to cover that up. But I mean, this roam already has proven to be a really big thing for Reflexity, but also difficult for Onslaught to clear. Now, obviously, Reflexity have chosen to forfeit it a little bit quicker than they did in the previous round, which is going to be good for their man count in terms of things, but I think they're looking to maybe opt for the flank here. We do see Element downstairs possibly hunting for the roamer of Pie Guy, but Slurpy's actually there on the cross. Element's going to go down, and that's a big opening pick to find with your Nomad taken out early. No flank set up. That's going to allow the roamers to pretty much have free reign.
Yeah, I mean, Slurpy, I mean, he's by no means the star player. Player guy just steps up into the spray of Incognito. Sometimes the crouch spam giveth, sometimes the crouch spam taketh away. But I was going to say, I mean, Slurpy, he's not streaks ahead of the rest of the team. He's not carrying, dropping 15 frags while the rest of the team is on 4. I mean, he's been a consistent performer, but even when those numbers aren't leading like they are at the moment, the frags that he finds are so impactful. It's just, he I don't know how he finds them. He just managed to find that one pick that could blow open a round.
The vertical here, this is going to be big. He's going to opt for the face check, though. Jurjur off the shield, which is big, but not going to find that kill. Smoke's now to come out to deny the last 45 seconds, Panda. It is, again, going to be a lot of players left up and a lot of time for both to work with. I mean, 40 seconds is definitely a long time, but with these flanks not set up properly, they do have to worry about what Slurpy is doing downstairs. He's opting to just stay in his position. KVZ from top main, or Kev, we don't know, is going to find one on Chugi. However, Jurjur is there to take down Slurpy. So again, a 3v3, very evenly based. Chris will find one. Incognito goes down. It's a 2 versus 3. Make it a 1. Chris finds a second. He's good for 2. Crow now in a pretty bad situation. With only 10 seconds left, I don't imagine he's going to find all 3 Panda. He's going to opt for the pop flash. Wasting a little bit of time. He's going to look to pad the stats, but it's not going to happen.
In the words of one of the best in the biz to do it, why are you sprinting? Incognito. I mean, it was Jurjur actually sprinting up the main stairs, knowing full well that teammates had just died in Classic. So there was a chance there was going to be one waiting for him. I mean, I'm not saying it would have been the turning point. Yeah, okay, so apparently it is red as Kev start. That's what I've been told. I'm not saying it would have been, the play that turned around on its head and gave Onslaught their second, but it's still poor form, knowing full well they would have had that information, 1, because the 2 players were dead, but 2, because it would have been communicated, and then to still keep sprinting up the stairs knowing that there was probably someone watching your position. It's unlucky, it's unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world.
No, it really isn't. I mean, unfortunately, it didn't pan out for Onslaught. I mean, so many of these rounds, Panda, have come down to 5-on-5s, 4-on-4s, 3-on-3s on site, and it's just trades back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and it is really who finds like the opening kill, or some type of flank play, or a double nitro, or some form of utility-based interaction that nets them frags. I mean, we went into the end of that round on a 4 versus 4, 5 versus 5, and then again trades back and forth, etc., etc. But things are very back and forth, albeit Reflexity have come out on top for 4 of those rounds and have set themselves really good here for a 4-2 or a 5-1. And either way, I think they're going to be looking pretty good going into the second half, because right now, Onslaught, they're struggling, but they're definitely not winning these rounds that they're getting really close to. So comes into question. What's going wrong for them? Is it their utility usage? Is it something else? Is it how they're roam clearing? Something isn't going in their favor right now, and unfortunately for them, it's obviously not putting rounds on the board.
Well, look, we did see this happen similarly in Border. It was a 4-2 start for Reflexity, but then was brought back and taken to overtime. So, I mean, as much as I don't want to read into that happening, I think that might be what we're starting to see. Slurpee gets aggressive, gets shut down. Element catches him on the jump out, looking for it. And Incognito had an idea. Unfortunately, he was a little bit too late on it. Luckily, though, Sin, both lines of the card, he had a teammate covering him.
Yeah, good crossfire there from Onslaught. Having the bases covered for each teammate is definitely what you want to see, especially when you're in such a deficit. You need to get these early kills and you need to capitalize on them. You need to have that aggression. You need to take the ground. Obviously, the Mossy drone now being spotted out in the real drone. Bit of a Spider-Man meme moment, but they're looking to clear that utility, obviously, with Incognito close by. Jerjer finding one as well onto Kevstar. That's going to be good. Looking for a second, but unfortunately not finding the head of Pie Guy there. So good setup here. Some utility being cleared. Not Crow to go down, from Chris, but still a 4 versus 3 in favor of Onslaught, making their way onto the site. They have to take landing here and maybe open up that master wall.
The only problem being, obviously, that's the fusion control, it seems, for the defense, which means they have that ability to play around at Pie Guy. That Nitro was placed for the longest time, and it finds Jerjer 3 versus 3. That's not at all what you want. Luckily, they do have some utility. How? They find the kill to pick up, but it was the EDD that found the down onto Incognito, and they know now the swing. Chris gets aggressive, a triple for him. Chuggy pushing in from the master bedroom. It's a 4 for Chris to take Reflexity to a 5-1 half.
Oh, the spice on that last kill for the quad, by the way. Oh, where was this when Reflexity needed it the most in the previous map, Panda? He is not messing around. Chris finding 4 to give Reflexity that 5-1 going into the split here. Now going on to the attacking side of things. That was sharp. I think is the only way to describe it. Very, very sharp there from Chris. But, I mean, Onslaught now on the defense, they're going to have things a little bit easier, albeit not completely problem solved for them.
Well, it does add a bit of spice, like you said. But the reality being, both teams have excelled on the defense, and Onslaught are now onto theirs. Reflexity, I mean, it's only 2. But how hard is it going to be to push for that 2, do you reckon?
I'd imagine... Look, I want to say that Onslaught will bring it back to some degree. But at the same time, Reflexity, given the momentum they have, the shots that Chris is now hitting, even just the play from Kevster and Slurpee combined, is... I definitely reckon enough for them to find these two. Maybe not 7-1, but possibly on more along the lines of a 7-5, 7-4. Albeit, Reflexity looking pretty good here for their attacking half now.
Well. We kick things off in the second half, and, well, Reflexity not really wasting much time. They're in the building early. It's Pie Guy on the hunt, clearing out some of those initial cams. And he's going to find the first frag as well. Chuggy down. That's your Legion off the board. No more Goo Mines generating. P10 was still on his drones in Spawn.
Oh. I mean, it's good to have someone sitting on drones, especially if they have information. I mean, if they had information on Chuggy there, I can definitely justify P10 Donny being on drones for that long. Now, obviously, he moves over and starts to go through the motions with the rest of the team. Obviously, droning is a big part of a sort of hard breacher's job. They play that supporting role, and if that's the case and they netted that frag due to that drone utility, hats off to P10. But getting aggressive down the main stairs is going to be the smoke. But there you go. Slurpee is there to cover again for his teammate. These crossfires being set up. Funnily enough, thinkers have been involved in both iterations that we've seen on these jump out attempts. But I mean, right now, Reflexity 5 versus 3, they are looking good, Panda, to set themselves up for the 6-1 here.
I mean, how much do you reckon it comes down to fatigue at this point? Jerjer falls, yeah. I mean, this is the third map, but the first 2 went one shy of what they could have been. Jerjer as well, unfortunately, disconnecting, so that may have played a little bit. Looks like it could be a flawless one here. The plant is going down, and Incognito play primed on Zombie Door. Looks to push in. Kevster was just there, tucked to the corner. We didn't even know, so the pause will come through. But, I mean, how much do you reckon fatigue is playing a factor in this? 29 of 30 rounds in the first two maps, and now they're deep into the third.
Yeah, look, I definitely think there's a little bit of fatigue coming out for at least one of these teams, and given the current score, I would probably have to say that team is Onslaught right now. I mean, down 5 rounds, Reflexity looking really strong going into that final one. Yes, Mute did lag and disconnect. Jerjer, unfortunately, died while he was lagging out. But I mean, even still, I don't think Reflexity would have lost that given the control they had and the players they had alive. I mean, the Crossfires, they were there. They had everything set up, ready to go, and then that execute, flawless. They found everyone in the site. It was really well dealt with. So you do have to take that in consideration. But right now, I want to say it, and I will say it. I think Reflexity close it out here. Touch wood.
Touch wood, yeah. Look, now, messages have just gone out to our second match of the evening, 4 hours almost into the broadcast that they're about to start. It's an experience that I've not had in a wee while, but look, it's what you got. It's what you do. But right now, I mean, in this time, okay, I'll put it to you this way, Proto. If you were the coach of Onslaught, assuming that language barrier wasn't an issue, what would you be saying to these guys in the second round of their defensive half to get them back into this and push for overtime?
Honestly, I'd be telling them to play a little bit more reserved. Possibly dip the roam, bring all the utility back, play a slight lurk, set themselves up to play for a pick. Obviously, be aware that the Crossfires are being employed and try and play off of that, or at least have your own teammate close by for a crossfire if you are going for a peak, because right now that is how they're losing players. Their roamers are getting taken out really quickly because they're getting too aggressive. I mean, that last round on the main stairs, we saw Element just walking on down and was taken out by Slurpee inside of main while Kevster was droning out the main lobby. So there was no real need for that from Element, especially being the smoke on the main stairs. I mean, he needs to stay alive in that position, and ultimately threw his life away for a kill that he thought he could get, which he didn't. So that's probably what I would be leaning more towards. But again, that is something that they should really have been doing from 5-1. They should have been playing in a reserve manner. They should have been waiting for the altercation to come to them, because when given angles, Onslaught have proven already, if you look at Cafe, if you peek Onslaught, you will die. But Onslaught now going to try and peak Reflexity, obviously they're getting taken out on these first picks, and it's not benefiting them. Well, I mean, look, Panda, they're going to have to win 5 uninterrupted rounds to at least take it to OT, and that is a big feat for any team.
Especially, I mean, yeah, after 2 maps have been played already as well, mind you. So, look, I would not envy the situation that Onslaught find themselves in, of course, but it all starts here. 1 round transitions into 2, into 3, all the way to overtime. They need to start bringing it back here. They need to push it. I mean, do you even, like, I understand that the run is slightly over here, but Proto, do you even lean into the unconventional at this stage?
Possibly. I mean, completely throwing strategy out the window here might even be a good thing for Onslaught. I mean, we saw Capcan actually net downs in the previous round, so Capcan has even been beneficial to some degree for, I believe it was Reflexity who were actually employing him. But still, operators like that, I mean, the Lesion hasn't really had much of an effect here for Chuggy at all. I believe we've seen them either all shot or cleared, or Chuggy has been dead within the first sort of 30, 40 seconds, which his utility not really being useful at all on his roam even. So, yeah, honestly, going reject modernity, return to Monkey in the simplest form would probably be a good thing here for Onslaught to at least get a couple rounds on the board to give them some breathing room. But right now, I think Reflexity, they're looking pretty prepared for whatever is being thrown at them. They have dealt with so many issues really effectively so far.
Well, whether the trend continues or not, we'll find out right now. But Incognito looking to live up to his name as the Mozzie and play off the misinformation that the pests provide. Nitro Cell has already been tossed out. I don't know if it's in play still or has already been detonated. The biggest problem I'm seeing already, Crow, 0-6 right now, Proto, has yet to commit and contribute to a round for Onslaught.
A bit of a rough game for Crow, unfortunately. Oh, I was like, where is Pete Sandoni right now? He's on rappel. I was very confused. I was like, oh, well, what's going on there? But Chuggy droned out, and Kevster is there. A bit of an interesting spot to play, being the Legion on the roam, but still, that is a frag for Reflexity nonetheless. An Onslaught now down a man, and the Legion again going early. None of those goo mines going to be able to be used in the later part of this round. But, I mean, Reflexity, as I said, they have just been picking this apart clinically. They have all the information that they need, and they're just playing for their frags, and they're getting them. They are winning their ones right now, and they're doing everything right. This is textbook. The flank is coming out, though. Chris somehow still alive. But, yeah, I mean, stuff like that. It's working out for them.
Bit of a disco play, doing the full 360 and then the full 360 back once again. Probably a 420 by the end of it, I think it was in the end. And they realized that there was some presence on these red stairs and they need to be able to contest it. And the nano boosts are there. They've got 2 remaining, so Chris should be good. Element finds Slurpee to bring it back to the 4 versus 4. And even Slurpee has to pay respect where respect is due. Pie Guy out into that study balcony, wants to get on the angle, wants to provide some coverage going into the final 40. But, I mean, Proto, this could be it. This could be the final round that Onslaught play. Kivster finds Element as well. And then upside down Rappel should find the angle onto the shield player, but Jojo's there. Incognito from behind. How has he found the rep once again? A 2 versus 3, 1 versus 3. It's all on Kev. He's in the site with 25. Diffusers there, spots the head. He's got a nano in play, so he can still keep himself healthy. But what do you do in this situation?
Reload the LMG, apparently. That takes 4 years to do. Now he's going to opt to run onto the site, find some damage onto Crow, but from deep, no, he's actually going to win that fight. A triple, he needs to find 2. One on the rotate, unfortunately, looks to his left, and Incognito is there, so Onslaught, hold on for one more round, but Reflexity so close to doing so. They just needed to watch their flanks that little bit better, and I honestly reckon that would have been Reflexity's round, but Onslaught very well read into. They read that there was no flanks being held. They capitalized on that and ultimately bagged themselves another round, which puts them one closer to taking this match to OT. Obviously, 4 more is still a big ask, but that is a good way to start it off. I mean, you said it. 1 round turns into 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, and then boom, we're in OT. So if Reflexity can't close it out now, I would start getting pretty scared.
What are the odds that we see a 5-1 half trade? I mean, every single round that Onslaught picks up, the reality is that much closer and that much more real. But we head to split trophy statuary. Pretty interesting setup across the cards. And once again, we see that Frost come into play, which has been a pretty... I mean, it's seen a rise in play on Villa. You pair it with that utility burn of the Jaeger and a Rooney combo. I'm just curious as to, the Legion slot into this lineup. I mean, we've seen it stuck in a number of rounds now. And it's been all right, but we've seen more success from the side of Reflexity with it.
Yeah, I do agree. We definitely have. But I think what's going to come down to this round is how the roam is played. I mean, we saw them lose so many early, and it still worked out for them in the end. But Reflexity, they're probably going to be expecting that. Let's be honest, this time they've made their mistake once, but it's a different site now. So trophy stat, one that is arguably a little bit easy to attack if opened up properly. So we'll see how it goes. But a pretty heavy roam game from Onslaught here. They've got 3 dedicated over to the south side of the map. So they are looking to directly contest here. But I mean, that is going to be the big question. Can they clear this roam presence?
Well, they're going to need to. They're going to need to take it out, and well, they spot how is Kevster's drone still alive? What is that? I mean, it's just insult to injury. I mean, Chuggy's going to be kicking himself right now that he didn't clear out that utility, that information potential. And if it comes back to bite him, the drone's back. It's on the door. They know that he is swinging it with Pie Guy rotating, trying to push up through main stairs. Oh my lord, the info that Reflexity has been allowed. How? Another one that was just let through and not shot out. This is just, I mean, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and put it down to they are tired right now.
Well, no frags to come out either on top of that. So a 5v5 is definitely good with a lot of damage dealt to Kevster in the process. So I guess you take it where it is due. Obviously, only 5 of the drones, I believe, on the board right now, one of which has been shot. So not great statistics given how many opportunities you had to clear out that information gathering utility here for Reflex City, but I don't think it is something that is going to be an issue now that they have that control. They can set themselves up. We've got Kevs to sort of flicking these flank cams here, which is good to see for them. They've learned their lesson from the previous round. They're starting to make those changes, but again, setting themselves up here, looking to probably go for the execute soon. But again, with only a minute left, Panda, it is a 5-on-5. Slurpy's going to opt to try and chase the Roma here, but Chucky's going to win it.
How aggressive do they need to get on these angles? That's the second time now where it's just been seconds too late on the info game. They are literally droning themselves in, Proto. Now, they are not playing for each other. They are playing for themselves. Pie Guy falls 3-4 quick frags in a row, and P10 Donny is now alone in walk-in closet. He does deny the flawless, gets one. There's a player close by in the bathroom. You can just see him, even one over towards Astra. And from the looks of it, yeah, one prone in the door. You saw his elbow there, P10, onto the fact that he was there. And he's just he's prone in the door. I'm 90% sure it's Crow just sitting there in the pixel of the
there's
shield.
a shield. No, yeah.
It was still a pixel angle. He saw the elbow. Okay, if Crow had lost that, that's when concern mounts.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to say the least, but I think the shield is what kind of kept him incognito there from being spotted all the same. Onslaught now for their second round unanswered by Reflexity. Not looking good, Panda. Not looking good at all. If they can find the momentum they need off the back of these couple rounds, Reflexity going to start having some issues. Flores being bought here by Slurpy. We saw him do it on Cafe, so is he going to have the same effect on Cafe that he did? Is he going to have the same effect on Villa that he did on Cafe?
We are going to have to find out, of course, as we play the rest of the map on. But I'm increasingly concerned that this is just defender-sided. And we are going to go to OT for a third map in a row.
I'm praying that isn't the case.
But I do see something that is a little bit reassuring. Slurpy bringing out the Flores, changing things up.
Also, Buck, I think, is something to note. As opposed to the Sledge, while yes, Sledge is very good on a map like Villa, I think somewhat limited in terms of clearing out specific positions. Obviously, Buck can do vertical above and below, whereas Sledge can only do above. So good for Pie Guy for bringing that out. Obviously not the secondary hard breaches that sometimes the Buck players will bring, but flashbangs is something that is also pretty useful. So they've got some good drones here. They obviously have the call on Chuggy inside of the sitting room, but whether or not they can find this kill is going to be the question. He is going to go for the vault in here. Will hit the Legion trap as well, but the yellow pings are there. He's going to have to vault out to pull that goo out, so no quick kill on the board, but the information obviously still being provided. They know that he's rotated away. However, they do not know his exact whereabouts, so they are going to have to find him to go for this kill here. It is going to be a bit of a commitment, though, to take down Chuggy.
And they're making quick time now that they're in the building. They want to start keeping this train rolling. They want to get into position. I don't know where P10 Donny's going. Yeah, it looks like on the rappel. I think he's outside. I thought there was a possibility in my mind where he was inside the building, but it was a dangerous play and probably not the ideal situation. But you look at the vertical spread. Once again, Onslaught have players offside, and this is something that we've seen both teams struggle with. It has come back to bite them time and time again.
Whether or not it's going to bite them again is going to be the big question. But yeah, Chris, on drone or something, I'm not too sure how Incognito has been able to sort of find that frag and get away, but he is going to be able to do exactly that. He's going to go Incognito, pop the CR7 and disappear downstairs into the catacombs. And there's no refrag in sight for Reflexity here at all. And with your Zoth player taken down and one of the biggest frags on the board at the moment for the team, that is not a great start. They still have a lot of Z pings on this player inside of Lounge Room, but they are yet to act on that information. 1 minute and 30 left, and Chuggy now finally goes down.
Yeah, Chuggy's had a rough time of it on the defense. He just keeps getting taken out of the equation. Luckily, he found himself one before that happened this time around. Slurpee on the hats. That's a dangerous position because, one, if there is someone below with that impact, which incognito could be at any moment, pop the hatch, free kill, easy as. Bob's your uncle, and well, then you carry on. Pie Guy taking some damage, the nano boost to come into play, and a deep Rotero that didn't really find much of anything, unfortunately.
Fortunately not. A bit of a self-flash there for Pie Guy. He's opting to rotate up to Astro, possibly for some late vertical, but Element's going to go down there by the ace. Pie Guy similarly will fall to the floor as well. Now Slurpee moving his way into the site, trying to secure this down, but it's actually going to be Kevster to crouch walk right on in, but no. Crow's there. He finds that headshot. He's just going to be holding his teammate here, and Jerjo upstairs on the retake's going to find one. Crow's there for the final onto Slurpee as well. He doesn't even need to get the res off. He will, actually, though, for a little bit of BM. And then, there you go. Bang. Finds the final kill. And Onslaught, again, third round unanswered. We forced the tack timeout here for Reflexity. And I would genuinely be doing the same. I would seriously be considering what is going wrong right now, because at a 6-1, half, after the first round, you are now 6-4, 2 rounds away from going to OT. I'm not liking what's going on here, Panda.
Oh dear, look, the tech timeout. I couldn't say this is the perfect time to call it, but almost I think any later, and I doubt that it would have had any effect. The Aviator Games on the card. I mean, this is just the continued story that we've had tonight. We've been witnessing round after round. Defense is the name of the game. Both teams struggle on the attack. In fact, it's surprising to me that Cafe was the most even of the two maps when it came to attack capabilities. And the fact that we were Proto, we're 2 rounds away from seeing a 5-1 half trade.
Yeah, we are really close to seeing a 5-1 both ways, which is definitely interesting, especially on a map like Villa. That is not something you usually see, but I mean, defense has just been the name of the game. Everybody, both teams here have just been defense sort of pros. They only win defense on the odd sort of chance that they do win an attack. I mean, Reflexity had a really good go for the first half and then did get their first round on the board on attack. But yeah, they have not won one since that first round, and it's not looking good for them here, especially if they're allowing Onslaught to get these rounds, because that is the momentum that they don't want, obviously, Onslaught to be building up, because if they do, then, well, we're going to end up in another OT, Panda.
We are rapidly spiraling towards it, I think, Proto. 10 seconds left in the prep phase. And, I mean, there's just not been a significant enough change across the board for Reflexity to convince me that they can close it out right now. Everything they seem to be doing is defaulting back to what they've been running previously. This innovation that they showed at map 1 on Border, I'm beginning to wonder if maybe it was just because it was a map that has seen more play in the ranked pool than any as of late. So they've literally just been playing it as a ranked match. They've been not necessarily innovating, but I suppose regressing.
Yeah, that too. I mean, there's definitely been something going on, Panda, because 6-4. Well, that was the change we talked about. They have played a little bit more reserved. Obviously, they have had a couple of these lurk/close plays. I mean, we saw Chuggy inside of Living. That's lurking down on the kitchens, close to the bomb site. But we haven't seen too many deep roams from Onslaught, which is, I think, what's necessarily netting them a lot of these early sort of picks. Now, obviously, this is what I was talking about on the Buck with the upwards verticality as opposed to the downwards verticality. He can do both, but these are some good pings. Jaeger obviously spotted out, but the drone now taken, so I'd imagine he will rotate here. But all the same, Onslaught are definitely gearing themselves up here to try and go for OT. However, Reflexity playing things a little bit more reserved this round.
There's not one singular thing that I could put a finger on to say that's what they're doing wrong. That is what cost them the round. Right now, okay, there we go. We see another multi-drone in play. It's been spotted out. The pings to come through. They're trying to get this information on the mainstays player, because obviously if they can clear out that angle towards Classic, they can potentially push in through Study and start contesting that way. But that early damage onto Element, I mean, that is probably the biggest pick you want this round.
Yeah, get smoke is going to be huge on the entry here, but That's if they can lock him down to a specific position, because so far not a lot has happened for either team. They are going to try and burn this top main shield. Going to use a lot of that Zofia utility. However, I do not think Chris is going to be expecting Jaeger to be holding here. Pyguy will find one. They're actually going to be able to get across because the main player was taken out. Kev's to find one as well. But this guy deep inside of Study, he will be taken out before he can do too much work. Unfortunately for Onslaught, not good. Incognito to find one, though. Slurpee is going to go down. But now, some good control in the bomb plant possibly to follow. P10 going in. It's a 2 versus 3 Panda.
Chuggy threw the goo mine out. Oh, I thought for a moment he was going to be able to snake on it and deny the nitro. Oh, no, Incognito. That's not what you want at all. And it may be the whiff that costs them the match. All of a sudden, Plant's dead. Okay, P10 was presented an opportunity. He falls. There was a nano boosted play. So moments later, and Incognito may have been facing a player that was just as alive as he was. Player in Study, and I believe player deep towards the game side of the equation. Incognito's going to play the round of his life. Player prone behind the... prone behind the aviation display. It looked like for a moment he was going to be able to pull it off, but... Fire BM as well. Incognito just accepted his fate. Falls 7-4, the shortest series we've had so far tonight. But Proto, Reflexity will be moving on into that grand final for this qualifier.
I did say it. I did say it was a 7-5, 7-4 game. Thankfully, that was how it turned out. But I mean, Onslaught, you do have to give them sort of some recognition there in the final sort of last 3 rounds. They managed to come back to some degree from a 6-1, but ultimately 7-4 is not how you want things to end if you are Onslaught. But unfortunately for them, that's how it goes. Reflexity, they cleaned up that last round. They played their picks, and ultimately they walked away with it 7-4. Obviously netting themselves that spot in the last bracket there, in the final bracket. But you do have to say GG to Onslaught. They did give it their best go. I mean, 2 max OT games, then I think it sort of just, the steam ran out there for the last map.
Well, that does bring us to the end, finally, of our first best of 3 of the evening. But Proto, after the break, we come back for our other semi-finals. A bit of a well-known quantity, a familiar name in the Philippine qualifiers. It's creators coming in to take on Dewey to see who versus Reflexity in that grand final. When we come back after the break, we kick it all off. See you soon.
I am going to go to the bathroom. I will be back.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play.
Did we ever grieve or cry? No.
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew.
This time again.
We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Sofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。先は必ず撃つ。
got me up like all night, and I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work all night. There's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. feel the beat, just let go. No, I don't know much, but I know there's something that I can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work all night. There's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it?
Who do you think you are and what is this connection? I swear I can't understand, I don't understand. It feels so electric. No one's ever made me feel like this. Oh, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause nothing about you makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. Opposites attract. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights when the lights go out
Our world
and the monsters come out to play.
gone.
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say. Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と死、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
伏せて。
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One best of three done. We've still got two more to go, though. Up next, Proto, it's Dawei taking on Creators, the team that, well, last Filipino qualifiers finished second behind the team that would eventually qualify into the actual tournament itself, the Operations League Season 4. But coming to this matchup, looking at the map vetoes we already have presented to ourselves, Chalet into Skyscraper into Clubhouse. I mean, it's not the order that we traditionally do things.
No, it really isn't. I'm surprised that Skyscraper is smack bang in the middle of that veto as the second map of the three. Chalet, obviously one that some teams will start off with, but I mean, Clubhouse to finish things off as a third map. Interesting choice of sort of order there. I definitely did not expect Skyscraper to appear second, if not at all, if I'm being honest. I have not seen it played sort of a great deal in any regards. So very excited for map number 2 tonight.
Definitely going to be an interesting one. I mean, honestly, it is a reverse order of release in terms of the comp pool itself. Skyscraper, the newest, then Chalet, and then Clubhouse, one of the OGs of the competitive pool. We're going to be jumping straight on into Chalet, of course. Waste no time. Want no time. Let's get on into it, Proto. And I mean, Creators, they finished one shy last time. They weren't quite able to qualify. This time around, they're looking to do it again. We see a couple of new names, a couple of old names from the previous roster as well. Creators, I mean, look, they've got a bit of a chip on their shoulder.
They do. They definitely do. And they have everything to prove here. I mean, coming into this, if I had to pick, I would probably lean in favor of Creators here just due to the fact that they were so close. Twitch ban, sorry to cut me off there. Quite interesting to see on a map like Chalet, especially now with both Flores and Thatcher being up, albeit we've seen them up all night for our previous games and they have not had a whole lot of impact. In fact, I don't think Thatcher has been played once. Cade to follow, pretty standard. For the final, I would probably have to say Valkyrie / Mirror. But Panda, definitely leaning a little bit more to Creators, I think, in this one.
I mean, not that. They're looking for revenge. They were knocked out by Desolate, who won the qualifier, obviously. And Proto, do you want to know who was on that Desolate roster that knocked
Who
Creators
was on
out?
that roster, Panda? Who was on that?
A bit of a hero of yours, old Pie Guy.
Well, there you go. There you go. There, we could be on for the rematch here. Well, not the rematch, but you know what I mean.
The Revenge
Clash
Tour.
of the Names, the Revenge Tour. Albeit the same. Creators definitely looking to do some work here, I think. Especially against Dewey. But it's Chalet, so more attacker sided, if I do say so myself. Creators obviously starting off on the attack. I would say have the upper hand here just based on starting off on the attack. I mean, it's a map that definitely favors into attacking style, albeit if defended well, can obviously prove to be a tough cookie to get into, but once you start cracking things open and forcing some issues, then obviously it becomes a little bit more easier to sort of get things done. So Creators, I'd imagine they have that experience already. We're seeing some switches from them from the buck to the sledge, deciding that they do not need that upwards verticality as opposed to the downwards, and an ace being bought instead of the Habana, which honestly, pretty good 6 picks if you ask me. Obviously, you don't need too much of that extra hard breach being bought when Maverick is in play and Sledge as well, but actually switching off the Maverick straight onto the Thatcher. First time in 3 maps we've seen him play tonight while he has been available, Panda.
No, not entirely true.
Oh, sorry, I lied.
We did see it once or twice, but okay, Robust on the attempt to spawn peak is, well, dead from that car garage storage area. A very ambitious spawn peak attempt, mind you. But that's your roaming Oryx off the board. I mean, look, a couple of fan favourites in the matchup tonight. Obviously, a few fans for Dewey on God Mode and Raven on the Malusi there. A lot of hype around them.
Yes, well, we'll see if they can keep that hype alive here. Obviously, losing that first pick isn't going to be the best way to start things off for Dewey here. A little bit of aggression onto that office balcony to try and shut down the opening of the main wall, but Creators are just playing for control right now. They're obviously got the Nomad on the board, so they can play for a little bit of window pressure here to try and slow things down, but some good denial already being spotted out and started to really be contested. They're trying to find this smoke and lock him down. Obviously, Echo on the board, they're going to be looking for those drones, and it's honestly pretty straightforward right now. They do have the man advantage in 5 versus 4, so Creators looking pretty solid at the moment.
Greg on that cover, the master bedroom double window. It is going to be him to find the follow-up kill. God Mode the smoke down. Of the 2 picks found so far, probably, by far, sorry, the most influential of the 2. No smoke leaves that pressure onto PRV to try and deny, and they find the error, so at least they are taking frags back. But look at that, Jello Jelly on the hunt, down on this first floor, trying to catch out Romus, wanting to threaten from below.
A good pick for Vuz to find as well to equalize here for Dewey. 3 versus 3, previously 5. Looking a little bit more doable now here for the defense side of things with only a minute left in play. Going to have to find these last frags or at least get this bomb down for the post-plant position. They have to get Ace into Astro here. Into Solar, sorry, to try and force this issue. Jelly taking point here will do a lot of damage, but there is the cross from the main window to find that player. However, Vuz on the long angle Russian reflex going to get the job done. We've got the head of the Nomad. 3G is going to start getting those flashbangs to come out. The red pings are there, and at 30 seconds left, Panda with a lovely shot for 1 versus 2.
Raven finds one, and Vuz finds the follow-up. Dewey kick things off with a big round. Creators, Proto might be denied here once again. It's too early to call. I will back that statement up with that. We are round 1 of a best of 3, so it is far too early to call. But Creators have to be feeling a bit of PTSD given the last result.
Yeah, I mean, getting 1 off is definitely a big oof, as we like to say. But I mean, it is round 1. You cannot sort of put too much in losing the first round, especially coming into it. The first map, as far as I'm aware, possibly no warm-ups being played. These guys haven't played a game already this evening, so, warm-up scrims might have been employed, but even still, coming into an officially completely different environment, and it is going to sort of be a completely different environment for them as well. Creators obviously coming off the back of that second place finish. They have a lot more to lose here, I think, in terms of obviously placing than Dewey do at the end of the day.
Well, Bar Gaming in play now. I mean, at one stage last year was the primary site for this map for the majority of teams. That was the go-to to start things off, and then sort of master bedroom office. Now we are starting to see a bit of a pivot between the two. Mira in play, which we only just get touch on now, has been let through the ban phases. It was Valkyrie and Cade to be banned out, and this Mira window position, especially on the mezzanine, can be pretty terrifying. And I think, actually, no, given it was Creators that banned out the Twitch, that is interesting.
Yeah, a very interesting ban, to say the least. I mean, one that I haven't seen in a while anyway, to say the least. I mean, Mirror on the board with Twitch off means that Habana's going to have to do some big work here. As we say that, Raven's going to take a lot of damage from that Habana on the main double door. So, some good early damage, but no picks, unfortunately. Nomad setting up the flanks. Jelly switching off the sledge for this round, letting Error take over that soft breaching job downstairs. But all the same, Creators setting themselves up here, playing nice and slow to try and get some control before they go for this bomb. But I believe they're actually going to go for the little Maverick peak to try and clear out stock here from down on the garage stairs. Seems to be what they're going for right now.
It's such a dangerous angle, and teams should not waste that opportunity. And, well, PRV going to be taken out. The Mirror, that's a Nitro Cell loss. Not the worst on this site. I mean, you look at Master Bedroom Office where the Nitro could be a little bit more impactful, but it's still a Nitro to deny. And cheeky wall bang, the leg spotted. Vuz, no. How do you find yourself in that position and then get out of it?
Oh, that's really unfortunate for Jelly there. Could have had that pick onto the Wamai, and Robust is going to find Nia, so that is your Habana down. Losing out on those X-Kairos is going to be a big loss if you haven't got what you want open already, but they still have some good utility on the board. 2 frag grenades and some flashbangs to play with here, so Creators still definitely have the tools to do the job, but if they lose another couple of picks here, which is looking like it might be the case, unless GR can find this kill on the blue stairs, it seems to be struggling a little bit with it, is going to force the use of the smoke, but gets away on such little HP. Dewey definitely looking a little bit...
Poor Greg. He's still alive in the round, though, so at least he has that to rely on. Maybe he can hit a Ripper headshot. And speaking of Ripper headshot, Aimer finds one, finishing off Vuz, but he loses his head to Raven, who is playing behind him, and then subsequently drops through the hatch. Greg will find Robust, despite the lack of health, and Raven in that opening in the window into gaming. Error finds the opportunity. God mode. Wants to deny the plan if he can. Spots the player in stock but can't find the kill. Removes the air jab. Knows that he's in a rough spot. The 1v3 clutch Proto. Greg is low. A toxic canister is not an option. He's used all 3. That Mirror window's in a rough spot. And so now he's going to rotate up to library.
Yeah, it's a big fight to find all three here for him, especially with Jelly up there, holding on for that flank on the upstairs vertical. Unfortunately, he's not going to find any in the post-plant situation there. But fortunately for creators, they're going to find themselves round number 1 on the board and locked in. They're starting to get into the swing of things in a 3v1 post-plant with a bomb down. You definitely cannot argue. That is a pretty good way to close out a round. But Dewey not too ready to give up on that site just yet. They're going to go straight back to Bar Gaming and give it another go. Pretty similar lineup. In fact, pretty much exactly the same. No, sorry, I lie. Smoke is there. He just has a weird player card that I haven't seen much of. So God
It's the Battle Pass card. So newly introduced, because I remember it's the... I don't want to get this wrong, but I believe it's like a Jade Dragon type dealy smoke skin that you get at the end of the Battle Pass. So it's the card that goes along with that. But before we
Orchid type beat.
Yeah, look, before we head on to the rest of the match though, Proto, I do have a question for you. Do you know these guys at all? Do you know Dewey?
Not particularly, if I'm being completely honest. So do forgive me if I've said anything.
That's a shame, brother, that you do not know Dewey. But we carry on with the match, heading into round 4, of course.
Nice. Okay.
Bar Gaming once again
on broadcast.
It's late here in ANZ, so forgive us for having a bit of a giggle. But right now, you know for a fact, 1-1, the mirror is still being deployed though. That could be punished if creators hurry up. No, unfortunately, it's going to go down. But we are going back to Bar Gaming. I mean, given what you saw of that last attempt, do you think that there is something that sort of hindered Dewey's pick up of the round?
I definitely think they lost a lot of picks based on positioning. I mean, we saw the guy inside of stock was not really aware of the whole Maverick thing going on, which is an angle that has been used in, I think, pretty much every single game of Chalet that I've seen where Maverick hasn't been directly banned. So a little bit of a misplay there from that player, unfortunately. And then as well, I mean, Vooz, yes, while he didn't die, pretty much was almost wiped out completely in the first, minute and a half of the round because he was standing in the middle of a window. Very similar for the Malusi, I believe, of Robustus, who that was there. But I mean, either way, the first kill is going to go in favour of Dewey, so that is a better start than what they previously got, unfortunately. Aimer struggling to get the Rotiro in there and is actually going to get shot too. But I mean, yeah, I think it was positioning for them, but starting open with that pick is going to be better than the previous.
Yeah, no map up the board enables some of that flexibility in terms of map rotations for the way, but it is obviously Chalet, so they are limited in their own right. Or the stun play towards Mezzanine. There is a player there who is going looking. And they do spot Vooz tucked in behind the fireplace pillar in the middle of the room. The ping's still going. Aimer dropped, and it's Robust to find it. The charge on through Mezzanine. Does Vooz know? He doesn't. He hasn't got a clue. He just gets run up on. Now, all of a sudden, things are looking a bit interesting for the defense of this round. Creators have lost 2 key players. They've taken out Vooz, but I mean, we've seen teams, especially out of Seas, do more with less.
I mean, you can do anything with anything, especially hitting that Nitro now as well. PRV, that is huge for him. Almost a kill there for Error. Unfortunately, couldn't quite find the head. GL's going to go down as well to Robust, and now in a 1 versus 4. Error has a lot of work to do. Will spot out the Jaeger and does a significant amount of damage. Unfortunately, isn't going to net himself that frag, but the fault outside from God Mode, a little bit too keen on trying to get that frag, will cost him his life, but some good damage dealt here to the Yana to hinder her clutching attempts. However, some tags on the board for Dewey, but Panda 1v3, 20 seconds left.
Unfortunately, it seems God Mode has entered the code wrong because he's not, in fact, God Mode. He is, in fact, 0-3, which is not what God would be in Raven. I mean, you talk about a ripper of a start of the round, clean shave to close it out with that MK14. Bops the head, doesn't even see it. And, well, off the back of that, Dewey take the lead once again.
Really good from them. Positionally at the end of that round, perfectly played. Crosses all across the board. A guy in dining, a guy in the long haul. Everything was sort of just clean cut and polished. There was everything covered that needed to be covered. And There you go. Another round on the board for Dewey. Creators unfortunately losing that one out. I think Dewey learned their lesson though, played their positions a little bit more aggressively as opposed to walking away from them than like they did in that previous round. But now obviously they are going to go back upstairs to the first bomb fight that they won here and attempt to give it another round on the, well, attempt to get themselves another round on the board, should I say, because Creators seem to struggle a little bit with this top 4 hole.
Well, I mean, yeah. Look, there was struggles. There's a lot of reassurances, across both sides of it. But I think one of the big indicators is, of course, going to be the Spinker coming into play for Greg, who, I mean, look, did a reasonable job of holding that window. The double there found the first pick for Creators at the least on the attack, but the nano boost into the later stages of the round, especially on a bomb site like this, where you'd imagine there are going to be early skirmishes across the map, is going to be invaluable.
Definitely. Obviously, opening picks are the big game changer here, I think, for both of these teams, because that's always what you want. Starting in the first, 30, 40 seconds of a round, if you find that first frag, it is going to be huge. I mean, we saw in the previous round, I believe it was Greg on the Nomad who played on the main window, found 2 or even 3, but either way, if they can set up similarly to how they had it last time and not lose those initial picks, it is going to be huge for them. We do see some good drone work coming out here, setting up these flanks, waiting that they can try and get some early solar control here. But there you go, Greg is down. Raven, I believe, either peeking outside or through a window to outside somewhere, is going to find the opener, and that is your Finker gone, nano boosts taken with her. That is not a good pick to lose early.
Well, that time hyping it up, and well, now Greg's dead, unfortunately, and it just makes the job harder for the rest of Creators, who would hate to fall short 2 seasons in a row in qualifying for Ops League. But it's not the end of the world. They've still got, I mean, worst case scenario, another map after this, and then potentially a third if they can bring it back. But right now, 2-1 deficit is not insurmountable. Losing Greg, not the end of the world, especially given the damage they've already done to Robust and Raven. But it's saying that they're still going to need to sharpen up their aim a little bit and hit some of these shots a bit cleaner.
Yeah, they are going to have to find a couple of these kills. Obviously, without them, the round is forfeit unless, obviously, time comes in to be a factor, albeit Thatcher on the board with the AL means that the wall is going to be relatively easy to open up without any questions. So they're going to be prepping themselves up here for a study execute. They're going to rotate some players over as well, obviously setting up that Nomad on the window outside of Piano and trying to possibly even maybe take some mezzanine control here. Error to lead the push. He's going to go down first inside of the bathroom. However, the refrag is there for Jello. He's just trying to fight all the way into the site. Piano's there to cover Vooz to find the refrag. And now a 2 versus 4 failed jumping attempt here for Dewey. Nets them another loss, and Vooz on a lovely pre-fire. It all happened too quickly, Panda. Dewey definitely found it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what I'm getting at.
That's not a pre-fire. That's sending them to the nth dimension. I don't even think they know where they were. That was huge stuff. Dewey are absolutely dominating this map currently, Proto. And I mean, look, we've seen what they're capable of. They've played 4 so far, dropped a single round. Now they head to kitchen and dining. I mean, what do creators need to do on a map that you yourself claimed was attacker-sided?
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of eating my own words there in that regard, I guess. So at the end of the day, you never know. Maybe Dewey just cracked on Chalet defense. It could all change when it comes creators' attempt at the defense. You never know. I may just be completely wrong. In fact, I'd probably put money on the second option there. But creators have had a rough couple of rounds. I mean, they started off all right. They started off pretty well, but after that second round, when they won it, third and fourth have just crumbled for them. They've started off really, really strong. They might even find the opening kill, or at least some good trades, but then it all just sort of falls apart and everything goes. Now, Aimer, off of the Maverick, onto the Fuse, is an interesting choice.
Not the only time we've seen it tonight. It's already had an appearance once earlier on Border in that first best of 3 that we saw. So, look, I can understand it, especially on a map like this, especially attacking kitchen and dining. Anyone anchoring on that side could find themselves in a very, very dangerous game of ice hockey. Those pucks obviously being explosive and all.
Yeah, a little bit of damage. It's fragmentation is good for you, Panda. If you're so inclined. All the same, need to come out here. It's going to be pretty fruitless, unfortunately, for Greg there. Unable to find any damage, and I'm not too sure whether any utility was actually cleared with that nade or whether or not it was kind of just the blind fire. All the same, Creators yet to really find too much. Going to get some good damage. Won't actually spot the shoulder of Robust there. The boost is going to be in point. Thankfully, it was, because if it hadn't, Aimer would not be around.
That's not ideal. I mean, that's probably a bit of an understatement given the situation, but not ideal. We'll leave it at that. Right now, Creators are trying to clear out what utility they can, get themselves positioned above this site so they can start this verticality. And it's no sledge, but a fuse. Look, you could see how it would do something similar.
Yeah, especially with the new shrapnel changes. Put it on the window outside, for example, and open up the floor that way, maybe even, if you wanted to get creative, I guess. But with a minute and a half remaining, you do see through the walls there on the lovely observer view that we do still have a very strong presence from Dewey. As I say that, it starts to get a little bit less strong, with Aimer obviously finding that kill onto Robust, getting one back for himself after the initial engagement they had, albeit Finker trading from shots as well there, Greg doing his best, but BRV is going to go down as well, and now Greg takes control of the bathroom, tries to go towards the players running down the solar stairs, but God mode to find one into the Jelly. Make it 2, Aimer falls as well. And things very quickly turn back into a 3 versus 3, with one player still actually upstairs.
Yeah, it's God mode. He found 2, and, well, PRV will be picked up at the cost of God mode. I'm genuinely a little curious as to, how he was allowed to get away with it. Was there a lack of info? What was going on? But it's even more disappointing is the fact that Aimer, as a fuse, did not get a charge off inside the building. But right now, PIV playing down in Trophy. This is a dangerous angle. If he finds one, chances are he's going to be traded back almost immediately. But you look at the health bars. Greg is low. Error has been tagged. Not a single nano boost remaining. Oh, my Lord, Vooz watching the hatch. If he is spotted on a drone here, they might be able to get the wall bang play. But if he isn't, just think of the damage that he could do.
Nicola right now, Vooz can pretty much shut the whole thing down. Walking on down, that's actually a good kill. PRV needed to find that. The kitchen drop has come out. Vooz still yet to really make a play on it. The bomb's still going down. It's going to be a stick. Vooz finds Error, but they've got the red pings on the last player. He gets off the bomb. He goes for the swing, but Vooz is there with the pistol in hand. Near will fall. The bomb to be diffused away. Find themselves a 4th, and I am really just eating my words right now because the attackers cannot seem to get away with anything.
Ironically, hitting Crow, not from our last match, but the bird itself. It's look, I mean, it is what it is. We have seen a trend so far tonight in Filipino Siege. It's the defender side tends to be the more favoured one and the more successful one. Dewey with a 4-1 start in the half at the moment. I mean, look, let's be honest, Pro. It's angling towards what is likely going to be a 5-1 half going into that transition into the attack. I mean, Creators, they may not get that shot at the grand finals appearance in this qualifier. They might be shut down even further from the finish line.
They might. Like, they might not even get a chance at the grand final, Panda. It's really going to come down to whether or not they can pull something back from this first map, or well, in saying that, reverse sweep if they go on to lose this map, which at the moment is looking more and more like a possibility, given the fact that Dewey are just walking away with these rounds that they arguably shouldn't be. And I mean, going into the end of that, it was a what, 2 versus 3, 2 versus 4, and then Dewey still come out on top. Creators have just made so many little mistakes that unfortunately cost them the round later on or in the moment, and it is really starting to show for them as the gap definitely is widening.
Yeah. Look, as much as I want to say, yeah, look, Dewey are looking good. They're looking to close this one out in the next 3. I just get, again, that nagging feeling in the back of my mind that once we head into the transition, Creators head over the defense, we could see this one equalize itself out and the balance return to the game of Rainbow Six Siege. And likely, we see a 6-6 half and overtime on the cards. But right now, they are going to be going for that much the same play they went for initially. Open up garage, look to contest that stock wall, but the drone being shot out through the drone hole gives away the fact that there is someone roaming down in the basement.
obviously with the drone help as well, waiting for some confirmation on this Roma. Interesting that we saw 12 Habana pellets used there after the recent Habana changes. Only 8 need to be used, so possibly some questionable utility usage there for creators. Might be coming back to haunt them later on, but albeit the wall opened up, they're going to try and clear that Roma out. And that is going to be probably one of their main focuses for the first part of this round. They have already pushed him back towards that connector and sort of isolated him in there. The nades to follow. Godmode's going to take a little bit of damage off that, but he's got 4 players now beginning to bear down on his position. He does have some help from Blue, from a teammate, but is that going to be enough to keep both of them alive and come out on top of the trades? No, there we go. He goes down, but there we go. Jelly Jelly is actually going to fall to Ravens. So a 1-for-1 so far.
But Nier in the process takes a huge investment worth of damage, so it's not ideal for him at the moment. He wants to be as healthy as possible. With Aimer falling to Robust, the odds quickly skew once again. Gaming is not the ideal site to be attacking when you've only got 3 players, well 2.5 technically if you want to get pedantic about it remaining. They do have Nano Boost in place, so it shouldn't be this way for the remainder of the round. But with the odds stacked against them, with that utility in play, look, creators have really stacked the deck against themselves.
Really hard, unfortunately. I mean, if they find a kill here, it might be doable, but it's a very broad term given how the previous rounds we've seen from them have ended out, unfortunately. Now, a little bit of a rotate here from Error to possibly go for a bit of a pinch. Vooz takes a considerable amount of damage, but so does Greg in the process. So now, 2 players from Creators within, well, 50 HP, give or take 5%, and it's really not looking too good to them. Going to opt for the Vault in here. They're going to force some fights on the top floor, but with 30 seconds left, all these players have either started to fall back or they're just holding for rat angles close by. I mean, we see close left there on the double door. There's a player waiting, and there we go. Vooz swings on out, finds one. Almost good for a second. Near will go down in the process to Raven, but now it's all up to Error. 1 versus 4, and Voon is on the hunt through the wall. Error's going to take him out. 14 seconds, Panda. It's a 1 versus 3.
That said, the defuse, not okay. Robust was just like a shadow in the night, work his way up the stairs, and they did sort of stare at each other for a second before the shot started flying, and Robust locks it down with a big kill there. 5-1 on the cards, a 5-1 defensive half, Proto. I mean, what are the odds we see that traded back?
At this rate, tonight, anything is possible. We have seen it done. We've seen it almost done. I mean, we saw a good attempt in the previous game. But I mean, look, Dewey have sort of cemented themselves here as a very solid team. Done some really good defense work, and they've put the rounds on the board. So now they're going to have a pretty, I'd imagine, pretty easy attacking half. I say that, touch wood on their behalf. But if they can keep up the way they've been playing and playing for these picks, and then, you know, calling in all the rotates, focusing all their utility in the correct location, Dewey are going to set themselves up here for a pretty, I would say, pretty quick 7x. 3 maybe, if creators can sort of start to find their groove. But obviously now being on defense, things are going to be a little bit easier for them. They're going to have the time now sort of, I would say, play a little bit slower, given that they are not having to gain as much information as they were on the attack side of things with the drones, etc. But I mean, defense has always been like that. You sort of lay in wait for your prey to come to you, and I think creators are probably going to get a couple rounds based on this purely, but it depends how Dewey want to play it. If they want to play it super aggro, then we might have a little bit of an issue.
My word, what a setup of operators we're seeing coming out of both sides. You look at Dewey, Osa, Flores. We've also got the Maverick, Afinka, and Iana, so an insane amount of information gathering, an insane amount of utility clear. They've even got the shields there from God mode, should they want to get a bit aggressive onto the window. And then to kick it all off, hell, we've got some hard breach should we absolutely require it. And Vooz, hell, he might even be bringing it just for the gun alone, because he's already found Aimer.
Yeah, I definitely think aggression is going to be one of the big things here for Dewey. They definitely seem to just have the number. They know what they want to do. They're playing for themselves, and it is really just it's benefited them 2 rounds in a row now. So already we're seeing Dewey start to widen the gap they've already created for themselves, and if they're allowed to keep doing things like that, then it is not going to go well. I mean, creators, we came into this and, you know, finishing second and all this, they're already going for a plant panda. Well, they're trying. But I definitely think that things are going to be over pretty quickly here if they can keep this up. And yeah, there we
Honestly,
go. So,
yeah, look, robust with the nade, banks it off the wall, shoots errors in the knee. Foos has found a third. Honestly, I think he might just like it for the gun at this stage. He's not using it for any sort of significant hard reach. He's still got frag grenades, and Robust secures the flawless away.
okay.
A 6-1 scoreline, Proto. At this stage, it may not be a case of creators don't get a chance to go for that reattempt, the revenge. This might just be a mercy killing.
Yeah, it might just be. I think Dewey have definitely shown up to this one. they're here and they're ready to play. I mean, their first attacking round flawless right off the bat. Thank you very much for coming. We'll take that. And very quickly, 6-1 with Raven now teasing the knock off the initial pick. And God Mode on the Monty, who is an operator that has been banned out and pretty much frowned upon all evening by, well, both the other teams that we've already seen play. This is going to be his first round of Rainbow Six tonight. So it's going to be interesting to see how Monty
repick, baby.
Oh, yeah, true. I'm hoping he stays. Come on, God Mode, keep it up. He's playing Osa. Monty is just a bigger Osa. So, please.
Some would argue that Osa is a more effective Monty, if we're being perfectly honest. But
yeah,
right
look,
now,
you're probably
kitchen
not
dining.
wrong saying that.
But honestly, I've seen more successful Osas in the last 2 weeks
yeah.
than I have seen Monty.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, look, it is what it is. The only change, it's Vooz back onto the Maverick, and they give PRV the Thermite instead of the Flores. But so far, with 13 seconds remaining, Monty, Thinker, and Nook are all going to be stuck. Raven is about to be a real nuisance.
Yeah, I am hoping we get to see some interesting knock play. I'm expecting maybe a run up West Main through blue, or some type of aggression up blue to bottom library, or something along the lines of this for Raven. I want to see that knock get into places that she shouldn't be, because that will just be insult to injury at that point. Plus, knock's pretty cool, so you'll have to see it. Also, the Black Ice on Monty, subtle flex there from God Mode. I wish that my Bravo packs were that good. All the same, there we go. Knock already inside, taking that downstairs control. Raven making quick work with that live drone forward to the bottom of West Main, and this might be over very quickly. There's no one on site.
There's no one on site. They've vacated completely. I think they don't want to get caught in the site and locked down the way that you traditionally see teams get caught. But I'll be honest, I have yet to open a Bravo pack, not because I just haven't been playing, but because I'm ADHD, I like to leave things to the last minute. So I will play the entirety of the Battle Pass in the last 2 weeks it's available and get it done then.
They'll all be green, like mine would be. It's great.
Classic.
You love to see it. Cast of luck, ladies and gentlemen, albeit some Z pings here. He's holding the crosses. Monty is going to make his up the West Main. God Mode here. The flashbangs to burn. Jumping on into Trophy. It's not going to go too well. Jelly will be there to take down Robust. Monty has made his way to the top of West Main and now is going to be a real threat towards the bomb site. You obviously have that Astro Stairs presence. Aimer is going to be good for one boost to go down. This isn't going too well with Jello taking down Raven as well. And very quickly, creators find themselves in a 5 versus 2. Very favourable position.
Greg does fall, the first victim of Dewey in this attacking round of theirs. This is, look, it's a good 8th round for creators so far, but you've got a Monty and a Lion in play, and, well, Monty and Lion have just found one, mostly thanks to the Lion. But, let's be honest, God Mode is there being a bit of a nuisance, and Lion has found a third. All of a sudden, the plant is a possibility. PRV is covering from Trophy Stairs. The scan as well, trying to deny the push, and they just don't. They don't push it. And all of a sudden, Era has to try and find one. PRV for a 4th! No way! Dwayne need one more, and it is going to be a full 7-1 off the back of a PRV ace! What a round! And away, they make it theirs. They find their way through. Creators are 1 map away from being eliminated.
2v5, by the way. This is why Monty's been banned all night. Monty Diff, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that they could not do anything about that player just walking around in the bomb site, giving calls there to PRV. I mean, all he had to do was clean up. He was there. He had the gun to do it. The utility usage there was absolutely perfectly played. I mean, the Monty getting the bomb down, the Lion scan to stop the rotate through into the kitchen, allowed him to set himself up for those cross angles and shut down those returning players, albeit some really big work from PRV there. But I mean, paired with the Monty, you really cannot fault that play. And I think that is why we have seen Monty banned. And I actually would not be surprised if we see him being banned going into Skyscraper, because on a map like that, Monty is definitely going to be a menace. And especially if we know that they want to play that, Dewey are definitely going to abuse the fact that they know that they can't deal with it.
I mean, honestly, the wildest thing to me is Vu's managed, 11-3, playing the Wamai and the Maverick exclusively. But Proto, map 1 was a quick one. We're trying to catch up with the schedule after a 4-hour best of 3 to kick the evening off. When we come back after the break, creators take on Dewey at Skyscraper to see if we go back to Clubhouse, back to basics for Decider. Be back soon. Come back after the break.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them.
to her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
先生、
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ、話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Righto. Somehow we might be working our way back to being on schedule after a very, very accelerated 7-1 on Chalet. We now head to the newest map in the competitive pool, Skyscraper, coming into play. You said you're excited to see it. What excites you most about it, do you reckon?
It's a map that allows for pretty much any style of play. You want to play it aggressively? Go for it. You can jump out so many different windows. You can play for so many kills. You want to play it reserved? Awesome. Reinforce all the walls. Play inside the site. Same with attack. You want to rush it? There's 3 different staircases. You want to play reserved? You can rappel on the balcony and hold across into the bomb site. It is so many ways that Skyscraper can be played, especially the roam game. The roam game is something I'm very interested to see how it sort of pans out. Obviously, Vigil is going to be really big. Operators like Malusi, Alibi, even I reckon Oryx would probably have a pretty good sort of attempt at doing some good damage on her own. But Skyscraper is going to be interesting, Panda. I especially after Dewey sort of kicking us off with that 7-1 with the 2v5 for the clutch up. Things are not looking good for creators going into map 2 here.
I mean, look, Proto, you said that it was going to be Attack-Asitis, but Dewey showed us that theirs is truly the way going into this matchup. Of course, let's jump on into Skyscraper, get things going. And the up phase will be coming through. Buck Jackal. I mean, look, it's not the most quintessential operator bands, but I can understand 100% why they've been taken out.
Yeah, Buck, especially on a map like this, is definitely a pretty scary operator to have up. Valkyrie as well, obviously next to follow along in terms of the bans for Dewey, but Monty left up Panda by creators, instead opting to go for that Buck. So maybe something that they're not too worried about in the end. The double Spaniard ban, obviously, with Mira finishing off her counterpart, meaning that is the conclusion of our ban phase, and Monty is going to make it through. But on top of that, so is Flores and Thatcher. So already we see Bandit being bought, and even operators like Maestro, Malusi, and Ella. I mean, Twitch being bought already, even after that Twitch ban. Twitch being teased and then got off. But Amaru from God Mode, question mark, is the big one for me.
Hardly, not even a question mark worthy moment. Look, I mean, I can understand it. There are a couple of those key balconies that you're looking at to get onto early to start the aggression up. I mean, you look outside of Exhibition, you want to get up there early. We are, however, starting Karaoke T-Room. And I mean, look, even the Armoru could be relevant here, jumping straight into Karaoke for an aggressive attempt onto the site. It's something that Dewey might be able to get away with, creators not expecting it.
I mean, if Amaru can get into the site, the G8 is a gun that is very scary in the right hands, and God Mode has already proven in the previous matchup that he is mechanically definitely capable of dealing with pretty much anyone who comes into his wake. So Lion and Fink are both being bought with the Ying as well. So I'd imagine that it is actually probably most likely just going to be a pretty swift take into the T-Room side of things, T-Room party, because with the operator lineup they have, there is actually no one really for creators currently.
God Mode getting the stretches going. You know, just got to make sure
the quads warmed up.
Yeah, make sure the glutes are nice and loose. You don't want to be pulling a hammy on the way to Karaoke on the fly. Just look at it.
Karaoke. Yeah.
Oh, they are just gearing up for this, and there is a limited opening in the wall. Ping's coming out, so there must be something enough to deter them. I would imagine it's probably more than likely, unfortunate throw there at the drone from God Mode. I would imagine it's probably going to be a Grismox if I had, nothing at all more embarrassing in this game than being caught misthrowing a drone and having to pick it up and do it again.
Yeah, definitely when it's on stream as well. But I mean, Ella with the FO12 there, it is actually going to be, I think, the execute. They got the line coming up black here. Try and do some damage on this flank side of things. Obviously, we do have Booze on the map. Yeah, the bomb's going down straight on that window. Candela's coming in to try and cover. The cover is there, though. Raven is going to find one. PvP will need to find another. Nia will take down God Mode, though, for the trade, and 41 seconds is left. Robust will find another. Now left in a 2 versus 4. The trades are going back and forth. Nia will find another onto Robust, but very quickly, things start to go wrong. Vooz is there. PRV for the last one and away. That is the plant down, and the kills got. What a way to start off Skyscraper.
Oh my, what a round. I mean, God Mode didn't see a damn thing when he died, but at that stage it didn't matter. The defuse was already down. And that is, I mean, the power of the Aruni. Armoru. Oh, there's too many A's in this game. The Armoru pick, you get it early. You've got the EE1D coverage. You've got the Finker. You've got the Ying on top of it. So as soon as we saw God Mode in, the Candelas were flowing. The coverage was there, and I mean, I'm surprised Nia was even able to get that kill.
Yeah, no, I am quite surprised as well, but we instantly see a pick off onto the Warden to attempt to directly counter any more Ying play, which is interesting to see, because I think Dewey have done their one-trick rush, and now they are obviously switching off to the more norm. They're bringing the ace instead. They've dropped the line. They've dropped the Ying. They've dropped the Amaru, and they've gone for more of a normal, we should say, lineup here. Obviously, Domo bringing the Osa back. So window/door play might be a big sort of part of their execute here. Obviously, taking up through Shrine and Dragon. I'd imagine it will be a heavy office side. But we do see some roamers downstairs for Creator, possibly a little bit of a roam slash run out here, maybe for Greg, if he's feeling spicy. But all the same, it is definitely looking like it is going to be more geared to a full roam clear and plant, as opposed to a jump in and give it a go type thing for Dewey this round.
Foos picking up the Maverick once again because he likes the gun. 100%. I'm sticking with that opinion. He plays the Maverick because he likes the gun, not because of any sort of extra utility he brings to the table in a round of Rainbow Six Siege. Right now, they're gearing themselves up for it. The double down on the karaoke site, it seems. But look, it's a similar but not quite the same approach, Proto. The OSA in play. I'm surprised God Mode didn't just pop the door there.
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice, but there you go. Era's going to be the one that is going to get a little bit aggressive here and actually find the first 2 picks, taking down Robust and Raven at the start of this round. Now, Godmode has jumped in, narrowly misses the head of the Alibi. Some pings are there, but unfortunately, Era already still doing work for his triple. Godmode will spot the head, but he just can't hit the shot. Jacob, he's just having a small look around. Oh, Godmode! What's going on, Panda? I can't keep up. It's all going down. PRV to find another to equalize. It's a 2 versus 2, but holy, what a battle to get there.
Yellow, first haircut of his life. I'm not sure what the attempt was, you know, what the theory behind it was, and unfortunately, Era's got no chance at the AC now. Not going to be able to match up what PRV was able to bring to the table last map. But the health disparity, a pretty significant one, given that Dewey, look, PRV is somehow clinging to life. In fact, I think there are more numbers in his name that he has health to his bar at the moment. God Mode with the O's, though, could be a difference maker. That shield, I mean, how many times have we seen that come in clutch for a team?
Oh, I mean, already for this team alone, we've seen it implemented once, and Godmode might not have found kills necessarily, but he did big work, and Godmode, there we go, speaking of it, the PDW in hand, we find the first. He's looking for the second, he's going to get it! That is 4 for Godmode in the round. It's not quite PRV levels, but a 4K is definitely nothing to be shy of, and Dewey are definitely showing the creators that they are here, and they're not going to give up that second place attempt without a big fight.
Finally, the pivot away from the site, and apparently there may be some skins in play, Proto, unfortunately, but we're going to be pivoting over towards Exhibition and Office in Jello, bringing something else to the table here. I mean, Clash, I'm a big fan of the play. I'm a big fan of the operator. I'm keen to see how it'd be changed.
Yeah, Clash is an interesting one to see brought out here by creators. I mean, obviously, the Monty was very big for Dewey in the last round of that map, and maybe they're looking to try and slow down some of the aggression that Dewey are bringing to the board here. I mean, that round, we pretty much just saw God Mode face check everybody and win his ones. And that was off the base of a very deep sort of lurk style attack, which obviously panned well for Dewey with him finding 4 and ultimately the round. And again, another, what was that, 2v4, 2v3 Panda?
Yep.
So, like, Dewey definitely have the clutch ability of, you know, some of the best teams we've seen coming out in clutches like that. But, I mean, this is what the Clash is going to be brought in to attempt to stop. Paired with the Malusi, Clash can slow down so much of the aggression that Dewey have been just forcing every round. It is just pressure, pressure, pressure. And that is what Clash is going to be brought in here to try and negate. To some degree. At least try.
Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder if the production team has had a bit of a word to Dewey. They want to get us back on schedule. So it's
guys,
going to be they need to get us back ready for that final best of 3. And speaking of making a quick entry in already, we start to see some key openings being contested. The breach there onto the desk wall. I mean, that could be big, especially with Robust heading below to try and clear out the mute jammer that you're imagining is there, but it doesn't look like it is, in fact. That's interesting. I'm not seeing a mute jammer, and that's a pretty key position to be holding on defense of the site. And
Clash as well. Oh, Nia. That is a shame. I don't even know what he was shooting at, but that is your Clash gone. And now as well, Nia pays his ultimate price. Vooz to find that frag. It's just going to be a walk in here for God Mode. The PDW has more than enough bullets to get the job done. Will spot the Malusi. Can't quite find the kill. The pistol in hand. He's going for the style points here. He's going to get it as well. Error to go down. PRV takes a bit of damage. Greg, the only player left. He's not long for this world. PRV with the AK-12 in hand away. As soon as that clash was down, I don't even think clash really would have made a difference here. The aggression from them on Skyscraper is just unrivaled from creators in any way, shape, or form. They cannot deal with what Dwayne's putting down.
I'm sorry, the bit that gets me is God Mode attempting to go for a play as if he was playing Monty. Like the 180 into the shield. Oh, wait, I'm Osa. The shield comes out of my pocket.
Yeah.
And then realizing that actually the clash play on the attack, which is not something that you often see teams willing to attempt as it is. But, I mean, look, I want to be upset about Jello getting team killed as the clash, but as someone who has consistently been there with yourself as well, I don't feel like I'm in a position to judge.
No, look. Sometimes it happens, ladies and gentlemen. Whatever Neil was shooting at, I'm sure it was important, but obviously not that important.
No, I'm waiting for the message in chat. Hey, at least I got the drone.
yeah, guys, it's okay. I shot the ace charge, but costed Jello's life. Albeit, as I said, I don't think the clash was a big loss there for them anyway in the end at all. Yes, it may have rocked creators' boat a little bit after losing the clash, sort of as what just happened? I'm so sorry. But, yeah, look, the way that they're playing, I'm sorry, right now is just, it is unrivaled by creators. Like, they physically cannot seem to do too much about what's going on right now, except maybe find an opener.
Well, we've got the armor in play once again. I mean, at this point, do we even touch on it? The floor is there as well for PRV. Oh, dear. I don't think Raven's got to find many opportunities to capitalize on this armor, unless he does full send it above, get onto that balcony, get up into office, try and contest the vert. But even then, what are you going to achieve? God Mode is just shift glued to the floor, looking to sprint on through that delivery entrance, even potentially Vooz clearing out some of this utility upstairs. I mean, there's a heavy investment in utility upstairs, as you would expect for a site defense of this caliber. But, I mean, look, Proto, I'm just that bamboozled. We are in the first minute. Vooz has just walked in.
Yeah. Okay. So something has gone very wrong.
They
for
walked out
here.
Oh no, sorry. I thought for a second it was a defender. I was like, hold on, is that the defender? No. Okay, we're not quite there. Nia does kill Raven, so there was a defender nearby. But I mean, the fact that they've just been let to walk in unwantedly has me concerned.
Yeah, especially with Nia now finding a second. That's not the best. God Mode will take down Aimer at least to attempt to equalize here. The 150 bullets is really coming in big, but Error finds two. A lineup headshot. Takes down PRV and God Mode, now leaving Robust in a 1 versus 4. He does have some considerable damage already on Nia, and Jello obviously at, about 60 HP, but given that there is a big bulletproof shield in his face, things are going to be difficult in terms of taking him out. However, Error, there you go, he's going to die to his own teammate.
Team kill rounds, you love it.
Yeah, there you go, we take those. Whether or not that was intentional or not, either way. But yeah, I mean, 50 seconds left. It's not looking too good, and this is probably going to be the first that Dwayne aren't going to walk away with, unless there's more team kills, to spice things up.
Well, it's a pretty accelerated rotate around Robust. Might just be able to make something happen. He has got the diffuser, hits the default cam out, which is going to reveal his position, and all of a sudden, oh, look at it. The hunt, Jello rotates over like a fly, drawn to rotten fruit. The bathroom window. This could be where he dies, much like Albus if he's spotted. Yeah, he's about to lose his life in the bathroom, unfortunately. Just punching things out, trying to bait the shield close in the swing, the pre-fires. It is going to be errors from long range to find a third in the round. Creators, look, it's not the cleanest of comebacks, but it's a comeback start nonetheless.
Yeah, the first round is the hardest to get, especially on a losing streak, but they've broken it. They've managed to find themselves some semblance of hope and put one round on the board. I mean, that is a good place to start, if not any, but the clash that round definitely had more of an effect, obviously, in the previous, because, she was dead. But, yeah, interestingly, that they're choosing to opt for the team kills as opposed to going for the frag. But maybe that's just the element of surprise that creators are hoping for. I think maybe you never know. But all the same, it's a good round from them. Finally able to put something on the board and do something with the rounds that they've been getting close to winning. But Dewey, I don't think they're just quite ready to let that slide yet.
Well, as it stands, one round might be all they get. If we're being honest with ourselves right now, Proto, it's what they got in the first, and then they might just go back-to-back 7-1s, which would be truly disheartening for Creators fans everywhere. But Dewey are looking to do this in rapid fashion, and that gives you a little bit of hope going into the grand finals, of course. Going into this round number 5, second to last of the half, Office exhibition once again. But Proto, where does the line get drawn? Where do Creators make their last stand?
Imagine they probably have to start now. They really do need to.
One would hope.
Yeah, one would hope that they would find sort of at least a couple of rounds before the half. I mean, a 4-2 is doable on Skyscraper, but in terms of how Dewey have been playing it, how we saw them play Chalet, I'd imagine that they're obviously going to be looking for a lot better than that. Now, the Roma's spotted downstairs, but it's all good because I believe we actually already have a player. No, we don't. Okay, I thought Robust was in. He isn't. Hunting for that kill. They are going to try and lock this player in downstairs to find that frag, obviously spotting him out. They're going to be doing their best to get this opener here.
Yeah, on the hunt, PRV is just feeding that info game through. Well, unfortunately, the kill's there for God mode.
That was a one tap, by the way.
Yeah, it was clean. But, and I need to preface this, Proto. Regardless of how clean it was, they aren't teammates, and that is not ideal.
Yeah, look, losing that player is not the best way to start things off. Unfortunately, losing a Zofia as well is a big L in the books. Boo's looking to maybe try and shut down that clash in terms of the zapping ability. I do believe, the main breach is open, so they have some good crossfires. They kind of do have one player downstairs, God mode, kind of just lurking around, but it doesn't really matter because Era is there to take him out. And now in a 5 versus 3, Dewey, the Dewey that was an awesome pre-fire from Aimer, but the Dewey train, as I was saying, has sort of hit a little bit of a stop.
Era, bro, you can't be going that aggressive just because we saw one from there just before. Aimer, actually, with that MP5, doesn't mean you can go for it. Look, at this stage, yes, you probably could afford to in the 4 versus 1 with that clash outside. I don't know what is going on behind this. He's just disco, full spin, getting the revolutions in. Hopefully he doesn't make himself too dizzy. The head was spotted there by PIV, who is currently just being hunted. Honestly, at this stage, probably, do you take the 40 seconds remaining in the round and go hide somewhere towards, somewhere you can't be killed and just talk about it, or do you contest the kills?
Yeah, probably the safe bet is to, play for your time, have a little bit of a free tack timeout, and, just play your time. Obviously, that thermite charge being muted. Oh, we got the play of the window as well. Obviously, right now, we cannot see it, but there is the enemy detected outside. And Greg is going to take full advantage of that and take down Thermite. Proning under the window. It would have been better if it was maybe the shotgun pistol, just to keep things spicy, but Creators finally finding their stride, putting another round on the board. Can they equalise though, Panda? 3-3, or do we think that Dewey are going to keep their momentum? Well, what's left of it, and find a 4-2?
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. It's the standard GR3G standard issue new mat coming through.
Yeah, my bad.
It's just as effective as the Frost mat. Some would argue even more so. But unfortunately, those won't be in deployment until at least next patch. So unfortunately for now, you casual warriors are going to have to make do with what you got. But I mean, Proto, this is a considerably different story than what we saw on Chalet in our first map.
Yeah, it really was. It was pretty different so far. I mean, albeit these teams in this second map have definitely been a lot more back and forth than they were in the first, obviously with the first 2 maps being an 8-7 and an 8-6. and then the third being that 7-4. Things obviously starting to look like they're taking a little bit more of that approach, obviously going close to the 3-3 here, depending on how creators can close this out. But I think what has been big for creators on this map is very new to the map pool, the newest addition, in fact. And while there are inexperienced teams or teams that may not have scrimmed it as much as everybody else, you do have to take into consideration as well the clash play. The clash play has been, yes, after the first round, really, really good. It's pretty much just slowing down anything the way was bringing. I mean, the first rounds were dominant, but now you see the introduction of that clash, and things have changed pretty significantly across those next few rounds.
Well, I mean, whether it's a case of we see Dewey look to go the same way on their defense, but I mean, look, a 3-1 start to the map and then being brought back to this point is not the end of the world. So creators, they are mounting what they can, and they're doing a very convincing job of doing so. The defense has looked a lot cleaner the last couple of rounds. But in saying that, there's still a map down, and they still need to win this one to go to Clubhouse.
Yeah, look, club is the goal, I think, at the end of the day here. But I mean, it's going to come down to whether or not they're going to figure out how to deal with this clash. We do see, obviously, Vooz on the Nomad, so that is going to be, I think, a direct attempt to counter that clash play. However, Robust narrowly missing the third team kill of this map, or fourth even, but still has made pretty decent waves into drum. We'll spot that clash out. However, now his position now forfeit as well. But albeit there is one player down below and they've got some pretty good ground, but he's actually just not. No, that is such a shame. Almost had the freebie on Bandit there. He's going to get another attempt though. Almost doesn't get it, but Nia goes down. Robust finds the kill. Dewey find the opener.
I'm not quite sure what world Nia was living in just then. He thought he was all good over towards Geisha, but unfortunately runs back, and well, Vooz falls. Raven tagged heavy as well, and Vooz, with that being finished off, they do get Jello Jelly. That is your clash down, and that is a huge hurdle out of the way. PRB forced to error, but Greg, oh my lord, he's just absolutely compounding losses. A triple Robust. It might be the ace clash. God, no! Stop by the pillar! Oh, how have creators heisted that away? I'm sorry. God mode was robbed.
Yeah, I will agree with you there. Quite robbed indeed. Panda is the word that I would use. I mean, that was so close to being Dewey's fourth, but just could not make it happen in the end. They were so close. They got the clash down. They had good control. They got the opening pick even, but they just could not convert the round into their own. Dewey, unfortunately, will not get the upper hand going into the defense side of things in terms of round count. However, now being on the defense, you have to now wonder, is that going to be any different for them? It has been relatively even, both sides now with the 3-3. So I don't think we have seen a dominance in either of the sides really sort to show, well, as opposed to Dewey's first 3 rounds. But do you think on the defense they're going to do more damage than they did on the attack? Because it definitely seems like they have the ability to, Panda, especially with how they played their defense on Chalet. Keep in mind, they ended that half 5-1.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I think that last round should have been Dewey's. But
Yeah.
I think that pole stopping, I don't know. I can't say it was the pole exactly, or because the pole was there, it kind of aside. And I mean, look, I'd have to go back and watch it frame for frame to figure out what exactly happened there. But it looked like it was the pole stopping the impact of the bullet, and God mode was quite clearly flummoxed by that. But if it had got the kill, it was only one other player for the side of creators to get. I do believe, if not for that instance, Dewey would have picked up a 4th round. And I think now going on to their defense, we saw just how dominant they were. The first map on Chalet, and how aggressive they were. You spoke to the aggressive capabilities of a map like Skyscraper. I think they should be able to pose this.
Yeah, 100%. If they play this roam, even if, I mean, we saw God mode roaming on the mute. So definitely could see him do it on the smoke, albeit probably not advisable, 20 degree. Don't see the clash, we do see the Thorn in play, so similar to Malusi in theory, but obviously a little bit more delayed. But good ground for creators so far, focusing on these walls, opening up office, getting some good drones through, all the way through Armory, top of the office, all of that, just dedicating that it is clear, and here we go, they're going to start to make their way in. But, I mean, a minute and a half, Panda, no real altercations, and let's be honest, not a really big roam game from Dewey. This is a lot of time wasted, and they haven't had to dedicate any players to doing such.
Yeah, I mean, it's through no significant investment of their own that the creators have been stored out this way, and I think it speaks to maybe a certain level of hesitation or maybe experience or even just, weakness inherently in their playstyle when it comes to the attack. The flanks are being covered, those air jabs in place, but we've seen time and time again them being shut down. I mean, look, you're looking at a setup that involves 6 sets of barbed wire, a Jaeger and a Rooney Gate, well, a couple of Rooney Gates, that mutant play, and obviously the Razor Blooms. So, I mean, yes, the positioning is okay. Yeah, Era, get off the cams, buddy. Get the hell out of the way. Otherwise, well,
It's going to be a big hole.
We know what he's famous for. And there we go. Era's moved, and he's now relocated. He's the one looking for the frags. Aimer is in trouble. He's tagged heavy.
I don't actually think that creators have any idea that there is a player close right and drum here, or at least there was. Aim has taken a considerable amount of damage on the initial contact, albeit, yeah, that player is still close right in drum, yet to make his presence known. Booze takes a considerable amount of damage. From Error there, they have managed to take all the way up to Shrine and Dragon. Booze, however, will get the better of Error. That is not the best way to kick things off here for creators. However, the refrag is there. Near will find one, taking down Booze. And with only 20 seconds left, Panda, they're going to have to get this wall open, or they're going to have to go for the bomb plant, because if they don't, this round is as good as Dewey's.
Shotgun in hand, just on that drum door as well. This guy should push it. They look to execute that way or just force on through. He's dangerous in God mode. Absolutely pumping creators. It is 4 quick frags and they're all orange at the end of the day, Proto. A very, very convincing start to the half.
Yeah, that was more of what I was expecting from Dewey on defense. On attack. Well, yeah, I was expecting that from them on defense as well, if I'm being completely honest. The aggression was there. They had the swings out. They were waiting on time, yes, but as soon as the opportunity came, we saw God Mode sending it out the Dragon Door. He was ready for more. He was good for one. Could have been good for plenty more if there was anyone close by. But, I mean, the team crossfires there. PLV and the Jaeger finds 2. God Mode finds 1. I mean, it was all falling into place for them there. But that was how you need to play those late rounds. And the way they did it pretty much perfectly. They didn't even have to dedicate players to that roam, as you said, have no fault, but their own creators spent so much time clearing out people that didn't exist. And that did cost them at the end of the day. I mean, they got over into drum with 50 seconds left to try and make a play. So it did really come down to time, I think. It just forced them into the waiting arms of the players of Dewey.
Exactly it. And, well, not the only time Skyscraper has been played in the Ops League, it seems, tonight. We did have it, there was an appearance played earlier by Elevate over in the, in their neck of the woods of the Operations League, but Robust shinned in the round. Not going to help Dewey's case.
Give Robust the 416C and he'll do some work. We've seen him do it before. I'd argue that we'd probably see him do it again. Thatcher Thermite in play. We have the duo. Greg takes a lot of damage on a very risky run out there from Dewey, but not going to get a frag either way. So they've equalised. Team damage on Robust, damage on Greg. We take those.
Somehow Dewey come out on top. Ironically enough.
They do, which is weird to say, but Greg's sort of just setting up for the long haul here.
Oh, boy.
Ooh. That was close.
We are blessed, of course, with the player outlines. These teams are not, so they don't know just how close that was to being killed. Booze can be tagged just a little bit, and some early skirmishes before the site is really going to be pressured. The drone in Era does just spot. I would imagine it has to be Raven down there. I don't think it makes much sense for God Mode to be the one down in the walk-in wardrobe. For now, in the house side of things, we are going to see breach. And, well, someone stares it, someone runs away. Again, I think that one probably God Mode for now. But the whole open into office. These drones spotting so much. But Raven, there we go. I talked about it below with the Nitro. And that's Greg, removed.
It's a big kill too. I mean, yes, it is your low HP player. But, I mean, still, a frag's a frag. Aiming to find one on the God Mode. So that is good, at least to trade it. And the smoke taken off the board. So the denial Now minimized, Error will find the player on the air jab, Raven to go down, and very quickly, creators make things look a little bit better for themselves. However, on the run out, or at least run up close to the breach, PRV is going to take one down. Jelly Jelly will fall, but the player's health on Dewey starts to dwindle as the 3v3 definitely becomes more winnable here for creators, but definitely not impossible for Dewey.
Yeah, limited denial. In fact, it's the barbed wire for PRV that I've only just noticed now, so no nitro attempt available in the closer of the round for Dewey. They've still got the guns. They've still got the possibility to make it happen. Aimer looking to push on through house lobby and get up those stairs onto the second floor. But there's a dangerous game about to be started up. And Error, does he know? No, he doesn't! Boo's gun up, ready to go. Headshot, rips it clean out. And you can see creators, they're not quite sure what to do. Yes, they've got the Thatcher Thermite combo, but the only feasible avenue in is going to be this exhibition window.
15 seconds left. I'm not too sure what the call was there. They looked like they wanted to go for the rotate, but they just didn't stick it. And there you go, Robust. Given time to reposition, everybody on the defense is going to be staring at that breach, and PRV is going to be the final person to find that kill. I do not know what the call was there for creations. They looked like they wanted to go for a rotate towards T side with the presence on the window ready for the vault in to have the two players lurk in from behind to clean up the people while they weren't looking, but they sent Zofia over there pretty much completely alone, and then Vuz was sort of just like, okay, well, I'll go and have a word with her, found that kill, and then there you go. The rest of the round just fell apart because, as you said, they didn't know what to do. Rotated back to the breach, taken down as they went across into the site because the players had the time to reposition and get those angles. Bit of a miscall there, I think, for creators, unfortunately. They did have some utility left to play with on the main breach, but at the end of the day, Dewey, they edge closer, 5-3. Only 2 rounds, really, separate them from making it to the semis, and creators taking it to map 3.
Ideal situation, honestly, for Dewey. Not quite as fast as map 1, but hey, look, 2 rounds, charity rounds can be afforded here in this situation. Hell, they can afford a charity map if they so please. Please don't, Dewey. As much as we love Siege and as much as we love casting it, it is getting into the later stages of the evening and, well, early morning for myself. So a third map in a second best of 3. I mean, the first one took us 4 hours, Proto, so I wouldn't want to match that if we can possibly avoid it. But right now, I mean, I only just noticed Jello has yet to find a frag. We've seen a couple of members for creators struggle with that.
Yeah, I mean, creators are just... They seem to have hit maybe a little wall there. They know what they want to do, but I think as soon as they lose a pick, they don't really know how to achieve it anymore, depending on who they lose. If they lose a pivotal operator, Thatcher maybe, Thermite, they kind of just get lost in the sauce a little bit in terms of, well, how do we go about doing this, this, and this? They're losing a lot of drones that we can see. I mean, things are just, unfortunately, kind of rough. I mean, they're 3 for 3 on drones, 3 up, 3 down. And, I mean, especially now with Aimer, that is your Thatcher gone. So they're going to have to heavily rely on Twitch for all of their wall desires, which, at the end of the day, is probably not what you want.
And the cap cannon play for Robust, I don't know if that is a known quantity or even considered. God mode goes for the run out and is going to be shut down by Greg. Honestly, I think this cap can could be the make or break. If we see the cap can, the EDDs come into play at all, even if it's just a single one with a creators player running through it, that is probably more likely than not going to compromise the mental just a little bit.
Yeah, the EDDs are going to be huge here. If they can actually find any damage, but it's going to be whether or not they are going to be found by the ankles/torsos of any of the creators' players due to the fact that, well, they're already in pretty far with the Twitch in play as well. It's utility that can be readily cleared using her ability by itself. So I'd imagine we won't see too much impact from them there, albeit, I say that, impact. Vuz is going to be good for 1. He's going to get away as well and not get caught on his rotate just yet. So the way definitely widening the gap here in terms of the man count, but the time starts to dwindle, Panda, and there isn't really much that they can do.
Jelly is having a bit of a nightmarish run so far in this second map. He's being bullied entirely. Error does find Raven, so 3 versus 3 at the moment. But the problem being, obviously, the numbers dwindle, which means limited resources in terms of information gathering. So if they haven't scouted these EDDs, especially with areas being one of the primary fraggers of the team, they're not going to be checking doorways going into the final 30 seconds, which is where we find ourselves. They aren't even above the site right now, so the drop is going to have to come in just a moment. Nia jumps up onto the mezzanine, onto one of the roofs, looking for an angle, but can't find it just yet, and the time is just going to carry ticking away. This is not the situation that creators wanted to find themselves in, and you can see just the fumble. They've got 10 seconds, bro. They're going to have to force Greg, force to robust. They've got to absolutely just full send it through. Errors does trade back.
Oh.
But these players watching the doorway, it's an absolute meat grinder as PRV finds the 2 remaining. And they fall by their own right onto their own swords.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a little bit too long. It just did not pan out the way that creators had hoped, and here we are, Dewey 6-3 match point, looking really good for them right now. I mean, if you're a creators fan, I mean, yes, coming into it, finishing second in the previous attempt, but I mean, it definitely just seems like Dewey, they know what they want to do. They kind of have creators' number, if I'm being honest. I mean, first map 7-1, ace clutch pretty much at the end. Then you come onto this map, 3 really strong rounds to start things off. Yes, they fumbled 3, but now finding themselves on match point, the pressure is really on for creators. Yes, 3 rounds is doable, but given how the way have been playing, I do not want to be saying this, but it definitely does not look that promising for creators at the moment, unfortunately.
Well, I don't know. Your match point, yeah, on the last legs. I mean, look, they have shown brilliance in moments. I mean, Era's done a great job, 12-7 at the moment, and picking up the Ash, I think, indicates that we are going to see just sort of a, not necessarily a relaxing, but a return to just that sheer frag ability that we've seen him capable of. And whether that's enough or not, we'll have to find out going into this round, of course. But I mean, Dewey just seemed to have such a firm grasp on this match.
Yeah, Dewey definitely have a very strong sort of position. I mean, they have everything covered. They've got their drones set up. They're finding the frags they need to find. I mean, it is just, it's all falling into place for them. It really is. But look, at the moment, Dewey sitting on match point, it is going to come down to whether or not creators can find something that can give them that competitive edge. 4 players now rotating after a minute of what I would say is dead space time, have now decided that they want to go over towards the armory side, towards trophy, and sort of start to take over there after spending a minute of what seemed like sightseeing.
Well, to swing aggressively out onto that exhibition balcony is going to result in a kill going the way of Dewey. Greg falls. That's your primary hard breach. Well, primary secondary, I suppose. It's interchangeable between the two. Now it's Aimer who is the primary hard breacher, of course. And that drone is going to reveal robust resistance, maybe indicating the run out, but he's watching the angle, the swing, and Era is going to find their head and the knife into the wall even. But that was a very close run thing.
Yeah, it was. I mean, if Robust had found that kill, that would have pretty much been the nail in the coffin, I think, for creators. But they still have 4 up, and they still have some good operators in terms of, well, hard breach and just fragging power, which is going to benefit them here. Near sort of by himself, which probably not the best. He is going to opt for the rotate. Era is actually going to find that kill on somehow without losing his life. Near obviously on the rotate as well now. So they're going to go for the regroup. Playing close though is Raven. He's good for 1. He doesn't know that there's 2 more close by. Will spot 1. The bearing 9 in hand. He's good for the spray.
No way!
Second, a triple for Raven. That should not be happening, ladies and gentlemen. Jello Jelly in a 1 versus 3 Dewey.
Not just a triple on the Thunderbird, but a triple with the bearing 9 having had its sight reset again, because that, I don't know what's causing it. I don't know. I know it happens the first time you play for the new season, so maybe this is Raven for the first time playing the Thunderbird. I don't think it is. I think it just resets naturally. So, well, look, that was absolutely insane. And, well, PRV just has every indication of where Jello Jelly is playing, who unfortunately will remain fragless through the entire second map. But Proto, look, there you go. It's locked in. Reflexity taking on Dewey in the grand finals for that spot in Ops League Season 5.
Going to be interesting to see how it pans out. It really is. I mean, Dewey, based on how we've seen them play so far in this matchup, I mean, they have proven to us that not only can they play with the aggression that is needed to take rounds that, let's be honest, shouldn't be theirs. 2v5s, 2v4s. They know how to play those clutch situations. Going up against Reflexity, who, let's be honest, they were struggling against their counterparts tonight in the other matchup. I mean, 8-6, 8-7, and then a 7-4 is definitely a lot more to take into consideration when you compare that to how Dewey have taken their maps tonight against a team that in the previous season of the qualifiers finished second. So that is definitely something that you do have to look at when we sort of go to look into this next matchup, because Dewey versus Reflexity, if I had to put my money on anyone now, I would probably say Dewey have got it, especially coming straight off the back of that game. They're going to be primed, ready to get into it. You have to keep in mind as well, Reflexity played 3 maps. Dewey have only played 2, and they were both considerably shorter. So wear and tear terms, Dewey are going to be hot and ready to go, as opposed to Reflexity, who have now had to wait 2 hours almost to get into the next matchup. So that could be a big factor as well, Panda.
Well, whether or not the hot streak continues or whether some of that fatigue comes into play, we will have to wait and see when we come back after the break. The grand finals for the Ops League Season 5 Filipino qualifiers. Dewey taking on Reflexity. We'll come back after the break. See you soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
伏せて。
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
are and what is this connection? I swear I can't understand, I don't understand. It feels so electric. No one's ever made me feel like this. Oh, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause nothing about you makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. What kind of sorcery? What spell you got me under? How we see eye to eye and we ain't alike. I can't help but wonder, how could two so different be lovers? Yeah, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause you're the only one that makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract, I wanna know every little thing about you. I wanna be the only pretty thing you cling to. I know keeping it to myself, it may seem selfish, but I can't help it. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. No, you're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract.
I've been dreaming, I've been looking for you when I'm sleeping. I've been calling out your name. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Wanna spend the day and night with ya. Oh yes I do. Na, 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 na. I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 na. I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 na. You say, na, 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 na. You say, dream with ya, come with ya. Dream with ya, I'll come with ya. Dream with ya, take me with ya. Come with ya, I'll come with ya. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Na, 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 I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 you say. Na, 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 you say. Dream with ya, come with ya. Dream with ya, first. I remember when I was a child, and the first time I learned summertime. Get the feeling if I learn to fly. I'ma never stay here in this town. Freedom, 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 freedom. All night, yeah, you got me up like all night. And I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through?
All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, There was nothing left to say.
Ella! Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ！ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Well, Prado, we're back. It's grand finals time here for the Operations League Season 5 Philippine Qualifiers. And to get it all off, we got Reflexity Gaming taking on Dewey, looking to push on through to the main event itself. I mean, look, operator bans will be coming up in just a moment, but it's our map bans that are the most intriguing to me. Border to kick things off, then to Oregon and Villa as the decider. You've had Skyscraper, you're now heading to Border. I mean, what are your initial thoughts?
Love Border. Border is probably one of my favorite additions back into the map pool, given that it was removed so long ago. And I always loved Border. It was one of my sort of secret indulgences, I suppose, in terms of competitive map pools. So good to see it played here for the second time tonight. Obviously, my first time casting it. Unfortunate for Cthulhu, but albeit we are here, and Border is definitely going to be a good way to kick things off. Obviously, Oregon map 2, decider being Villa. This is a little bit more, I would say, in meta to what we're used to seeing for map picks, given obviously Skyscraper now being added, etc., theme park as well. So this is a little bit more, I think, of what we were expecting when we went into last game's map pick, but Skyscraper sort of just snuck on through, and it was definitely fun to watch, I think.
Well, we'll be getting on into it, of course. Map 1 on the cards here for the grand finals. It's Border coming back in the map pool, newly added. It should be a rather interesting watch at that. Dwayne will be kicking things off on the attack. I mean, how do you sort of favour each team's possibilities on this map?
Honestly, well, with Osa being banned here by Reflexity, I still think pretty highly on Dway's playstyle over Reflexity's here, based on how we've seen the two teams play out in their matches. So Reflexity seemed to struggle a little bit with the opposing team, whereas obviously we've got Dway. They sort of blitzed through their two games, and here we are right now. So Dway definitely going into this being the favourites. Obviously, they have more of that aggressive style of siege, and it does benefit them most of the time. And it will be whether or not Reflexity can deal with it, because, I mean, we saw it in Dway's previous game. Contractors just could not keep up. They didn't have the momentum needed, and they didn't really shut it down in any way. So if Reflexity can do that, they'll be in with a chance. But based on what we've seen so far from Dway tonight, as opposed to what we saw from Reflexity, I definitely would lean further in the hand of Dway.
I mean, we finished the ops ban there, of course. Osa, Jackal, Valkyrie, Mira, and just looking at the bans that were available on a map like Border, where utility is such a heavy part of the gameplay. I mean, there's one thing that I have to observe already, Proto, and that's no twitches.
No twitches indeed. Instead, the Blitz, which is interesting. Also, 3 for 3 on broadcast. But I mean, Twitch is an operator I think that you can sort of live without on Border. Albeit Thatcher in play and Flores in play. We do see him being employed round 1 here, PRB on the Thatcher, but I'd imagine God Mode is going to be switching off that Blitz, albeit I could be completely wrong in saying that. No, there we go. Okay, so Thermite is being bought. But yeah, Knock for Raven is also something that we have seen already from him, and did actually pretty well on in terms of the utility usage and the kills sort of picked up. So gonna see how Border pans out here. Dway obviously starting on the attack. I would lean towards defender sided if I had to sort of really guess, but at the same time, Reflexity did pretty well on their defenses. Well, pretty much the only rounds that were won in their previous game were the defenses. So I'd imagine they're going to look to keep that up here.
The Nook stuck out there from Raven, though. I mean, look, you remember historically, it's been a while since Borders in the Fall. In fact, it was the first map taken out when I started casting Siege, 2 years ago now. And I couldn't even remember what sided it was there, but Raven already in through waiting as well. Player towards the eastern stairs, might have been an early conflict, and there we go, Slurpee. The first to fall, a player who is renowned for his aggression on the run out on this map when they played their first best of 3, and Voos quickly follows up the kill on a Kevster before a robust falls to Chris. They've lost the Finker, but they found the Where My Jaeger combo.
Yeah, especially with Y down as well. That is big. Obviously, he charges over time, and now, well, he has no time to charge, obviously being dead. So, big kill to find, especially denying those nades that they may want to employ later in the round. The way, obviously, opening things up, this is big, and they are going to be able to clear out the shield possibly from below. However, P10 Boney doing some work. God Mode now taken down. So, a 3v3 and Thermite off the board, albeit he wasn't really required, I think, for the way that Reflexity is setting this side up. But again, their defense, I mentioned, this is how they were doing things. But Pie Guy is there to find one on the PRV, so make that 2 Voo's to go down as well, and now it's all left to Raven on the knock. He's going to have to come up the main stairs and find 3 Panda.
Like, I'm already a little bit concerned. Raven on the knock. He's going to find the first because, well, unfortunately, Chris is just sitting out in the middle of the open with the foot angles available. I have a scary feeling, Proto, that we might just see Raven clutch this one up. He's going to get the diffuser back in hand. He's going to rotate himself through to Fountain and back and get into Archives in just a moment, I would imagine. But it's whether a case of Reflexivity have the options, or Reflexivity, sorry. It's getting late here in New Zealand, but whether or not they have the angles, the footholds are there, and Raven, as he spots the elbow, the pre-fire, but no! Pete Antoni, how does he hit that shot against the FMG9?
It's a shame. I think it was just a little bit too much pull down there. Just offered away. Close indeed. Raven sort of setting the bar there. Definitely think Dewey still can do some good work here, but I mean, Reflexity, they showed us in their games, as I said earlier, their defense is the best. That is where they get their rounds. That is where they hope to sort of give themselves that edge. Whether or not Dewey can deal with this early on and sort of take those rounds away, then go onto their defense and force them to sort of make the attacks on mistake. The mistakes on attack, then yeah, that's where they're going to be sort of relying on those rounds. But right now, Reflexity setting themselves up. And look, if they can get these rounds here early on, Dewey are going to be in trouble. But given how Dewey have been playing tonight, I don't imagine that they're going to let it slip like that.
A couple of changes coming out. Twitch was there, but once again, no Twitches this round. It's going to be a Flores instead. Thermite, the Maverick, and an Ace for Hibana instead. Other way around, sorry. Hibana for an Ace and a Maverick for Thermite. Coming into the second round, Pete sporting the TCSG as well on the Kaid, which it's not something we've seen too much so far out of the Seas region.
Yeah, we got a full attacker repick, by the way. All 5 operators fresh. So a completely different lineup to what we were bringing. But yeah, like it is relatively new, but can't really pick on it too much. I mean, albeit it's working. So, well, we hope it's going to work. Albeit Flores now in play, not paired with the Thatcher, unfortunately. So you do have to take that in consideration. Thatcher obviously available to play, but not necessarily required for a downstairs take. Pie Guy will take a little bit of damage off a nade there. Unfortunately, not enough to take him out. But with catwalk control now forfeit, Dewey are starting to make their way onto the top floor. And, well, now all the roamers being pushed back, it's going to be largely uncontested, and they're probably going to start doing some vertical relatively soon here because, well, there's no one there to stop them.
This castle setup we've seen bite back, and unfortunately it has bitten back against Reflexity a number of times. God mode running on down, knowing that he has the coverage for that main forward position. Oh, he did actually spot the pixel in the last second. Reinforcement just edges the player out of danger there for the moment. That is an angle and a half being contested here by God mode. Should he find an opening, this could be absolutely disastrous. The Rotero in with the nade as well.
Oh.
And it's going to go deep, finding Chris and giving that player advantage to Dewey.
What a nade paired with the Rotiro there. I mean, whoa, what a nitro. Pre-nitro possibly there. PRV, unfortunately, eating that one with the full brute force of its explosive power. Now, something that Dewey possibly can sort of work off here is only one player is on the site. So if they can take the site fight, okay, Pie Guy. Voo's didn't even have a chance there. But if they can force this fight site and maybe try and take some control, then they could be in it with a good chance. But I mean, Reflexity, just their defenses, the strategies they're employing right now are so good. And it is really sort of helping them get these kills and even these rounds, early round at least, sorry. But dropping down now, bomb starting to go down. Pie Guy is down, so 3 versus 2, unless they can get the revive. Slippy will take a considerable amount of damage. The frag's not there. The impact to try and follow up, but it's a trade either way. The frag is, well, it's there. Now it's a 1v2 unless you can get the res.
Yeah, Pie Guy should be picked up, but the plant is already ticking away. A 2 versus 2, and the post plant is more often than not going to favour the attackers, especially given it is a window position as well. I would imagine the fuse is going to be right under that teller's window and exactly where it is, the upside down rappel above no idea where this other player is looking to hold the angle, but it's something that, well, Reflex City are going to have to overcome and deal with. And there we go. Raven spots one from the cross. Somehow he's sitting out in waiting room, not even spotted by the bathroom. He's going to run on through, still somehow skirt himself away from danger. There's only so much you can do if you're Fire Guy. And well, from the looks of it, he's going to save the KD.
Don't blame him. You take those free KD boosters, but Dway ends back with a round of their own. Very well played, even in the face of adversity. They find one. And, yeah, look, good round to find, especially in the bathroom teller's bomb site. So they're going to go for vents and workshop instead. A little bit of a switch up here to maybe throw Dway off. They might be expecting the same sort of site, but Flores not employed this round. Obviously, Mute being brought along sort of hinders his usefulness to some degree, but at the same time, again, no Thatcher for Dway. They did bring him round one, but haven't opted to bring him again. We could see that change now with the 6th pick, but I think they're starting to get settled in, Panda, starting to find their groove on Border. Keep in mind, Reflex City have already played Border tonight, so they are sort of maybe more familiar, if you want to put it like that, but at the same time, yeah, it's 50-50 really on that call.
Well, 1-1. We've been in this position multiple times this evening, and I have no doubt that we'll be there at least once more, given that there's a best of 3 underway, and this is map number 1. But, I mean, it was a slightly cleaner approach. Away, got themselves in, they got the plant down, they played the post almost picture. Actually, no, I will say it. They played it perfectly. There was no other way that they should have been playing. I mean, okay, no, maybe I take that back. I don't think there was a reason for, Raven to be wandering around inside the building as a thinker, but it worked. They won the round. They took the kills that they needed to. Now we see them go for this attempt onto what I believe was ventilation and workshop. They've got Raven back on the Nook. They've got Booze on the Bucks. So they've not only that, they've got Robust on the Sledge. So there's a huge amount of vertical investment here. Oh boy! Oh boy!
Oh, that's not good. Unfortunately, right into the waiting arms of Pie Guy. Robust taken down, but it's fine. Raven's there, very swiftly dealt with that issue, and that is the refrag. Legion to go as well early on is something we've seen a lot of when Legion has been played, unfortunately, in these games tonight. So, well, no more Goozer on the board, albeit he did take down the Sledge. Good thing to weigh for a buck as well. So they do have some sort of hard breach to sort of play with. Now, we did hear one of the Nitros just go off Panda, and this could be sort of a quick execute here if they can clear that player out from the back of vents, but verticality is the aim of the game right now.
So one, flush these defenders out of some of those key positions, look to try and sneak someone onto the site, go for that plant, and then play it exactly how they did in the last. Play for the post, play for the safety, play for your own advantages there. Priv looking to open this hatch in archives as well, establish some more vertical threat onto the site itself. Trying to get in. You can see there is one player actually in proximity to a site, and well, unfortunately, there are now only 2 players remaining that can reinforce those positions.
Yeah, especially with Rani finding a second there on the knock. I mean, they're already proving to be such a viable piece of utility. The fact that the knock can move around silently means that Rani keeps finding himself in positions of advantage, whether or not God Mode actually player is hard right. I believe he actually does. Does he have a name? No, just used to last in the burn to take the player out. Considerable amount of damage. And hit 360 hit fire. So close to finding that frag, unfortunately. But Barney's there for one, Booze is good for the other. And B10 will find one low HP, but finally taken down by God Mode. Was it the hip fire or not? I believe it may have been. Albeit, yeah, it was. Okay, the hip fire drop shot as well. You love to see it. Dway starting to find themselves in the swing of things.
Starting to find Dway into this map, of course. 2-1 lead. I mean, it maybe indicates that that first round was a bit of an anomaly. And now that they have themselves in the map and now they're hitting shots like that, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see this lead increase just a little bit. Which, I mean, look, it's a scary prospect.
Yeah, it really is, Panda. Especially if they're allowed to sort of just continue doing, hit fire drop shots and whatnot. But I mean, the knock has been surprisingly really useful for Raven. I mean, 6-1 currently, still with two of his teammates yet to find a frag, Priv and Robust, who in previous matchups we have seen them, going off. But right now they really just don't need to. Raven is really picking up the pieces. I mean, the refrag in the last round, really, really good from him. And then proceeding to go on and find 2 more. I mean, you really do have to tip your hat at that knock play. But again, Reflexity, this is something that they weren't very good at dealing with, is that aggression. I mean, we saw it in their other game, and well, now we're sort of starting to see it become a little bit of an issue here, albeit, yes, only 3 rounds in, it might still change, but given how it has sort of started out at the moment, I'm a little bit concerned for Reflexity and whether or not they can sort of deal with this sort of lurk, hybrid roam type setup that Dway have going on.
Well, we'll have to see, of course. Only time will tell. Only the remainder of the map and the series will tell, of course. But I mean, if the last couple of rounds are any indication for it, I think we could safely say that Dway are back on the hot streak. They're ready to go here in this grand finals. They can taste that opportunity in Ops League Season 5, but this Mute Jammer is going to be the first hurdle to overcome. Unfortunately, the drone positioning means there isn't a chance to even deal with the Mute Jammer on the wall there. God mode, a little frustrated that he lost his Twitch drone there.
Don't blame him, to be honest. It's always a shame, but Robust is there. He's going to at least get some justice to the Twitch, spot the mute.
Yeah, okay. God mode knows he did P10 Donny dirty.
Yep, fair enough. I'll pay that. That was insane. You do kind of have to pay those. But the bomb now going down, Panda. A minute 30 left, and God mode's in a good position here to deny.
Morotero's in as well to try and turn. God mode, he's done it again.
Gets on the drone.
That is filthy. I don't know how he's pulled those 2 headshots out, Kempster. He's alone. God mode is just unbelievable. What were those shots? Even he's in disbelief, I would imagine. But Kempster, what do you do? Not only are you in the post plant, not only is it a 1v2, but 2 of your teammates don't even know what have hit them.
It's a style point. And Godmo really living up to his name. He's got 2 players to deal with here. He's not even going to get one. Raven's there to finish things off. Dway find their 3rd. I mean, like that, those 2 shots from God Mode, quite literally the meaning of what? First shot through the door, okay, cool, yep. Teabag to sort of ice the cake, fair enough. Second shot, he's got 2 players contesting him. One on the right just sort of got hit with the beans, and then he was like, you know what? I'm ready to go into spectator mode, guys. Jumps on the drone, gets taken down. He was just prepping. He already knew it was going to happen. He wasn't getting out. But he got his frags. He put his 2 cents in, and he definitely got a reward out of it. But, I mean, that for Dway was big. Getting that 3rd round. It's going to set them up well. I mean, a really quick bomb plant as well, Panda. Half the round gone, the bomb already going down. And not really anything that Reflexity could do. Their smoke couldn't peek to smoke the breach off. The guy inside a small office didn't really have a grasp on any sort of breach control. Reinforcing that wall also sort of did them a bit of an injustice, but all the same, capitalized on by the way, converted into a round, and well, now Reflexity trailed by 2. So Pulse is being employed and hidden under the desk to attempt to well, maybe try add some element of surprise here, but whether or not he gets spotted out is a different question.
God mode is so stunned that he's not bringing the Twitch, he's bringing the Dreadlock. Yeah. Honestly, it was the, first shot hits the teabag, second shot, mum get the camera, jumps on the drone to get the screenshot for the team at the end of it. I mean, honestly, I don't think there was any possibility of him playing the rest of the round anyway. He was just so perplexed at how he pulled that out. But the rug from underneath Reflexity.
In-game Alt F10 moment. You love to hit the GeForce experience clip in-game and on IRL, but yeah, God Mode's really been doing a bit of an injustice, I should say. Pie Guy is almost, well, he's locked in a fight with God Mode, as I say that, Robust to take down Slurpee, and that's one of your Nitros gone, which isn't good when you're trying to rely on this Pulse to take out some of the verticality or even some of just the site pressure, but it seems like the way they're ready for this. They're droning the middle four downstairs, and they're trying to locate this pulse and shut him down before he has any real impact. And that is what you need to see from teams when they sort of start to directly attempt to counter the strat that you're bringing. You need to then counteract that. That is exactly what the way are doing right now. Look at the pressure that is currently on this pulse. He just doesn't know what to do. There you go. He's dead. So
do we want to talk about the fact that Raven is 9-1 right now? And
Oh!
oh my God!
Stop!
Get out!
Stop!
How is he doing this? Like this. God mode is like, I am untouchable. There is nothing you can. No!
What's
no!
going on?
Raven
What?
just
Raven just
absolutely
sledged someone.
Chris. God mode will fall, proving that he's not infallible. Raven is 10-1 and just hit some dude with the hammer.
Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think you quite understand how amusing this is from a casting perspective. That is something you don't see. Any day of the week, God Mode loses that fight, but no, he wins. Next thing you know, Raven sledgehammered someone. Like, Dewey are not only clinically pulling apart Reflexity right now in terms of counter-stratting their counter-strat, they're having fun while they do it. And that is when you play some of your best teams. When you're having fun with your team, you can just sort of play your own game, and that is what the way you're doing right now. And it is working so well for them. I mean, the conversions that they have at the moment are just insane. I mean, Reflexity just genuinely looks stunned. Do not know what to think of it. Like, it is so good for Dewey right now. It is working so well for them, and if they keep this up, it's going to be 2 very quick matches, I think.
Oh my, yeah, look. Charity round in the first, and now it's all cylinders pumping right now. The way I think we're going to see them close it out in similar fashion to their initial best of 3.
If I had to guess, God Mode on the 360. Can he on? No, unfortunately not. No one is brave enough to peek him just yet. But all the same, we haven't seen too many spawn peaks, Panda, in either of these series, which good to see, but at the same time, somewhat upsetting. I wish I could see a couple of spawn peaks, but Godmo setting himself up at top east here, possibly looking for an aid onto the Vigil, who is on those stairs in that position. Also may not necessarily be aware that there is a player directly below him, but Raven downstairs almost did again. He's just going straight for the player inside of construction. He's actually not going to win that fight, so Kevin Ada is there.
Rip the KD.
Rip the KD, yeah.
Oh, look, Raven, he was looking to go big numbers by the end of it, and robust on the fuse, which, I mean, look, we're only just coming to now. The charge is already rocking the map, but, I mean, again, in 2022, if you're dying to a fuse charge, is then maybe not a bigger problem that's going on for you? Oh, the pre-fire, though, from God Mode gets contested. It doesn't realise that there is someone in the corner. Yeah, that's big. They do find the kill onto Chris in the end, but, I mean, Pie Guy. We've seen Pie Guy do big stuff with the Vigil Proto. Could he do it again here? There's 3 potential victims waiting for him on the other side of that wall. He's got 2 impacts in hand.
I think he's raring to go here. He has now, unfortunately, been spotted. Here's the play. He's going to walk on through. He's good for 1. Instantly downed. We were waiting for something more. Is this just going to be a...
Oh,
no, okay.
No.
I thought that was going to be a self-BM nade, but it's a drop onto the site, opting for the reload while already in the shower stall, bringing on round. Kevster is there to find that one, but a 2 versus 2 is definitely winnable here for the way, especially with a minute in play. They have plenty of time to make something happen. However, Kevster is opting to possibly go for the flank, will be spotted out in the drone, which is going to force him back down metal into Customs office, now trying to get back to the site to rejoin his teammate. However, now starting to be pushed out, 40 seconds away, need to make a play onto the site here. There it is to start. Bomb going down.
PRV, what a ripper of a headshot. I don't even think they know what went on just then. Slurpee was removed before he had a chance to react. Kevster out in the main lobby, looking to play the foot angles, rotating through to workshop as well. There is an opening into the site, but player close in, tucked in behind the showers as well. Kevster's got a couple of different shots in his head. Goes to the pre-fire through the wall, but that's not where he is anymore. And Proto, the time ticking away means that Kevster is going to get more and more desperate and have to force the issue. Long range, but it's actually PRV to swing out and find him. Dway, they've taken the reins off of this map. They are storming ahead with the half, and, well, I mean, is there any hope of reprieve or a comeback?
Look, now Dway is on defense. I don't think so. Reflexity needed to get rounds on the board here if they wanted to have a chance at sort of maybe skimping a couple of those rounds away from Dway. But look, given how Reflexity played their attacking half in the previous matchups, yes, we can probably expect to see some big things from Kevster, maybe Pie Guy as well. But unless the whole team can come together and do some work here, Dway's defense, I mean, 5-1 half on Skyscraper. You really do sort of have to then now question, well, is this going to be a 7-1? Are we going to be on the map 2 straight away? You know, is Oregon sooner for this world than we would have thought? But, I mean, I don't think we count Reflexity out just yet. They have still had relatively decent attacking halves, albeit close games. So, it's, yeah. I still rate Dway's chances at closing this out pretty quickly, but Reflexity have a good sort of ability, I think, to at least give them a couple of rounds where they sort of start sweating a little bit.
Look, their odds in the series are a bit better than their odds in this map, of course. It's a best of 3. They've got 2 more chances. Well, one chance after this, and then hopefully if they can do that, another one from there. But already we see a couple of changes on the attack. It was a full 5 operator repick. Capital, Ying, Lion, Zofia, and Finker. Proto, I'm smelling a bit of a rush play here on the Archives.
It's a little bit pungent, isn't it? There is definitely a sort of little bit of an emanating rush feel, isn't there? No one currently inside of the A site would sort of make things a lot easier, especially with no holes opened up for any denial. P10 Donny's going to be opening up that wall straight away. The Bulletproof really the only thing here that's going to provide any information in terms of what's going on the site. Unfortunately, the Zof charge can't quite get that camera. Is actually going to use both of those charges. And the rush may have come to a little bit of a stall here. Capital now taking up his position on the rappel, but Reflexity, they're just sort of getting themselves ready to go here. Do they have some denial in play? No smoke. Nitro's in play. That's good for 2. Voos! What a throw, with another one being taken out by Raven on the jump out. Slurpee, however, is going to get him with the Claymore, and very quickly, Panda. That rush has just, well, it's nothing.
Man, get that guy a Major League Baseball contract! Voos just drifting around the corner, shows he's a man of multiple talents, but Kev answers back with 2. I don't even know how that was 2, but he still gets 2 regardless. We're down into the 1 versus said number. Last time we were here on the line, it was PRV on Chalet to do it, but Kevster, can he match the prowess of, well, the player who's now on the Jaeger? No, he can't. Voos for a 4th. What a highlight round for him.
That's huge. The double nitro with the absolutely banging headshot to follow up onto the player on the east stairs. And then cleaning up line there, just clinically. I mean, what should have been a very interesting rush to watch turned into just absolute dismantlement from the defense side. That double nitro really kicked things off, I think, there for Dway. But I mean, 6-1 now. It's looking pretty quick for them. Obviously, they're going to be able to, well, I'd imagine, finish this one relatively soon. But Tachanka to be bought, whether or not that's going to be a meme or not, I'm not sure. Albeit he has started to see considerably more competitive play now that his ability obviously deals a considerable amount of damage, and it isn't a mounted machine gun turret. But on top of that, obviously, he now has access to all the 1.0 sights, because originally the sight that the gun came with was not the greatest. So maybe he is going to be quite useful here. I'd imagine he would be in the hands of God mode, but still, we have a lot of denial on the board. Nitro, we have obviously the Echo, we have Chanka. So a lot in terms of, well, anti-plant sort of utility. All the same, I don't think Reflexity have had the chance to even get the bomb down yet. So we'll see how that goes for them. Look at all the drones upstairs, by the way.
Well, look, hopefully it's not as cursed as the DP27 red dot site combo that we've seen in other leagues. But I mean, look, God mode, he's got the numbers to back up the performance so far. And I mean, look, one round away from taking us straight into our second match of the evening. It's I don't believe that Reflexity along for this world, unfortunately.
Yeah, look, probably not, unfortunately, given how Dewey are playing. I mean, it is unfortunate to say that is the case, but I mean, Dewey have just been surgical in how they are just taking these rounds. I mean, even on the defense side, they know exactly what they want to do and how they want to do it, and then they go ahead and they do exactly that. They just seem to be a step ahead of Reflexity at pretty much every given point so far in this matchup, Panda. And whether or not it's a 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, I wouldn't imagine it would go much further than that. So, I mean, we'll have to see.
What can you do? Yes, Reflexity are taking some ground with aggression, but you know that aggression is about to meet the short end of a long barrel. Kevster does find robust, but I mean, look, to Malusi at the end of the day, there are worse and more concerning threats immediately presenting themselves below. I mean, you look at PR. And, well, he's on the hatch. He's contesting. He's going to get the drone and get himself out of dodge. Looks for the reaggress. He's going to win it. He's also looking for a second. Ammo, unfortunately, the main constraint and almost finds P10 Donny as well. But this is exactly what we'd expect out of the way.
Yeah, that was way too close for comfort there for Reflexity, almost losing that second player. If they had lost that second player, that would not have been good. Vuz is back on a heater, though. He's going to take down Slurpee. Does have the Thunderbirds obviously in play, so he can go and retrieve what health is left if there are any available, but the flank is there. Raven's good for 2. Looking for the third. No, the soup. No, okay. Thank God he didn't hit that. Kevster finally manages to take him down. How he got 2 is completely unbeknownst to me, albeit Vuz and God mode in a 1 versus 2. I'd imagine this is going to be GG.
Basically, Kevster, what can you do? Hold on with a dream and a prayer. Unfortunately, they don't count for much in the game of Rainbow Six Siege. It's going to be dropped down straight into the waiting room on the first floor. We hear the Shamika grenades going off. Player spotted. Still in a bit of danger. He's got 1 nano boost. He's going to jump in. Finds Vuz. There's a triple. That nano boost is going to have to come in absolutely clutch. He's on the punt. God mode, unfortunately, has used all his fire grenades. Just baiting around the audience. He's tucked in behind the vending machine. No! Kevster, he's been baited. He played himself. The way. Take map 1.
No way. Oh, dude. That is not... That's unfortunate. That is rather unfortunate. Can I also just say that if Raven had found the third there with the super shorty, that would have been... I might have freaked out, Panda. I'm going to be honest with you. I might have freaked out. But he didn't. Thankfully, there was a stop put to that absolute rampage. I mean, Dewey 7-1 on Oregon, on border, sorry. Look, Oregon is not looking too great now that we have seen that showing from them. I mean, going into that already, Reflexity's mental is just going to be shot, I reckon, going into this second map. I mean, that was 2 hipfire drop shot final kills, 1 taps, flanks, 4Ks, double nitros. It was all kind of going wrong for Reflexity, I think, at the end. Pretty much everything was going wrong.
How much of it is everything was going wrong as opposed to everything was going right for Dewey? I mean, you flip the coin every single time, and it just keeps coming up Dewey every single time. There's only so much you can read into it. I think it is potentially just a bit of a skill gap, if we're being perfectly honest. Dewey came in, they knew exactly what they needed to do. They are styling on their opponents right now. But Pro, look, we aren't done just yet. We've got Oregon after the break, potentially Villa after that. Do you reckon? What are the hopes? What are the odds? Where does Reflexity stack up?
I think next map is most likely going to be our final for the evening, Blue Panda, purely based on how we've seen Dewey just sort of clean up pretty much anything that's been put in front of them. I mean, second place finishes last season. Yeah, all right, cool. Put us up against Reflexity, 7-1 in the first map. Yeah, cool. I think Oregon is where they're going to look to close things out, and probably both in style and speed. So we're going to have to see if that is the case, though.
Well, when we come back after the break, we potentially have our last match of the Philippine qualifiers. And, well, if that is the case, Dway will qualify on into that main event for Season 5. When we come back, we'll figure out whether we go to a decider as well. So make sure you're back soon. Get yourself hydrated. We'll see you then.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through?
All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play.
Did we ever grieve or cry? No.
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
伏せて。
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Righto, look, it wasn't their record run that we saw earlier on in the evening, but Dway have taken a very, very solid start to their first match in the grand final. Border goes their way. Look, it was pretty damn close to the initial 7-1. They do keep the train rolling. They do keep us getting back on track. We're 7 hours into the broadcast now, but we're going into our second map. It's Oregon Reflexity's map pick. Do you reckon, I mean, that can even skew the odds a little bit?
If I'm keeping it 100% real, a buck fitty with you, Panda, probably not. Given the way that Dway have been playing, they have just been pretty much steamrolling anything that has been put in front of them tonight, whether it is a new map, whether it is an old map, whether it is a map that they may not have even necessarily played before. I know that they may have scrimmed it, but in terms of an official, I mean, teams are still yet, a lot of teams are still yet to see Skyscraper in an official, and Dway, well, they pretty much rolled on it. So, I mean, you do have to then look at that and compare it to how Reflexity went this evening. Both OT games for the first two and then a 7-4 for the final. I mean, comparison-wise, just based on how these two teams have been playing this evening, Panda, it's not looking good for them, even on their map pick. Oregon is something that favors aggression. Oregon is a map that favors pretty much just Dway's whole play style. And given that it is Reflexity's pick, I'd imagine that Dway are going to start things off on defense, which means that Reflexity are going to be in for the attack, which, again, where they're not necessarily, as strong, we should say. Their strength is in their defense. And I think starting on attack here could see a 5-1 again half, or maybe even a 6-0 Panda if we're lucky. So Dway, don't get me wrong, Reflexity could definitely pull something out on Oregon here, it being their map pick, but Dway have already proven to us across, 3 maps tonight so far that they're pretty much ready for anything.
Yeah, look, I think honestly the question is not a case of how quickly they'll win it, but how seriously they'll take it. Going into Oregon, we saw they were having a bit of fun. They were playing for the memes, the hipfire drop shot with the Finker. Look, going into Oregon, I think there's a lot more still that they can get away with.
Yeah, look, if they can play it for the memes here, Panda, it's going to be very fun. But Flores to go, that is not surprising at all, especially with how potent he is on Oregon. Jackal as well to follow. For the defense side, Valkyrie, I'd imagine Mira is going to be the secondary counterpart to that ban. If it isn't, it will be Cade. Watch it be something ridiculous like, Echo or something out of the blue. But yeah, look, it is definitely shaping up to be... There you go, it is Mira. It's definitely shaping up to be similar, I think, to how we've seen it pan out tonight already for Dway. They've got the defense first, and as I already mentioned, that is where Reflexity sort of wish they were. Obviously, it being their map pick, they do not get the choice. They have to start on the whatever side is picked for them. And Dway opting to start on the defense, well, that's probably the best choice for them. But yeah, Reflexity coming into this, obviously off a 7-1 loss. Mental is going to be hopefully not completely in the bin, but it is definitely going to be tarnished, I think, a little bit going into map 2 here.
Oh boy, upend nothing crazy. In fact, probably the most straightforward we've had the entire night, of course. But, I mean, it's Oregon. It has quintessentially been a defender-sided map since it was introduced back into the pool, and Dway have proved themselves to be the more capable team on both sides of the card. So, if you're Reflexity, I mean, what can you do?
Not much, apparently. In map 1, obviously 7-1 is sort of a homage as to what we're really getting at here. Lion being employed by Chris and Slurpee taking the role of Thatcher. With the Ying from Pi as well, albeit already read into, robust on the Warden already. Going to be relatively safe when those Candelas do start flying if he is around for that interaction. But all the same, we're going to see how Reflexity can go on Oregon here. This is their map, and this is what we want to see. Well, this is when we want to see them start doing their work, because if not, Dway are going to run away with it again. And already we see Robust up in tier 3, undroned, sort of just chilling right now.
Oh boy, it's I can just feel it. It's about to kick off. Something's going to happen, and I don't think Reflexity not going to be happy with it. As we saw him was up in tier 3 looking for a spawn peak, didn't find it, but found the player repelling in, which is also their entire hard breach proto, which means Attic cannot be opened. And well, they find Raven, but a small consolation prize at the moment.
Yeah, look, now that they're completely aware of Robust's whereabouts, not only is Attic now even completely impossible to open given the lack of hard breach, It is also going to be a point of, well, how long do we spend trying to clear this player out, if any time at all? They've already lost their hard breacher and already arguably a considerable amount of decent utility. And yeah, they're just going to leave him be. Robust is going to be left to his own devices. Reflexity, they're going to opt for the rotate, more of a kid, maybe attic window eccentric push. But Robust is gone. He's trying to open this window up so he can find an angle on somebody.
Yeah, he's found Slurpee.
Yep, Slurpee on the rotate. There you go. I mean, bad choice from Reflexity.
Kevster, I mean, he's got support. He's got Pie Guy. He's got Chris. In fact, the 3 operators he probably wants in a rush play on this double window. Candella's out already. Pie Guy's in Kid Storm, so they push through. Somehow, PRV is going to get in behind him, but they find the kill. They might just win this round away, but God Mode is on the job with the M590. He falls as well. Robust already has 2. Why not bag himself 2 more? Pie Guys. It's okay. Vu's just absolutely obliterated. Somehow it's all been pulled back. But then Pie Guy decides to drop down into kitchen as Chris is dead with the diffuser. Robust has been up here the entire round.
He's got the kit. He can see diffuser. That's why he's up there. He knows that he can just play for this diffuser with 30 seconds, even if Pie Guy gets the diffuser and runs all the way back to site. By the time he's there, Robust is either going to be waiting or on his way back. And it isn't really going to mean too much. Yep, here he goes. He's already on the rotate. He's going to be there to greet Pie Guy. Maybe not necessarily as he gets in, but he's definitely going to be there close enough to try and deny this plant. The bomb now going down. Robust needs to be quite quick here, but he does have no nitro to play with. Back. He's going to be the 1v1, so Robust is just going to have to win his fight here if he wants to win this round for his team. Walks on in top right.
No!
The rotate! Pie Guy, what are you doing? The quad kill from up in tier 3 with the defuse as well. Robust makes the impossible possible, and Dway walk away with round 1.
Somebody's gonna be mad. Look, if there was ever a time that I would not want to be a team coach, it is right then, right there.
Yeah, that is a certified feels bad moment. Wow. From tier 3, by the way, 3 kills.
Diffuser control for the most part.
Diffuser control for the whole round, pretty much, minus the last 20 seconds. And then, let's be honest, caught Pie Guy completely lacking, trousers down, running through the middle of the site, thinking, I'll just hit this rotate real quick. And yeah, look, shouldn't have done that. Albeit Robust was like, yeah, all right, I'll take 4. We're happy with that. And yeah, look, shouldn't have happened. Has happened. Should not have happened. But I mean, if you're Dway, you're definitely not mad about that at all. Reflexity, that is just going to be, again, further tarnishing the mental that I've already mentioned. And it's just, it's going to be hurting them, I think, here now, mentally, going into these, concurrent rounds that just happened. that is something that just happened, and they are going to have to sort of deal with that. After this now, but yeah, look, huge from Robust. You do have to give him that at least.
Look, and on the plus side, this is not the only shot this year that Reflexity have of getting into Ops League. They've got next season and the season after that, as they run a qualifier each time. God Mode impacted himself trying to kill a drone. Look, all I have to say about that, he got it.
You love to see that. I do like to see people sort of, I don't want to say abusing that bug, but I wouldn't even call it a bug, but the insta door open with the partially deployed OSA shield.
I mean, if that's a bug, then what is the castle interaction then?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an intended mechanic, but I like when people actually do it. Surely they saw Pie Guy, right? Because he didn't check stacks. And I'm sort of starting to think that God Mode. I'm sort of starting to think that they have no clue that Alibi is still upstairs.
That's why they don't know. They've
got no clue. He's still an addict. Yep.
Oh, he almost dies though in the follow-up. Pie Guy getting aggressive. Whoa, that was a pre-fire and a half. Pie Guy does lose a decent chunk of health, but they were so focused. They were so intently focused on the triple Prisma setup on the security hatch, and Royal Raven removes Pie Guy. They lose Robust. It's trades across the board, but I mean, how much more can you rely on this trade game to win out a round?
Yeah, look, not much. If the defense is smart, which the way pretty much are, okay, well, Raven arguably should not have won that in any way, shape, or form, but did. And he's opted to completely retake the top floor control that was now forfeited due to the fact that they had run away. But now with this control over the meeting hatch, all he has to do really is play here for this control. I mean, he does have some pretty good views down onto that E-box hatch, which I'd imagine Slurpee is going to be coming for here. But no, he's actually going to win that fight due to the fact that I think Raven actually dropped. So not good, unfortunately, there for the defense. However, Chris takes a considerable amount of damage, and PRV doesn't know that there is a player above him who's, sorry, not above him, about to come down his stairs. They're both from 50 HP. This is very winnable, Panda, especially with that impact in his pocket.
So Proto, I'm just going to close my eyes. I'm not going to watch.
That's
he's
cool.
won it. Yeah, eyes closed. I could have called that quite comfortably that he was going to win the 1v2.
Yeah, he won that. Yeah, no, that's fine. He won that. Comfortable. Breezy, baby. You know, it just happens. You know, we trip over and clutch some rounds.
Can confirm. Eyes covered, hand over
fully
eyes.
Closed, yeah.
Knew it was going to
yeah.
happen. No idea
Same.
what was going on the screen, but I could have called that from a mile away.
Yeah.
I
It's
think
just expected at this point, right?
I think the mental is just Reflexity. They've done their dash. They're getting the experience at least, but the way, I mean, they're just outclassing them every single step of the way.
Yeah. I mean, mistakes there really to highlight for Reflexity. Misrunning on the top floor. Losing gunfights that they should not be losing. Bottom main, DMR versus Type 89. Not a fight that you should be losing as a Habana. Walking down the back stairs, not quite in close enough proximity to play for trades. I think that was due to the smoke being grabbed by the eye, kind of blocked off Slurpee's ability to actually see there. And then positioning from the Malusi left over. I mean, Priv is just proving to us time and time again that he has the ability to just completely dismantle pretty much anything thrown in front of him. Look, eyes closed. We had full faith. We know that Dway are here to play, and they're having fun while they do it. I think that is the big highlight here for, even if we are being sort of slightly less serious for a second, Dway are kind of they're just playing the game. They are literally just having fun. And you can tell how they're playing, and it is doing so much for them because Reflexity are in such a stressful position now, down a map, down 2 rounds, and guys, they're stressing. Dway, they're just, I'm going to go play in tier 3 and get a 4K. That's fine, guys. You know, they can feasibly do that, and their mental will not be any worse off for it. So that is a big factor for them and their rounds right now.
Well, Reflexity, I suppose maybe it's a case of it just enjoy it while it lasts. And I think even just those little moments, like the extended spray there from Chris onto the tower bottom door, I think it's just sort of all pointing towards that same indication that this is probably not a very long series to carry on. Booze will just walk out to the waiting arms of Chris and lose his head, torso, chest, everything. The bullets ricochet around, bouncing around like a bouncy castle. Either way, Booze dead.
Any EFT Ballistics gamers will understand the meme there, but albeit good pick for Reflexity to find one of the roamers down, albeit Vooz has not had too much of an impact for Dway in this current matchup. 0-3, unfortunately for him. He's going to be relegated to cam duty for the next minute and a half, but all the same, a bit of a rotate here could be a green hall then for Reflexity, who maybe want to try and spice some things up of their own here, because Dway, yes, they have been getting away with quite literally murder, but at the same time, if I reckon dealt with properly, Reflexity could probably find a couple of rounds here before the split. Hopefully, you sort of have to hope for there.
Yeah,
no, that's fine. Okay, Robust is just going to find 2 there because he walks out in the green hall and Chris doesn't see him at all. So, yeah,
I watched P10 Donny open that door, turn around, duck behind his Robust, finds his third of the round, despite having lost that initial opening kill, giving that advantage to the way. High Guy is down in the basement for some reason, but I watched him opening that door, turn around, get prone behind the boxes. I was like, yeah, no, someone's already pushed up. 100%. There's no way anything other, but it might be a
Casual
full
quad.
ace here. Robust has the fourth. They know where Pie Guy is. Oh, no, denied. They were just eating shots for him, and they might have just handed him the round. Proto, there's 28 seconds. God is on the ground. It's Raven with the MK14. He just knows. He has every idea. The info would have been there. They knew he was playing there previously. Pie Guy. Look, you can't hit that one with the Hammer Champ. This sort of castle barricade would have been spotted there, I would imagine, but he's tucked himself into kitchen. 7 seconds remaining. Raven, all he has to do is bait the swings. Pie Guy gets himself around. What a headshot.
Reflexity. Relax. I think we say this. I genuinely do think that was a quite considerable throw for Dewey. Robust is good for 4, ladies and gentlemen, with 3 members still alive on the board. Hatch, for some reason, reinforced on a meeting hold. And, 3 people sort of run at Reflexity, run at Pie Guy, and he's like, yeah, look, I can deal with that. Kills all of them, drops the one that sort of goes to flank for him, read him like a book. And then due to the fact that the hatch was closed, if that hatch was open there, I do not think Reflexity win that round at all. Dewey definitely would have walked away with that because Raven's ability to clutch that in that situation was pretty straightforward, especially with the down player. Could have got the red, even if the rotate was towards kitchen, and then, yeah, pretty much Dewey from there, straightforward. But, yeah, look, big throw. We do have to highlight that. Monumental throw from Dewey. But, again, having fun. Robust wanted his ace. Can you really blame him? 4 kills in the way that he got them is definitely something to go for 5-4. So, I mean, look, Reflexity got a round, but is it going to be the same as in the previous match? Is it going to be their one charity round, or are they actually going to do something now with the momentum that they have just gained from that win and turn it into something that is, well, more surmountable than one round?
Well, we'll have to find out, won't we? Well, 3 rounds into the half. It's a start. 1 round. I mean, that's 1 closer to equalising. They're 1 away from tying Proto, which is something pretty significant. But again, it just continuously has that sense of, well, a cat playing with its food.
Yeah, it definitely does have a little bit of that, especially with Robust continuing to do robust things. Like, he's good for that. He's fine for that. P10 unfortunately caught lacking on the drone / rotate there. And, that's hard breacher. Only hard breacher gone again for Reflexity. That's the second time I think this has happened for them now. With the player now deep inside of Garrett, just forcing the pressure. He's actually going to be allowed to get out with 3 players currently sort of trying to spray him down, which is interesting to me as to how he actually got away. But all the same, he's currently out. He's chilling somewhere else now. And Dewey, I mean, look, the Robust is good for 2. He finds Kev as well. And yeah, look, it's not looking great, Panda. They are really just playing their own game at this point.
And I will say this for those that aren't necessarily familiar with Proto and I when it comes to casting, or isn't your strongest language. Don't take this as us absolutely dumping all over Reflexity. It's just the fact that Dewey are getting away with stuff that we couldn't comprehensively believe that they would get away with. Yeah,
they should never get away with.
It's just, it doesn't make sense to be doing it, but they're still doing it anyway. It's just it's absurd. We love it. It's great gameplay to watch. Maybe not necessarily when it comes to a hard dedicated comp environment, but it makes for good watching. So we're just absolutely mind boggled that it just keeps happening the way it keeps happening. Reflexity are giving it their best, and especially with a kill like that from Slurpee, they read into the play very well, but the absurdity of what's going on kind of overshadows that.
It does. It really does. And as Panda's already highlighted, the things that Dewey have been allowed to do are quite literally insane. I personally have never seen a team do it like this, and coming straight up the main. There we go. Raven's there for the trade. He's good for both. Back on cams as well. Dewey find themselves their third. He's got kit. He knows what he wants. He's peeking on round, pre-firing with the DMR straight onto the cameras there. I mean, yeah, look, tactical timeout for Reflexity, fair enough. That's actually something as well that I think I would like to highlight, Panda. Dewey have not actually used any of their tac timeouts in any of their games so far. They just don't need them. They don't feel like they need them, at least. And look, it doesn't really doesn't really look like they're going to be using it anytime soon, if I had to guess. But yeah, Reflexity definitely need that time. Have a bit of a conversation, guys. What are we doing?
Interesting.
And,
Apparently, Pie Guy's Vault drone animation, drone key is on his
I saw
caps.
that,
That's
yeah.
interesting.
Very interesting keybind choice. Albeit, Pie Guy is one of the players who has arguably been keeping Reflexity above the top of the water. So, I mean, you do have to give him that, binds aside. But yeah, this TT here is going to be big for them to sort of recompose, get their mental back straight, and sort of crack back into this game. Because if they don't, Dewey are going to just keep playing how they want. Okay, well, God Mode's playing Cav, so I say that. But if I'm saying right now, if this is a interrogation round, Panda, I'm getting up and I'm going for a walk. Because as much as Blue Panda has just highlighted that we don't get this stuff, if he gets an interrogation, I have not seen an interrogation outside of a meme tournament ever.
I mean, to be fair, it was another Ops League team. It was Direwolves that got it. So,
yeah, it was. Direwolves did do it, yeah.
Onto
So
an organisation that I believe is also now in the Ops League, being Fury.
Yes, possibly.
I could be quite off. I'd have to go actually double check the teams in that competition. But yeah, there is a very real possibility that we are going to see an interrogation and play God Mode. He's I would imagine he's going to be good for it.
Yeah, look, he's definitely going to be the one person that I would imagine would hit the Intero, albeit he's going to have to play it pretty smart, because the way that that Reflexity play, they sort of have the buddy system going on pretty religiously. So if he can get two, then he's fine. He's impacting drones now, so he's just making sure.
He's been doing it all map, bro.
Yeah, he's just making sure. Yeah, but he didn't hit the first one. So
no, he did. He hit
that.
Himself as well.
Oh, true. Yeah, true. But Raven's going to kick things off. Pie Guy gone. No more caps lock to drone.
Unfortunately. So, well, they will have to ease things off for the moment, try and regroup and reprioritize the approach. I don't even know what side it is. I haven't been paying attention to that because it's just been so chaotic. And there we go. It looks like it must be a kitchen meeting, sorry. It's just, it's so hard to keep track of what's going on because it's just chaos from start to finish. Slurpy's gone. Raven has 2 before falling himself to P10 Donny. Proto, we are quickly slipping away from the realms of possibility where this interrogation happens. So if God Mode is going to do something, you better hurry up.
Yeah, he kind of has to. I mean, without this interrogation, I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep tonight, because I'm banking on this
nightmare.
Yeah, pretty much. It's all I'm going to see is Kavira in my dreams coming to interrogate me. So God Mode's going to have to do something if he wants to get this interrogation. Albeit, I don't think, unfortunately, it's going to happen based on how Reflexity is sort of playing it right now. As I said, the buddy system is very highly employed at the moment. But due to the fact that only 3 players remain alive, it is quite difficult for them to actually play that buddy system style. Unless God Mode can catch out Kev here, then he may get away with it. But it's not looking too promising for him at the moment.
I mean, it looks like, and this is a trend that I think I may have seen. I'm getting tired. Like it's late. It's almost 3:00 in the morning. But I don't think for Dewey I have seen an operator that isn't a mute running a nitro cell. Even Vooz is running the barbed wire on the Mozzie right now. So
yeah,
they did it with K. They did it with everything. Oh, bit of a cheeky angle. God Mode. He's gone. He's dead. No walk for you, Proto.
Nightmare time. It's a 3v3. It's going to be the sight fight here. Again, we've seen it so many times throughout our matches. The Nitro to come. Chris takes a considerable amount of damage. He is going to opt to put the shield down. But that's a huge nade from Kev. He is going to have to drop into E-Box. Bomb's going to have to go down. But ready is PRV for 2. Looking for 3. Away. Round number 4 is theirs. What a set of kills for Priv to close out another round for Dewey. They're playing like this every round, ladies and gentlemen. You literally cannot make it up. This is Siege School at its finest. This is the clinic. And Dewey are putting Reflexity through their paces. And by God, They just can't seem to do anything about it. They're going to bring the Monty out to start here, possibly stick it, but God mode's back on that Cav. So we've got the redemption arc, part 2. The possibility is alive again, Panda. But
the redemption arc part 2, the redemptioning.
Yes.
Look, I don't think he was actually at all close to getting interrogation that round.
No, he was not.
I think the closest he got was he was on the other side of a wall from someone. And I don't know if he was running the SMG in that first run and never actually got the check. But it's the Spaz 15 now. So maybe realizing that there is an inherent flaw in using your impact grenades to clear out drones, has opted for the shotgun instead now, so that there is a secondary option.
Oh, you love to see it. Close quarters, Cav gets the job done. Especially with the whole, 2-shot down thing. It is quite the spicy operator. Even post-nerf Cav is pretty scary to go up against, but all the same, playing quite aggressive here, maybe looking to take down one player early. I think they know that Raven is in the corner here. He is actually going to have to fall back pretty quickly and actually is going to get away. Vooz takes a little bit of damage there on the rotate, all the same, but still not a player down. So DeWay, albeit taking some early sort of flak damage, it's not going to be doing too much harm to them.
Also, no nitro cells whatsoever. Still the barbed wire in hand. I mean, there was only one operator in this lineup that could bring a nitro cell in 2022, that being Vooz, of course, on the Mozzie. Candela's tossed towards elbow. And, okay, still some damage dealt to Chris anyway. Whoa, okay. Of course, Robust just takes the kill, despite being suppressed by a massive LMG.
Nice
Does
bullets.
Not care.
Hold this.
Yeah, MP5, that's good enough, mate.
Yeah, we get it done. We get it done around here. And look, that's a good kill. That is a really good kill as well, with Ying only getting one Candela off before being taken out.
Proto,
okay.
I don't know.
You can. This is not scripted. You cannot make this up. Reflexity really do be here. Tripping, stumbling, however Rihanna phased it in her song, it is just unfortunately not going for. Oh, he got the down. Oh, he could have got it. No, Monty, he could have got the. He could have got the Intero, but Panda, yeah.
Have you met my friend Murphy, Proto?
Yeah, I think I have. Yeah,
he's got a law named after him. Anything that could go went wrong in that round.
Everything that can go wrong will. And, definitely did.
I cannot remember the last time I saw someone die to an exothermic, let alone a breaching charge from your own
teammate. Yeah.
I mean, we got dangerously close on Skyscraper with Error not getting off the drone, but
we did.
To take out your teammate as they're running past the wall, that one's clip-worthy.
Hit diff. That's a Twitter clip. I think if ever I've seen it, it has to go up somewhere. Look, ladies and gentlemen, I think this completely highlights what Blue Panda was getting at here. It's all just going wrong for Reflexity. Everything is going right for DeWay. We've got a 6-pick off the Monty onto the Blitz, a Glass from Vooz, currently 0-5, a bit of an interesting pick. Dokkaebi from Raven, Maverick being brought out by Priv. He's going to switch back onto the Monty, though, God mode. And sticking with the Thinker. So I'd imagine we may see a bit of a mainstairs rush, or maybe even some just really hard Monty aggression through blue. But albeit DeWay are definitely looking to make this a quick one. As the sports teacher always used to say in 8th grade, a quick game is a good game. And DeWay are definitely looking to keep it that way, with Reflexity only one round to their name. I mean, Mental has to be absolutely shattered at this point. That must feel horrible, knowing that, I mean, look, DeWay are just...
yes, potentially, but also if you know you're coming into a competition and you know you're going to be outmatched, the experience is invaluable. Even playing into a matchup like this where DeWay have taken it less than seriously, being able to deal with the hyper-aggression, the bizarre, the odd, and keep that composure, I mean, that's experience they'll take into the next qualifiers and look to push on through. But, I mean, It's it is bad nade. God mode just tanks it. He's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
No
nice
stress.
We also do have to highlight though for Reflexity, even though this is a bit of a clinic right now, they have been getting a lot of these rounds really close, like super close. Like,
I mean, the only one
do
that you
have
can
to give
think
them
of
that.
that was undeservedly close is the kill that Pie Guy, the one that Pie Guy
Yeah.
mopped up because they got aggro. They are still
Yeah.
finding the kills. They are still actually making Dwight push a little bit harder towards the end of it. But right now, yeah, like, the fact that they're still seriously in this match and Reflexity are still giving it absolutely everything just speaks to their commitment to this competition.
It does. It really does. You have to commend them. Memes aside, the wall is unfortunately going to be forfeit. Godmo can't quite get through that one, and Raven's going to be the one to open things up onto Pie Guy down in the bottom of Freezer. Bit of an adrenal surge there to keep him going. A flashbang as well, possibly to try and go for the phone hack here. But the Monty actually getting a little bit aggressive with the shield ADS is going to find one. The Goyo, however, is going to force him back. Vu's on the Glaz. It's going to be good for his first kill of the match. Bit of a prone there. P10 Tony's going to find one. Priv will take down Slurpee, leaving it in a 1 versus 4 mode on the drop shot, Monty. Now you need someone take his prone key away from him. Just take his prone key.
If nothing else, at least the Reflexity guys are having a good time. They're getting a good laugh out of it. They're having a time. But I mean, can we just?
They're getting in on the banter.
Can we highlight what a crutch it was for them to rely on the Monty for Booze to get his first kill
on Glass?
Yeah, the Glass pick.
Possibly through smoke as well, by the way, because there was smoke down at Pillar, and that's where the player died. So I'm telling you right now, it was Glass through smoke. First kill of the match, baby.
Huge crutch. Look, Proto, we are 1 round away from closing out the evening. Reflexity, they're still going to give it absolute guts. We're still going down to the basement. Booze opting to, he's had his highlight round. He's taken the killer's glass. It's Capital time. And once again, unfortunately, it's good luck instead. But Priv, you're going to be switching out once again. No Twitches to close the night out at the moment.
Unfortunate. Really is unfortunate. Would have loved to see the Twitch. But I mean, look, we do have a Blackbeard teased from Raven. However, he's going straight back onto the Dokkaebi. Very much a MK14 enjoyer, it seems. Raven is. He plays a lot of Aruni and now Dokkaebi. Priv opting off of the Twitch onto the Hibana at the end, so pretty standard attacking lineup here for Dway minus the Monty. Obviously not a character that you usually see, albeit one that is being currently employed by Dway and their strategy. So they're going to go for blue again. It was something that worked really well for them, but we've seen a little bit of a change here for Reflexity, it seems. Got some players up inside of meeting. Obviously, they do have a very similar setup, but that is what you love to see, ladies and gentlemen. P10 gets aggressive, finds the kill, robust to go down, and yep, God Mode's having none of it. He is gone, he's out, he's going to go somewhere else, and, well, I don't blame him.
Thanks, have a nice day. This is not the option we'll be going with. We are not picking up this opportunity. And, okay, so it's there. They've not only just pivoted, they've pivoted straight down to laundry stairs, and that's exactly where they're going to be looking to go. And, well, the hatch is soft. They can pop that. They should be able to pop the barricade as well. Bruce was just sitting on a mute jammer. He's like, yeah, it's fine. I don't need a drone.
Didn't need to check that at all. But it's going to be Freezer main, I think, Panda here is the force. And, well, with Reflexity having all 5 players left to pretty much full HP and a pretty good amount of utility left on the board as well, Dway are going to struggle, I think, with this round. This is going to be one of the first ones they have a hard time getting rid of. Obviously, nades to follow. They're going to try and clear some of these positions out. What a throw from Vu. Second kill for the game. All he needed was smoke and explosive utility with Priv to find one as well onto Slurpee. I mean, yep, there we go. Raven's going to find one onto Chris. Monty's going to go down, though, to the smoke. So that is a big kill to find, albeit a 3 versus 2, Panda, for the possibility of the final round here.
I mean, again, we've seen more happen with less. 2 is all you need in the game of Rainbow Six Siege. P10 Donny has the Toxic Canister left, and Kevster has that 416 in hand. Ping's coming out. They know that there's one in Freezer at the very least. Pre-fire, a little bit hesitant on the angle. Kevster not going to commit just yet. Proof falls. Player on top of the washing machine dropped. It's a triple for Donny. looking for more. Vooz finds his third, hit his fourth. Man didn't get a single kill to the round prior, and then finds 4 to close out the map.
Booze, put it down. Wow, that is a way to close it out off of a game like that. He just had to get that glass kill, just had to warm himself up for that final couple of rounds. I mean, Robust with 12, Raven with 10. I mean, Dewey, I pretty much called it, Panda. Anything you put in front of them tonight, it was just an absolute breeze. They took it with full confidence, went into every game with a good mindset, and they played their best Rainbow Six. I mean, yes, maybe going into this, there was a little bit of a skill gap between these two teams, albeit Reflexity seemed to have a little bit of fun with it. You can't really blame them for that. And you do have to give them props. There were so many rounds there that were 2v2s, 1v1s, in positions that they arguably probably should have been winning given the positional advantages they had. It's just at the end of the day, the Dewey guys mechanically definitely seemed to be able to just outduel them when it did come down to getting into those fights, which, let's be honest, rather unfortunate for the Reflexity players, but at the same time, you do have to give them those props. They are very worthy of holding those praise, and I think they should go away from here holding their head high because, as you said, experience for them right now is going to be the utmost thing that is worth it. Yes, if they had qualified, it would have been much better, but still, going through this bracket to get to the position that they're in right now in these in these grand finals, I mean, that is still very commendable. A huge commendable effort from them. And I mean, GG to both teams. But they're going to walk away with the victory, so they're obviously pretty happy going away from this.
I mean, look, you can see in the chat they were getting involved. There are so many opportunities and so many points earlier on in the evening where they could have just thrown in the towel. They could have just said, man, we're clearly not going to win. Let's just throw it in, let them close it out quickly. But no, they fought until the bitter end. Yes, they were outclassed the majority of the way there, but they hit some clips, they hit some shots, they made it an enjoyable watch for everyone at home and for us as well. But Proto, that does bring us to the end of the evening as well. Our third best of 3 done. We managed to cut it short towards the end, not going a full 9 maps. Philippines, they put on a show. They know how to do it. They know how to party. And with that, obviously, Dwayne will be joining Season 5 as well. Next week, we head into our final qualifier, of course, Indonesia, up on the cards. Proto, thank you so much for joining me in his absence. But when we come back next weekend, we jump on into that. And from there, we look towards the Season 5 main event itself. For now, that's us. We're going to bed. It's late. It's early for me. So I'm going to go hit the hay, get some rest. We'll see you next time, guys.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, but what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through?
All of those nights, when the lights go out and the monsters come out to play.
Did we ever grieve or cry? No.
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
伏せて。
おっ。 だな。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ、話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
All night, yeah, you got me up like all night. And I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work. All night, there's something we just can't contain.